After walking into the wrong room, I was spoiled by my boss to the point of tears. Chapter 1: The East Window Incident. In the middle of the night, Mingyue rushed out of room 666 in a flustered state. The previous day, during a company team building event, she had found out that her boyfriend was cheating on her. Feeling down, she drank 2 cups of white wine, and in her dazed state, ended up entering the wrong room. Once inside, she found a man in the room. She turned to flee, but in her drunken state, she stumbled and fell into the man's arms. The man's body stiffened for a moment, muttering something softly, before cupping her face and kissing her. She should have pushed him away, but as his hot breath grazed her neck and she heard the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, she suddenly felt dazed for a moment. The sensation of pain came, and it was too late for regrets. After everything was over, as her consciousness slowly returned, Mingyue was filled with regret. She sneaked back to check the room number, so it was the department manager, Shin Weidong's room. Mingyue let out a sigh of relief. Shin Weidong was a notorious playboy, with so many girlfriends that he couldn't count them all. He probably wouldn't care about one night. Moreover, the lights were off last night, so he probably didn't even see her face. She decided to treat it like nothing happened, just like being bitten by a dog. After convincing herself, she went to take a hot shower. Looking at the visible marks on her body, she quickly rummaged through her wardrobe for a turtleneck sweater. Just as she put it on, she heard Zhao Xiaoher pounding on the door outside. "Big trouble, Mingyue, you'd better come out." Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Had her affair with Shin Weidong been exposed already? Wasn't it still early morning? Shin Weidong was an executive at Xingsha Group, and she was just a small intern. If this got out, Shin Weidong probably wouldn't care since he was known for his promiscuity. But as the intern who dared sleep with a high-ranking executive, her future would be disastrous. With a nervous heart, she opened the door. Zhao Xiaoher was overly excited, not noticing Mingyue's pale face or the strange way she was walking. "Hurry, I'll take you to see the big boss," Zhao Xiaoher said, grinning. "You won't believe this, but our boss actually showed up at the team building event." So it wasn't an exposed scandal. Hearing Zhao Xiaoher's chatter, Mingyue's unease slowly began to subside. She followed her to the hotel's buffet restaurant. The company's boss was named Yang Qingji. Mingyue had seen him once during her interview. He was an extremely handsome guy. Yang Qingji had started from scratch and built the company into a prosperous business in just 7 years. Even though he had been cold during her interview, Mingyue still respected him deeply and considered him her ultimate male idol. At the moment, the idol was sitting at a table by the window, sitting straight with perfect posture, exuding an elegant and powerful aura that seemed to radiate light like a built-in generator. Mingyue felt like her eyes were about to be dazzled. Her colleagues were sitting close to the CEO, especially the female ones, who were sneaking peeks and whispering excitedly. "CEO is so handsome. I just saw it. The CEO has a hickey on his neck. Wonder who the lucky person was last night." When Mingyue heard the words hickey, she instinctively pulled up the collar of her sweater. She thought of last night's indulgence and suddenly lost all excitement at the sight of her idol. As for Zhao Xiaoher, who was on fire with gossip, Mingyue had no energy to deal with her. At that moment, Shin Weidong walked in and casually sat down opposite Yang Qingji. "President Yang, did you sleep well last night?" Shin Weidong asked nonchalantly. Yang Qingji was calmly eating his breakfast. His gaze seemed to sweep across Mingyue's direction, his expression indifferent, though a faint smile flickered in his eyes. "Not bad," Yang Qingji replied, his tone as calm as ever. Mingyue felt as though she were being stared at by burning eyes. She instinctively shrank her neck and quickly covered her face with her hand, pretending to focus on her breakfast, hoping to lessen her presence. Shin Weidong grumbled, "President Yang, you took my room last night. You slept well, but I had to find a new hotel and book a room in the middle of the night. With so many employees from Xingsha Group at the hotel, all the rooms had been booked." When Yang Qingji had decided on a whim to attend the team building event, Shin Weidong, as a department manager, naturally had to give up the best room for the boss. Yang Qingji seemed to have thought of something, casually saying, "I'll give you a raise later." Shin Weidong's eyes lit up, and he quickly started buttering up. "I'll do anything for President Yang, even climb mountains of knives or swim through rivers of fire." Chapter 2: The Terrifying CEO. Mingyue's table was far from the CEO, so she couldn't hear their conversation. She had no idea that last night's stay in room 666 wasn't Shin Weidong's, but the CEO's. At this moment, seeing Shin Weidong gesturing wildly in front of the CEO, Lu Mingyue's heart was in turmoil. She was worried she might be recognized and even more concerned that this playboy would expose what happened last night in front of the boss. She spent the whole day distracted and uneasy. Luckily, nothing major happened, and the team building event ended without incident. The company had arranged a shuttle bus to take them back. Lu Mingyue had been through a lot in room 666 last night, and she was still sore. She was walking slowly and ended up being the last one to get on the bus. Zhao Xiaohe called to her, "Mingyue, sit here." At that moment, the bus suddenly became quiet, and the voice of Mr. Yang, the CEO, came from the front, sounding somewhat displeased. "Are there no other seats?" Lu Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. Why was the CEO on the shuttle bus? Was he talking to her? Did he think she was too slow? She was just a small intern. Why would the CEO care about something so trivial? Panicking, she looked over, only to see a beautiful colleague shyly trying to sit next to the CEO, but he coldly dismissed her. So, the CEO wasn't he talking to her, it was someone else. Lu Mingyue let out a quiet sigh of relief. The beautiful colleague's face turned bright red, and after apologizing to the CEO, she quickly sat next to Zhao Xiaohe. Zhao Xiaohe quickly said, "This is my friend's seat." The beautiful colleague, embarrassed in front of everyone, snapped, "Is there a name on the seat? This is the company shuttle, why does it suddenly become your friend's exclusive seat?" Zhao Xiaohe was left speechless with anger. At this point, there was only one seat left next to the CEO. Lu Mingyue considered getting off the bus and taking a taxi home, even if it meant spending a bit of money. But then Yang Qingji glanced over at her with a serious expression. "Aren't you sitting down?" Lu Mingyue. The CEO really was upset that she was reacting so slowly. Under the envious or sympathetic gazes of her colleagues, Lu Mingyue cautiously sat down next to him. A short while later, Yang Qingji's voice rang out again. "Am I that terrifying?" Lu Mingyue silently nodded in her heart. Although her admiration for her idol was as deep as the flowing river, the CEO's expression right now was really intimidating. If she were to admit it, she might be fired tomorrow. She lifted her head and met Yang Qingji's inscrutable gaze, putting on a sincere and somewhat obsequious smile. "Of course not. I'm very honored to sit next to Mr. Yang." Yang Qingji seemed a little calmer after hearing that. He leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, maintaining his cold and aloof demeanor. Lu Mingyue felt like crying. She was in such a miserable situation. At her first company team building event, she not only found out her boyfriend had cheated on her but also lost her virginity. Now, on their way back, her poor heart was being crushed under the CEO's intense gaze. She finally returned to the company, stepping off the bus and breathing in the air that wasn't tainted by the CEO. Suddenly, the world seemed so much better. Zhao Xiaohe leaned in with a gleam of curiosity. "Mingyue, what is it like sitting next to the CEO?" Lu Mingyue, "Like a lamb." Zhao Xiaohe, "Huh?" Lu Mingyue, "Like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." Zhao Xiaohe, full of sympathy for Lu Mingyue, quickly made an exit. She seemed to have seen something terrifying. Lu Mingyue was about to ask her what happened when she noticed a new friend request on WeChat. The username was a string of strange letters, and she thought it was probably a marketing account, so she immediately rejected it. However, the person quickly sent another request, this time with the message, "You left something behind." Lu Mingyue racked her brain. What did she leave behind? She hadn't lost anything. Just as she was about to ignore it, her eyes widened in shock. Could it be that she left something behind in room 666 last night? Oh no. Was this WeChat account Shin Weidong's? She hurriedly accepted the friend request and sent a message, "What do you want?" Nearly 10 minutes later, a reply came, "Slaughter lamb." Lu Mingyue froze in place. Had she only grumbled about the CEO behind his back, and had Shin Weidong overheard? No wonder Zhao Xiaohe had looked like she had seen a ghost and ran off so fast. But why did it feel like she was talking to the CEO rather than Shin Weidong? This was so strange. Lu Mingyue scratched her head, thinking that maybe she was just overthinking it. She quickly typed a reply, "Shin Weidong, it was all a misunderstanding last night. I'll just take the blame and move on. Let us just go our separate ways, okay?" After sending the message, she felt it was too blunt and hasty, so she quickly unsent it and reworded, "Mr. Shin, when you have time, I'll come to get my things." In the CEO's office, Yang Chenji sat in his black swivel chair, reading the message, his expression turning colder. He typed one word at a time and sent it. "Do you think I'm Shin Wei-dong?" Seeing the message, Lu Mingyu felt as if she could hear the CEO's teeth gritting, and her heart skipped a beat. Isn't he at him? She waited anxiously for a while, but there was no response. Could it be that Shin Wei-dong was just testing her, and after she guessed correctly, he got angry? "TCH, you're angry. I'm even more unhappy." Such things always put women at a disadvantage. If Lu Mingyu had any backbone, she would have immediately called out the CEO, the sky, and the manager. What's the worst that could happen? Quit the job. But was she the type of person with backbone? She lowered her posture and sent another message, sounding even more deferential. "Mr. Shin, when you have time, I'll come to collect my things." Wait. The cold two words left Lu Mingyu stunned. Wait? How long was she supposed to wait? Today, everyone had the day off after the company event, and the shuttle bus had just dropped everyone off at the office. Now, even Zhao Xiaoher had left, and the company lobby was completely empty. There wasn't a soul in sight. How long would she have to wait? Chapter 3, Mingyue is innocent. Soon, night fell. The WeChat message from Shin Wei-dong didn't mention anything about her picking up her things, nor did it provide any kind of reply. Lu Mingyu stared at her phone, her mind filled with 1,000 conflicting thoughts. The night was dark and windy, and now he was trying to take advantage of her again. She had already endured a whole night of torment at his hands last night, and he still wasn't satisfied. Lu Mingyu really wanted to throw her sleeves and walk away. But it was very hard to get into Xingsha Group, and she was still an intern. Offending her boss would mean getting herself fired, right? She gritted her teeth and endured, waiting and waiting, while she recited every criminal law concept she could think of over and over. Eventually, she started trying to hypnotize herself. After all, Shin Wei-dong was her direct supervisor, and whether she would be promoted in the future depended entirely on him. Besides, it was her who got drunk and threw herself at him, and even if she called the police, it wouldn't matter. Lu Mingyu waited, feeling unlucky, until it was past 9 p.m., when she finally heard the sound of leather shoes tapping on the floor. Wow, why is there still someone in the company at this time? Shin Wei-dong's carefree voice suddenly echoed in the empty office space, sending a chill down her spine. Lu Mingyu jumped up and tried to remain calm. "Manager Shin, you finally arrived." Shin Wei-dong seemed surprised. "You were waiting for me." She wanted to yell, "You're asking a question you already know the answer to." Lu Mingyu swallowed her words, about to speak when Shin Wei-dong suddenly asked curiously, "I just heard you mumbling something. What were you reciting?" This in turn was so pretty that he had noticed her on her first day at the company. However, while she seemed like a soft and gentle girl, she actually had the icy aura of a beautiful woman, and he found it hard to get a rise out of her. Today, after the team building event, she hadn't gone home early and stayed in the office. What was she up to? "I was memorizing the criminal law handbook." Lu Mingyu bit her teeth and blurted it out, only to regret it immediately. Though she heard Shin Wei-dong was always gentle with his girlfriends, what if he got angry out of embarrassment? Before she could find a way to make amends, she suddenly heard a laugh from the side. Turning her head, she saw the cold, handsome CEO, Yang Chenji, standing by the door, looking at her. Yang Chenji's long legs and perfect face made him look like a living masterpiece in the doorway. Though he was smirking, even his cold smile looked good. Lu Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly feeling that her aesthetic standards had just skyrocketed. Shin Wei-dong clicked his tongue, seeing her staring at Yang Chenji in a daze. It seemed his cousin's charm really was unbeatable. Even the company's most difficult to approach beauty couldn't move when faced with him. Shin Wei-dong's tongue-clicking sound brought Lu Mingyu back to reality. That was the CEO, her super idol, the one who paid her salary. She actually dared to daydream about her boss. She must be looking to lose her job. But getting her things back was more important. She quickly shifted her focus back to Shin Wei-dong. "Manager Shin, about last night." Before Lu Mingyu could finish, Yang Chenji suddenly spoke up. "Wei-dong, go get the car." Though Yang Chenji had a personal driver, Shin Wei-dong dared not complain and immediately went out to get the car. With that, Lu Mingyu and Yang Chenji were left in the company lobby. She was so nervous she didn't know where to put her hands or feet. What should she do? The CEO didn't seem too happy. Had he noticed the awkwardness between her and Shen Weidong? By the time Shen Weidong had brought the car around, he received a call from his girlfriend, so he bade Yang Qingji farewell and happily went off to meet her. Yang Qingji didn't respond to Shen Weidong and got into the car. Lu Mingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad to see that the CEO was finally leaving. His aura was so strong that she didn't even dare to breathe properly when near him. But just as she thought the coast was clear, the CEO lowered the window and asked, "How are you getting home?" Lu Mingyu respectfully replied, "I'll take the bus." Yang Qingji's brow furrowed slightly. Get in. He was the big boss of the company, and Mingyue didn't dare ask him to be her driver, so she quickly waved her hands. No, I'll just take the bus." Yang Qingji stared at her. His face was expressionless, impossible to tell whether he was angry or not. Lu Mingyu felt her scalp tingle under his gaze. Not daring to make him wait any longer, she cautiously opened the car door and prepared to sit in the backseat. The further from the boss, the safer she felt. Yang Qingji's cold voice rang out, "Do you think this is a taxi?" Though the CEO's voice was smooth, it was laced with such force that it made Lu Mingyu's heart skip a beat. She obediently sat in the front passenger seat and quickly buckled her seatbelt. For the rest of the ride, Lu Mingyu didn't dare say a word. The CEO's expression was far from pleasant, his lips tight with displeasure. She felt like her fingers were trembling. It turned out that distance made the heart grow fonder. Now that she was up close, she realized that her idol's mood swings could be unpredictable and mercurial. From now on, she should stay far away from the CEO. At one point, while waiting at a red light, it seemed like Yang Qingji was about to say something, but in the end, he didn't utter a word. Finally, when Mingyue arrived home and got out of the car, the CEO's face still wore a look of disdain, so obvious it was almost unbearable. Lu Mingyu felt melancholic. Lu Mingyu felt innocent. It was like she had asked the CEO to be her driver. Why was he so angry? But the melancholy soon faded, replaced by a burning sense of anger. Because she had just run into her ex-boyfriend, Zhu Zhan. Chapter 4, their whole company is more concerned about President Yang. Lu Mingyu and Zhu Zhan were college sweethearts, originally planning to get married right after graduation. However, as soon as she started her internship, he cheated on her with her cousin, Lu Jieyuan. The scumbag cheated without any shame. "Mingyue, I still like you, but I like money even more. We're not kids anymore, we need to live. What do you have besides a pretty face? After all this time, you won't even let me touch you. Even this one advantage of yours is getting discounted. Your parents are both dead and can't provide us with any financial support. In the future, buying a house and a car will depend on my family. In today's society, equality between men and women is a thing, and you can't just rely on the man. Do you remember that class monitor? When she got married, her family gave her a house and 500,000 yuan in cash. Mingyue, do you have any dowry? My mom is right, you're a financial burden. Don't even talk about a dowry, there won't even be a mother-in-law to help us with the kids. I'm tired. Let's break up." When they first broke up, Lu Mingyu was a little sad, genuinely thinking she was the one with the problem. But at this moment, seeing Zhu Zhan again, she had finally snapped back to her senses. It wasn't her fault. Zhu Zhan was the real scumbag. He was the one who wanted to live off a woman, yet he blamed her for everything. It was pathetic that she had turned to alcohol to drown her sorrows after their breakup, only to get entangled with Shen Weidong, another troublesome man. Looking back, she could only regret her foolishness. How could she have been so blind to fall for Zhu Zhan, the scumbag? Now, Zhu Zhan was with Lu Jieyuan, no longer wearing his usual shabby jacket, but instead dressed in an expensive suit, tall and elegant, with an air of sophistication. He stopped Lu Mingyu at the door. "Why are you coming back so late? Don't you know Jieyuan stayed up waiting for you? You have to be considerate when living under someone else's roof. Don't make the host worry." The host? Lu Mingyu sneered inwardly. This was her home, okay? When she was 8 years old, her mother passed away. Before she died, she entrusted the company to her uncle and asked him to take good care of Mingyue. So, her uncle's family moved into the house her mother left behind to look after her. She was the true owner of the house, yet she was now being treated as if she were a guest. Lu Mingyu couldn't be bothered to explain anything to Zhu Zhan or even acknowledge him. She coldly replied, "Oh," and walked straight past him, but he grabbed her arm. "Jie Yuan is your cousin. How can you be so indifferent?" Lu Mingyu's expression didn't change. "My phone wasn't off." Her so-called good cousin couldn't even come up with a better excuse. What era was this? No phone call, just waiting. How pathetic. And Zhu Zhan actually fell for it. There was probably more water in the Pacific Ocean than in his brain. Zhu Zhan's brows furrowed even more tightly. His patience was clearly running thin. Jie Yuan hasn't slept a wink, and you're still arguing about not getting a phone call. Look at you, so indifferent to family. Uncle Lu and his family took you in and raised you. Is this how you repay them? Zhu Zhan spoke with righteous indignation. Go apologize to Jie Yuan right now. In the future, when you're late, make sure to give her a heads up. Lu Mingyu had had enough of Zhu Zhan. She shook him off and turned to head inside. As soon as she entered the living room, she saw Lu Jie Yuan lying on the sofa looking like she was on the brink of death. She struggled to sit up. Mingyu, you're finally back. I was so worried I almost died. Lu Mingyu was exhausted. She really didn't have the energy for this fake concern. She replied flatly and was about to head to her room. Zhu Zhan grabbed her hand. What's with your attitude? Jie Yuan stayed up all night for you, and you don't even care. Lu Jie Yuan quickly interjected, Arjan, don't be like this. I was the one who was wrong. Mingyu has every right to be angry. It's not your fault, Zhu Zhan said, hugging her with a look of pity. Then he shot a glare at Lu Mingyu. Are you still holding a grudge against Jie Yuan? Didn't I already tell you? It's not about her, it's that I don't like you anymore. It has nothing to do with Jie Yuan. If you're upset, take it out on me, but don't hurt Jie Yuan. Lu Mingyu's patience finally snapped. She smiled coldly and said, Wow, insomnia? What a big illness. You'd better go to the hospital and get a specialist to examine you. Don't let it kill you. The sarcasm was so obvious that it made Lu Jie Yuan turn pale, her eyes turning red with anger. How can you be like this, cousin? I know you like Arjan a lot. I understand that you're heartbroken over losing him, but you can't blame me. Arjan and I are truly in love. Zhu Zhan was also furious, his face darkening. Lu Mingyu, I didn't expect you to be this cold-blooded and jealous. You've really disappointed me. Enough. Lu Jie Yuan interrupted, putting a hand over Zhu Zhan's mouth. She put on a pitying expression. Cousin Mingyu probably can't find a man as good as Arjan. She'll have to settle for those rotten melons and cracked dates. She's definitely in a lot of pain right now, and I can understand her. Rotten melons and cracked dates. Lu Mingyu sneered. She might not like Shen Weidong, but one thing was for sure, he was 1,000 times better than Zhu Zhan. However, Lu Mingyu couldn't be bothered to argue with Lu Jie Yuan over such childish things. She directly went to her room, locked the door, and ignored the two outside. After showering and lying on her bed, Lu Mingyu thought about everything that had happened over the past few days. It all felt so surreal and absurd, not to mention full of drama. She thought she would have trouble sleeping that night, but she fell asleep almost immediately. The next morning, she woke up, mentally processed all the unpleasantness, and quickly returned to her usual carefree self. When Lu Mingyu arrived at the company and put down her bag, Zhao Xiaohua suddenly leaned toward her mysteriously. Have you heard? Manager Shen has been transferred to the branch office. Lu Mingyu's mood instantly brightened. Why? Finally, it seemed like the universe was on her side. Why else? Who doesn't know that Manager Shen is a royal relative? The only one who could send him away is the big boss. Zhao Xiaohua whispered, he must have accidentally offended President Yang. Daring to offend the CEO. Getting kicked out was well deserved. Lu Mingyu was happy for only a few seconds before she remembered that she still had something with Shen Weidong. She couldn't fully relax until she got her things back. She immediately asked, when is Manager Shen leaving? She had to get her stuff before he left the headquarters. I heard he is already packing up and leaving soon. Lu Mingyu quickly found an excuse to slip away from Zhao Xiaohua, took out her phone, and began to send a message. Are you concerned about him? A cold voice suddenly sounded, and Lu Mingyu jumped in shock, almost dropping her phone. It was the CEO's voice. What was he doing here in the sales department at this time? Chapter 5, Being a Mistress and Feeling Superior. Lu Mingyue looked up and saw the handsome but unhappy face of the president, and realized that she had stepped on a landmine. Shen Weidong had just offended the boss and was transferred away. She was determined not to let the boss see any strange connection between her and Shen Weidong. Mingyue quickly expressed her loyalty. Absolutely not. The only person I care about most in the whole company is President Yang. After expressing her loyalty, she found that this sentence was ambiguous. Just as she was about to clarify, she found that the president's face looked a little better. Lu Mingyue widened her eyes in shock. She seemed to have discovered an incredible secret. It turned out that the cold president also liked employees to flatter him. This discovery made Lu Mingyue feel like she had discovered a new world. For the sake of the thickness of her salary, she continued to flatter, "President Yang, you look very good today, especially handsome." Yang Qingji coughed lightly. "Oh? Where is handsome?" Lu Mingyue was a little dumbfounded. As expected of a big boss, even flattery cannot be perfunctory. She said exaggeratedly, "Boss Yang is handsome from head to toe, so handsome that he is shining. He is definitely the most eye-catching guy in the crowd, a male god. Luckily, he can turn his mouth quickly." Yang Qingji was in a good mood despite such a half-hearted flattery. "You have good taste." After saying that, he turned and left. Jin, the special assistant behind Yang Qingji, was shocked and looked at Lu Mingyue for several times. How could such an awkward flattery be done? But the key is that the boss was not angry at all. You know, the boss is usually cold and strict with any employee in the company, without any mercy. Jin, the special assistant, made a note of this in turn, who spoke without hesitation. After coaxing the big boss away, Lu Mingyue quickly continued to edit the WeChat just now. At this time, she found that the other party's WeChat ID was changed to Notchen. Looking at the big exclamation mark following, Lu Mingyue secretly admired. Just after being kicked out by the boss, he changed his last name right after. To get angry with the boss, he even gave up his last name. What a ruthless person. She sent a message to test him first. "Mr. Shen, are you busy now?" Not surnamed Shen. He only replied with one word, "busy." Lu Mingyue was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so she didn't dare to go to him rashly. She could only ask carefully, "Then when are you not busy?" "I want to go and get the things I left behind." There was no reply from the other side. Before Shen Weidong finished packing his things, he was invited out of the office by Yang Qingji's special assistant, and then sent away in a car, without even saying goodbye to the department staff. Shen Weidong felt strange. His cousin said that he would give him a promotion and a raise, but why did he feel that there were candle straps waiting for him to jump? But he didn't dare to ask, so he could only obey the arrangement honestly. Lu Mingyue didn't get his things back today, and went home unhappy after get off work, and received another critical hit from Lu Jieyuan. "Cousin, Arjan proposed to me today, and the wedding will be held next month." Lu Jieyuan sat on the sofa in the living room, fiddling with the big diamond ring on her finger, and said proudly, "He insisted on giving me this big diamond ring, 10 carats, it must have cost a lot of money. Look at such a big one, won't it be too ostentatious to wear it on your hand?" Lu Jieyuan is like this, always looking gentle and kind in front of outsiders. When no one is around, she never minds showing her most vicious face to Mingyue. The 10-carat diamond is as big as a pigeon egg, and it is very eye-catching when worn on the finger. Lu Mingyue nodded in agreement. "It's really too big, and you look like a nouveau riche. But you do have the temperament of a nouveau riche, and 10 carats suits you quite well." Lu Jieyuan looked unhappy, and she managed not to get angry. "Cousin, are you jealous of me? You should find a boyfriend as soon as possible, so I don't have to worry about you stealing my man." The mistress herself was shameless, and Lu Mingyue didn't say anything polite to her. "The mistress is so superior to you. Don't worry, I have nothing to miss about the scumbag." Lu Jieyuan, her face darkened, and her words became more vicious. "Cousin, it's already this time, why are you still being stubborn? I heard that there are many single men in your company. Although most men in your industry are ugly and bald, they can definitely support their families. Just find someone with similar conditions." As she spoke, Lu Jieyuan looked at Lu Mingyue with ill intentions. "According to cousin's conditions, you should be content to find a man with similar conditions. Lu Mingyue is very beautiful and has many suitors since her student days. But Lu Jieyuan likes to compete with her for everything. Seeing her popularity, she is very jealous, so she finds people to spread rumors about her worship of money, and says that she secretly went to work as a prostitute to make money. If such rumors are spread too much, there will always be people who believe them. After a long time, those decent boys who like Lu Mingyue will stay away. And the bad students often harass her in the name of pursuit, and taunt her in a yin and yang way that she has come out to sell herself, so don't pretend to be innocent. It can be said that Lu Mingyue spent her entire student life under the shadow of Lu Zhiyuan. Lu Mingyue has now been hired by a powerful company and finally has the confidence to fight back. She took out her phone with the recording function turned on in advance and put it in front of Lu Zhiyuan. I don't want Zhu Zhan to see your disgusting face, so don't come to me to ask for scolding in the future. Chapter 6. You are just a recyclable garbage. You dare to record secretly. Lu Zhiyuan's face changed, and she reached out to grab the phone. I knew you would not give up. You want to use such a despicable method to snatch our Zhan back? Dream on. Lu Mingyue put the phone back into her bag with a cold look. Zhu Zhan is just garbage. I was just worried about which trash can to throw it into. You recycled the garbage like a treasure, and I am very grateful. So, don't worry that I will snatch the garbage from you. Lu Zhiyuan was so angry that she trembled all over. But Lu Mingyue was not as easy to deal with as before. She also recorded the conversation. She did not dare to do it openly. She could only curse with gritted teeth. If you can't eat grapes, you say grapes are sour. Lu Mingyue went back to the room to take a shower. Although it was very satisfying to scold Lu Zhiyuan, Lu Mingyue was still very worried. Uncle was quite nice to her. She must be present at Lu Zhiyuan's wedding. There were so many old classmates that day, and they would definitely ask questions about her boyfriend. Just thinking about it made me feel annoyed. What made Mingyue even more upset was that the next day, Uncle came back from abroad. I don't know what Lu Zhiyuan said, but he forced her to go on a blind date that day. Uncle is not yet 50 years old this year, and his hair is half white. He always wears black framed glasses and looks like a very elegant old baby. Uncle is good in every way, but he is too soft-hearted and has been bullied by his aunt all his life. Usually, when he can't reason with Mingyue, he uses magic attack tears. And every time, Mingyue will be defeated. Lu Mingyue was still very happy to see his uncle. Uncle, you are back. Is Maldives fun? Uncle frowned. Your aunt and I went there to refer to the design inspiration of the wedding scene. We went there for work. Your aunt plunged into work as soon as she got off the plane and didn't even go home. It's really. Seeing that he was about to start talking about his parents again, Lu Zhiyuan coughed lightly. Uncle woke up and hurriedly took Mingyue's hand affectionately, saying happily, I have seen the child Zhan and I am very satisfied. I have to thank you, otherwise Yuan would not have found such a good partner. Lu Mingyue really admired Lu Zhiyuan's thick skin, pretending to be surprised and said, Uncle, my cousin got something by means, so you don't have to thank me. Uncle was stunned. Didn't Yuan say that Zhu Zhan was Mingyue's senior and Mingyue introduced them to each other? A dark and cold light flashed in Lu Zhiyuan's eyes. She quickly came over and held Mingyue's hand, saying in a friendly manner, my cousin is still so fond of joking. Our Zhan is so outstanding and so many people are chasing him. Naturally, I have to work hard to get him. The next second, Lu Zhiyuan said to her father with a sad face. Dad, I, as the younger sister, have a boyfriend, but my cousin still hasn't found one. She must be a little unhappy, and I am also very uneasy. My uncle is sentimental and was soon infected by this sadness. Lu Zhiyuan said again, Dad, a tutor in our department has a son who is a returnee. He is excellent in all aspects, but he has not found a girlfriend because of his busy work. Why not let my cousin meet him? My uncle did not doubt his daughter's words at all, and immediately looked at Lu Mingyue expectantly. Lu Mingyue refused decisively, Uncle, I'm only 24 years old and I'm still in the internship period. There's no need to rush to find a boyfriend. Lu Zhiyuan then advised, the returnee has an annual salary of nearly 1 million and the conditions are not bad. It won't be a loss for cousin to take a look. If it's really not suitable, just refuse. She said with tears in her eyes, Cousin, I'm getting married soon, but you don't even have a boyfriend, and you are older than me. I'm really afraid that my aunt will blame me down there. Uncle has a good relationship with Mingyue's mother, and his eyes immediately turned red after hearing this. Mingyue, your mother gave you to me and asked me to take good care of you. How can I face your mother after I die if you are like this now? Mingyue couldn't stand this from her uncle the most. When she was bullied by her aunt and cousin, she also tried to complain to her uncle. But her uncle was soft-hearted, and after being whitewashed by her aunt, he began to cry. Mingyue, I promised your mother to take good care of you. I didn't expect you to suffer so much injustice from me. How can I face your mother after I die? Uncle treated Mingyue very well, but he was weak in character and listened to his aunt in everything. Even the power of the company was handed over to his aunt. Gradually, Mingyue realized that although her uncle was kind-hearted, he could not help her, so she stopped counting on him and tried to avoid the mother and daughter. Now she has grown up and can fight back against the vicious mother and daughter, but she is still most afraid of her uncle's tearful attack. She reluctantly agreed to her uncle. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Uncle smiled with relief. Don't worry, Mingyue, Yuan praised a good man, and he will definitely not let you down. Lu Mingyue looked at Lu Jieyuan and saw the successful expression flashing across her face. She wanted to see what tricks Lu Jieyuan could play this time. The next day was Christmas Eve. Lu Mingyue brought the white dress she had prepared to the company, changed it before leaving get off work, and put on a light-colored coat. The pure and mature outfit made Zhao Xiaoher's eyes light up. Mingyue, you are dressed so beautifully today, are you going on a date with your boyfriend? Lu Mingyue replied casually, no, my uncle forced me to go on a blind date. Zhao Xiaoher was speechless. How old are you to go on a blind date? Your uncle is quite controlling. As the two were talking, they happened to see Yang Qingji passing by, and hurried to say hello. Yang Qingji had a cold face, just nodded lightly, and then entered the CEO's exclusive elevator. Chapter 7 Court on a Blind Date. The blind date was scheduled at Xiangmi Coffee House. Lu Mingyue went in and waited for a few minutes before she saw her blind date partner. Although he was a returnee, he was a middle-aged man in a neat suit and had no temperament. The middle-aged returnee who came for the blind date looked arrogant. Sorry, I'm late. Lu Mingyue responded politely, it's okay, I arrived early. The returnee first looked at Lu Mingyue, and then introduced himself. My name is Zhu Jiao, I believe your cousin has told you about my situation. Jieyuan mentioned to me that you are a bit materialistic. But I declare to you in advance that my salary will not be given to you for safekeeping. After marriage, you quit your job and stay at home to take care of your husband and children, and take care of my parents' daily life. I will give you 8,000 yuan in pocket money every month. The returnee was in his early 30s and half of his head was bald. In fact, Lu Mingyue didn't have high requirements for appearance, but the other party was so ordinary and greasy that Mingyue felt a little nauseous. I knew Lu Jieyuan had bad intentions. But her uncle had just called and repeatedly told her to get along well with others, so she could only try her best to swallow the classic Chinese quintessence. The returnee continued, I heard Jieyuan say that you are an orphan and her family adopted you. Your uncle's family means well, but you should be self-reliant and move out when you grow up. If you really can't find a place to live, you can move to my house, just in time to adapt to the post-marriage environment, which will be considered as a pre-marriage observation period. Of course, if I feel that you are not suitable during the observation period, I can ask you to leave at any time. Lu Mingyue really wanted to pour a cup of cold coffee on this Mr. Turtle on the spot to sober him up. She repeatedly told herself that her uncle had a bad heart and she would endure it. After enduring for 10 minutes, Mingyue couldn't bear it anymore, so she used the excuse of going to the bathroom and asked Zhao Xiaoher to save the situation. After returning, Mr. Turtle looked at her with a little dissatisfaction, and said reluctantly, although you have many shortcomings, you are still decent, and my parents should be satisfied. After we get married, I will slowly teach you the rules. By the way, you can wash clothes and cook, right? These are the basic conditions for being my wife. After listening to Mr. Turtle chattering for dozens of seconds, Lu Mingyue finally received a call from Zhao Xiaoher. Mingyue answered the phone for a few seconds and asked in a pretended angry tone, what? Overtime? There is a problem with the project, must I go back and modify it immediately? Mingyue's tone was very exaggerated. After the call, she apologized to Mr. Turtle, there is something urgent with the project, I have to go back to the company. Mr. Turtle frowned, you are going on a blind date with me, but you have to go back to work overtime. Lu Mingyue pretended to spread his hands helplessly, there is no way, capitalists are all blood suckers. Mr. Turtle's sense of superiority does not allow him to be stood up, and sneered, if you dare to go back now, there will be no talk of blind dates. Mingyue pretended to be innocent and asked, Mr. Haigui, this project is worth several hundred million. I can buy a big villa to live in if I share the profits, but if I mess it up, I may even lose my job. Will you compensate me with a big villa then? Such obvious irony made Mr. Turtle embarrassed and walked away angrily. Jiryuan is right, you are a girl who just loves money. Mingyue was not angry at all, she drank her coffee happily, and waited until Mr. Gui walked away before she stood up and walked out. But she saw her boss at a glance in the seat near the door. Yang Qingji was wearing that neat high-end suit, sitting in a small corner and still shining brightly. She was a little surprised. Boss Yang. Yang Qingji said, his expression was not very good. Looking at Yang Qingji's reluctant face and the beautiful woman opposite him with a shy face, Mingyue's mind flashed, and she asked in a low voice, Boss Yang, are you here for a blind date too? Or were you forced? But how could a family like the president choose such a simple place? Yang Qingji nodded lightly, then stood up. You want to go back to the company? Lu Mingyue guessed that what she said just now was heard by the president, and nodded obediently. Yes, President Yang. It just so happens that I also received a call from Xiao Jin. I will go back with you to deal with it. Mingyue. Boss, I said I was pretending to work overtime, are you pretending too? But if you don't want to go on a blind date, who dares to force you? But she didn't dare to ask anything, and followed the boss obediently. Chapter 8 Blind Date Turns into Overtime. When they arrived at the parking lot, seeing that Lu Mingyue was reluctant, Yang Qingji smiled lightly. Didn't you say you had to go back to the company to work overtime, otherwise you would be fired? Lu Mingyue argued in a low voice, I'm just dealing with it. Oh? Including the sentence that capitalists are bloodsuckers. Hearing Yang Qingji's emotionless tone, Lu Mingyue became a misty little Mingyue. Just now, in order to make Mr. Turtle believe, she deliberately said something more exaggerated. Who knew that the capitalist himself would hear it? Facing the boss's expression of whether to smile or not, Mingyue quickly expressed her loyalty. Boss Yang, you heard it wrong. I am loyal to the company and I am willing to work hard for the company. After speaking for several seconds, Lu Mingyue dared to look up, as if she saw the corner of the president's mouth slightly raised. Then follow me back to the company. This time, Yang Qingji was driving again. The atmosphere in the car was a little low. Mingyue didn't dare to breathe, and her heart was bleeding. On a good Christmas Eve, she just wanted to go back shopping and watching TV series. When she arrived at the company, Lu Mingyue pretended to open the computer for a while, and then went to knock on Yang Qingji's office. Boss Yang, I've already done it here. If you don't have anything else, then I'll. Something. Yang Qingji's eyes did not leave the computer, and he handed her a document. Help me sort it out. Lu Mingyue almost fainted when she saw it. The document was so thick, if it was really sorted out, it would take at least 2 hours. Yang Qingji, what? You just said you'd work like a cow for your boss, but you were just trying to please me. Since you know, do you still take it seriously? Lu Mingyue muttered in her heart, but she didn't dare to say, of course not. The salary determines the work attitude. Shingsha Group has high salary and good benefits. She is still in the internship period, so she must not offend the big boss casually. She took the information with a face full of attentiveness and gave advice seriously. Boss Yang, aren't these things always done by Special Assistant Jin? He had a stomachache today and was hospitalized. Special Assistant Jin, who had a stomachache, was squatting at home eating instant noodles, sneezing and reflecting on himself with a sense of crisis. In the past, even if it was a very important holiday, the boss never gave him a day off. Today is just an ordinary Christmas Eve, and he was asked to stay at home. Could it be that the last project was not followed up well and was disliked by the boss? Lu Mingyue. The boss is God, whatever he says is right. I started to sort out the information resignedly. However, she applied for the sales department and was not familiar with the information. Seemingly seeing her embarrassment, Yang Qingji said kindly, you stay here to organize it. If you don't understand, you can ask. Okay, President Yang. The president's office was very quiet. Lu Mingyue would occasionally take the information to ask Yang Qingji. If she got closer, she could smell the fresh breath on him. In such an ambiguous and quiet environment, Lu Mingyue couldn't help blushing and her heart beat. After all, this guy is her male god. She can get in touch with him so closely. This wave of overtime doesn't seem to be a loss. Lu Mingyue has a strong learning ability and organized the information in an hour and a half. She stretched and thought she was relieved, but she heard someone outside shouting something, and then the door closed. A bad idea flashed through Lu Mingyue's mind, and she ran to the door and saw that it was locked. She shouted and knocked on the door. But the security guard who locked the door had gone far away. When she turned around, she saw Yang Qingji standing behind her, saying calmly, "The security guard is a little hard of hearing." Lu Mingyue was surprised. Such a big company, why would they hire a hard of hearing uncle as a security guard? Yang Qingji frowned and looked at her. "You can't discriminate against disabled people." Lu Mingyue apologized quickly. She didn't look down on disabled people. When she saw blind people crossing the road, she would carefully help them. She just felt surprised. The security guard had poor hearing, so Mingyue had to take out her mobile phone to ask for help, but found that the mobile phone had no signal. This broken mobile phone must be replaced with a new one as soon as the salary is paid. She looked at Yang Qingji for help, and Yang Qingji shook his black mobile phone at her without changing his expression. "My mobile phone is out of power." Lu Mingyue looked unconvinced. Yang Qingji said, "These trivial matters such as charging mobile phones are usually handled by secretaries." Lu Mingyue muttered in her heart, "Capitalists are capitalists, this hands-on ability is too poor." Before she finished complaining, she heard President Yang say, "I'm hungry, go get me something to eat." It's fine if she has to work overtime, but she also wants her to be a nanny? Lu Mingyue. President Yang, we are trapped in the company now. To be precise, we are trapped on the 12th floor of the president's office. Where can we get food? Yang Qingji, there is a rest room and a refrigerator over there. Mingyue walked over and found that there was actually a small kitchen with a lot of ingredients in the refrigerator. Then, Lu Mingyue cooked noodles. After serving the noodles, she asked curiously, "President Yang, how come you have these things in your office?" Yang Qingji explained, "I occasionally work overtime, and these are reserved for backup." In other words, the president treats the office as another home. Lu Mingyue couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the president also has to work overtime frequently. It seems that tens of millions a minute is not so easy to earn. Yang Qingji asked her to stay in the office to eat together. Lu Mingyue quickly refused. "No, I usually like to watch TV shows while eating, which is better for eating. Mobile phone with food, perfect. She can't eat and watch videos in front of the president, right? That's so rude." Yang Qingji's face was not very good. "You mean, you can't eat when you look at my face?" Lu Mingyue. As expected of a big boss, he really has a 7-star level of understanding ability. Chapter 9: A rich boss who earns tens of millions in 1 minute. Mingyue thought of the president's love of flattery and quickly denied it. "Of course not, President Yang is so handsome, I'm afraid that looking at your handsome face will whet my appetite. But I'm just trying to lose weight recently." Yang Qingji looked at her expressionlessly, but if you look closely, you can see that the president's cold mouth twitched slightly. Finally, under the boss's coercive gaze, Lu Mingyue and the president ate noodles face to face. Mingyue ate noodles with great noise, slurping, and it looked very fragrant. However, while eating, she found that the president opposite put down his chopsticks. She looked up and found that the president's eyebrows were twisted. She quickly wiped her mouth and confirmed that there was nothing at the corner of her mouth, then asked carefully, "Yang, President Yang, what's wrong?" Yang Qingji said, "You eat so fast, you will give me an illusion." Mingyue humbly asked, "What illusion?" "I feel like I am raising some kind of animal." Mingyue went over it in her mind. The president actually compared her to a pig. This is really bullying employees too much. Can she fire this arrogant boss who looks down on others? The answer is no. Mingyue recognized her position and slowed down. She almost ate the noodles one by one. The president picked up the chopsticks again with satisfaction. Mingyue was bored because she ate too slowly, so she just secretly watched the president eat noodles. It must be said that the president is handsome, and he is also very elegant and pleasing to the eye when eating. He is worthy of being a male god. After the two of them finished eating the noodles, they simply washed up and went to sleep. The president's office has a rest room with a big bed. The president was very gentlemanly and let her sleep on the bed. But Lu Mingyue knew that if she dared to let the boss sleep on the sofa today, she would have to sleep on the street tomorrow. Mingyue chose the sofa very self-awarely, and Yang Qingji did not argue with her. However, the next day, Lu Mingyue found herself sadly waking up on the president's bed. According to the president's cold personality, it couldn't be that he carried a small employee like her to sleep on the bed, right? In this situation, did she sleepwalk last night? Lu Mingyu hurried to find the president to explain a few words. The handsome president was already dressed and sitting at his desk. After a night, the down-to-earth male god who ate noodles with her turned back into the business tycoon who was admired by thousands of people and kept away from strangers. Lu Mingyu was still thinking about how to explain. Yang Qinji looked at her. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Get ready, the assistant will be here soon. Lu Mingyu came to her senses. She was just an intern. No matter what the reason was, it would not be good for the company if it got out that she stayed alone with the boss of the company for a night. The president is still thoughtful. Since the president doesn't want to pursue it, there is no need for her to say anything more. After she tied it up and said goodbye to him, she hurried out. Just then, Assistant Jin came out of the elevator in high spirits. Assistant Jin was a little surprised to see her here. Thinking of her embarrassing flattery, and thinking about the boss suddenly giving him a day off last night, he suddenly felt as if he knew some great secret. Lu Mingyu was also surprised. Didn't Assistant Jin go to the hospital for a stomachache? He came back to work full of energy the next day. Good role. She is worthy of being a big celebrity around the president. Mingyu returned to the sales department, and Zhao Xiaoher caught her and asked about her blind date. Hearing the returnee's speech, she almost laughed like a pig. Mingyu, you said you are such a young and beautiful woman, and the men who want to chase you probably have to line up for several streets. Why go to a blind date? Lu Mingyu was also very depressed. But what's the use of her depression? Even if she used overtime as an excuse this time, Lu Jiayuan would definitely have another pit waiting for her. Unless she has a boyfriend. But where can she find a boyfriend in such a short time? A white light suddenly flashed in Lu Mingyue's mind, and she thought of Shen Weidong for some reason. Although Shen Weidong is very fickle, he is quite handsome, and he has an advantage, that he is very gentle and patient with ladies. After all, she had a night with him, so if she asked him to help her pretend to be her boyfriend, he should agree, right? After Lu Mingyu figured it out, she immediately picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to, not surnamed Shen. Mr. Shen, are you busy? I want to ask you for a favor. The other party waited for a long time before replying, what is it? Lu Mingyu had already organized the language and edited it immediately. It's like this, my cousin is getting married in a month, I want to attend the wedding, can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a day and accompany me? This time the other party replied quickly, no. It was still a concise message, and Lu Mingyu still magically felt the other party's unhappiness, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Zhao Xiaoher, the king of gossip, told her that although Shen Weidong was romantic and passionate, he was still very particular. He would treat the women who followed him well. Even if they broke up, he would give them a good breakup fee in a very martial manner. Now she just asked her to pretend to be a boyfriend, not to ask for money, so she didn't agree to such a small matter. She continued to send a message, very sincerely, General Manager Shen, I don't know many male friends, please help me. After a long while, the other side replied, I can help you, but I'm busy and time is expensive. How do you plan to repay me? Time is expensive? Why don't you say that you make tens of millions a minute like the president? Lu Mingyu complained while sending a message, how much does it cost to borrow General Manager Shen for a day? I'm not short of money. Looking at this arrogant reply, Lu Mingyue's heart suddenly rose high. What does the surname Shen mean? What can she, an intern with nothing, give him? Could it be, sleeping with him again? Chapter 10 Renting a Boyfriend. Thinking of the fierceness of the man on her that night, Lu Mingyue's heart trembled fiercely. No. At worst, I won't rent a boyfriend. That pair of dogs, one cheated and the other was a mistress, it's not certain who will be embarrassed at that time. As for uncle, at worst, if uncle cries, she will cry too. Just when she was about to reply that she would not help, another message came from the other side, I need a female companion for the Minglan banquet tonight, you can accompany me. Lu Mingyu was a little surprised. Shen Weidong has so many girlfriends, why would he still need a female companion? The other side seemed to know what she was thinking, and sent another message, Minglan banquet is a serious banquet. So you also know that your girlfriends are not serious? Lu Mingyu despised a few words in her heart, and quickly replied, I understand, I promise not to embarrass you about the banquet. In the president's office, Yang Qinji was processing documents and reading messages, with a smile on his face. But I don't know what he thought of, and soon the sunny turned cloudy. He replied, "You don't have to be so confident, your conditions are also average. It's just that compared with those girlfriends, your face is still acceptable." Lu Mingyue was simply stunned. What kind of masochistic physique is Shen Weidong? Since he thinks that his girlfriends are not good, why is he still happy to find one after another? But no matter what, at least she has rented a boyfriend, and Lu Mingyue can work with peace of mind. During lunch, Zhao Xiaohe shared gossip with her eyes shining. "Have you heard about Manhwa Electronics Group? Zhao Xiaohe has a good relationship with Lu Mingyue. Once there is any movement in the company, she will definitely be the first to share information with her." Lu Mingyue's personality is not as smooth as Zhao Xiaohe, and the news is not as fast as her. What happened to Manhwa? Manhwa Electronics is about to be restructured, and there will be a big order, at least more than 1 billion. I heard that several sales managers are competing for it. If they can sign this order, how much will they get? Zhao Xiaohe was very envious. "It's a pity that it won't be our turn as interns." Lu Mingyue was a little surprised. She just told Mr. Haigui last night that the company had a big order of several hundred million to follow. The big order came immediately. So is she the lucky star of the company? Did the president hear her super prediction at that time? Is it possible to give her a chance to let her follow the big order? Mingyue was so moved. If she can successfully get this order, she will definitely be able to become a regular employee. The whole day, the company was filled with a serious atmosphere, and the 4 sales departments were all working hard to win this order. Lu Mingyue, adhering to the spirit that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared, was also studying Manhwa Group seriously. When it was almost time to get off work, a young man in a suit and work clothes came in, handed Lu Mingyue a gift box, and politely asked her to sign for it. Zhao Xiaohe was very curious, so she came over to take a look and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, this gift box is the logo of SK. High-end luxury, super expensive. It's not just a question of whether it's expensive or not, it's simply not available, even if you have money. SK's membership value is at least 1 billion, and this is just the entry level." As soon as the words "minimum value of 1 billion" came out, colleagues took a breath of cold air. Everyone gathered around to admire this noble gift box. Everyone squeezed Lu Mingyue out. Lu Mingyue was no less shocked than others. How could she afford SK? Even Lu Jieyuan couldn't afford it. The family company was managed by her aunt. It has developed well in recent years and has some assets, but it is still a little far from 1 billion. This dress must have been given to the wrong person. Lu Mingyue was about to deny it when Lu Jieyuan suddenly appeared. She was wearing a bright red wool coat and her hair was dyed burgundy, looking very charming. There was also a follower carrying a bag behind her, which was very impressive. The colleague's noise was so loud just now that Lu Jieyuan naturally heard it. She glanced at the gift box and her face suddenly became heavy. SK's new models may not be available even if you have money. And the 10-carat ring that Zhu Zhan gave her was just dazzling, but it was just a loose diamond of more than 8,000 yuan per carat, and it was not as good as this dress. How could Lu Mingyue afford such an expensive dress? It would not be worth it even if she sold her. Lu Jieyuan sneered, "Fake, right? If you can't afford the real thing, don't pretend. It's really embarrassing to pretend to be rich with fake things." Lu Jieyuan's appearance attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked at her curiously. Who is this? She looks so impressive. Seeing everyone looking over, Lu Jieyuan flirtatiously lifted her hair and introduced herself to everyone with a smile. "Hello everyone, I'm Lu Mingyue's cousin. Sorry to bother you, I'm getting married next month, and I have to come here in person to send an invitation to my cousin, so that I feel sincere." Zhao Xiaohe whispered to Lu Mingyue, "What's wrong with your cousin being a bitch?" Lu Mingyue nodded seriously, "You have a good eye." Lu Jieyuan handed the invitation to Lu Mingyue, smiling, "Cousin Mingyue, I know you are vain and like to wear famous brands. But no matter how much you like it, you can't buy fake ones. It's so embarrassing to wear them out. Don't you think so?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes on Lu Mingyue changed a little. Lu Mingyue usually looks honest and easy to get along with, but she is unexpectedly a person who likes to buy fake brand name products to pretend to be rich. Lu Mingyue glanced at Lu Jieyuan coldly. Her cousin really wanted to throw dirty water on her all the time. Lu Mingyue didn't care about Lu Jieyuan, but she liked her current job very much, and she still had to care about the opinions of her colleagues. She was about to explain. But before she could say anything, the SK deliverman spoke first. "Miss, please don't talk nonsense. This is our official SK product. I am a SK deliverman, and this is my employee number. If you don't believe it, you can check it online." The deliverman glanced at Lu Jiyuan. He didn't want to get involved in these disputes, but he couldn't say that their dresses were fake. He must protect the reputation of the brand. Chapter 11. He dotes on me so much. A curious colleague logged into their website and searched, and soon found it. Even the photo of the deliverman was there. "Oh my god, it's real. Let me see. Wow, it looks exactly like the photo, it's really from SK." The discussion came one after another, and Lu Jiyuan's face turned green in an instant. She could never have imagined that this dress was actually from SK. Lu Mingyue, this little bitch, has been trampled under her feet since she was a child, and even her boyfriend can be snatched away by her. What right does she have to wear SK's clothes? And Lu Mingyue can't afford it at all. Yes, Lu Mingyue can't afford it. Lu Jiyuan thought of something and pretended to apologize. "I'm sorry, cousin Mingyue, I misunderstood you. SK's clothes are so expensive, any one of them is worth $1 million, and there is a purchase threshold. I really didn't expect you to be able to afford it. Can't it be given by someone else?" Zhao Xiaohe couldn't stand Lu Jiyuan bullying Lu Mingyue. This cousin was so annoying. Lu Jiyuan glared at Zhao Xiaohe gloomily and said with a smile, "Who can give such an expensive dress? Is it a boyfriend?" At this point, she covered her mouth and pretended to be surprised. Did cousin Mingyue find a boyfriend? Lu Mingyue always thought that the dress was sent to the wrong place, and she didn't react until she heard the word boyfriend. She just agreed to Shen Weidong to accompany him to the banquet in the morning. This dress might be given by him. Originally, she was a little worried that she might have to spend a lot of money to buy a more expensive dress in the evening. Unexpectedly, Shen Weidong even considered this for her. It is said that Shen Weidong treats women well, but Lu Mingyue has never felt anything special. Now she feels it firsthand. They just slept together for one night by accident, and Shen Weidong gave her such an expensive dress. It was really generous. Thinking that Shen Weidong had agreed to pretend to be her boyfriend, Lu Mingyue nodded calmly. "Yes, I found it." Hearing this, Lu Jiyuan couldn't suppress her jealousy and said in a sarcastic tone, "My cousin's boyfriend is so generous that he is willing to buy you such expensive clothes." Lu Mingyue deliberately angered Lu Jiyuan. "Yes, he really dotes on me, and he has his own career, unlike some people who only know how to eat gigolos." Lu Jiyuan knew that Lu Mingyue was implying Zhu Zhan, and her nose was crooked with anger, but she couldn't refute a word. Because Zhu Zhan's family conditions are really not very good, and he still works in Lu's enterprise. To some extent, he is indeed eating gigolos. But, so what? At least her Zhu Zhan is young and handsome, and graduated from a prestigious university. He is 1 year older than Lu Mingyue and has already obtained his graduate certificate in advance. My mother said that Zhu Zhan is very capable and has a promising future. The most important thing is that Zhu Zhan was snatched from Lu Mingyue, and things snatched are delicious. Lu Mingyue, this little bastard, was just dumped by a Zhan. How could she find a generous boyfriend so quickly? She must have been hooking up with a rich man and being his mistress. After imagining the image of a rich man with a bald head and a big belly, Lu Jiyuan felt balanced and showed a gentle and generous expression again. "Cousin Mingyue, I'm getting married next month. You must bring your boyfriend. The positions of bridesmaid and best man are reserved for you." Speaking of this, Lu Jiyuan deliberately said, "Best man needs unmarried young people. I wonder if cousin Mingyue's boyfriend is suitable." Yeah. Lu Mingyue knew that Lu Jiyuan must have had some wrong thoughts in her mind, but fortunately she was prepared. Shen Weidong is quite impressive. Although he is a playboy, he is much better than Zhu Zhan in terms of appearance and family background. He can be regarded as a rare talent. Although he cannot be compared with the real dragon-like boss, he is also very outstanding. Lu Mingyue smiled and said, "Don't worry, he is definitely suitable. I am just afraid that he is too suitable and will steal the limelight from your bride and groom." Lu Jiyuan did not believe Lu Mingyue's words at all. An ugly rich man who has a mistress wants to steal the limelight from the groom? It's a joke. Zhu Zhan is really handsome, and he can debut as a star directly. Lu Jiyuan does not believe that Lu Mingyue can find someone more handsome than Zhu Zhan in a short time. She must be bragging. Anyway, her wedding is scheduled for next month. Lu Jiyuan is not in a hurry. She wants to see what Lu Mingyu can bring back. Chapter 12, Acting as and pretending to be an ex-boyfriend. After receiving the gift box, it was time to get off work, and Lu Mingyu and Zhao Xiaohe came out of the company together. Zhao Xiaohe's gossiping soul could not be suppressed at all, and she kept asking about Lu Mingyue's boyfriend. Lu Mingyu was a little embarrassed. How could Shen Weidong, the playboy, be her boyfriend? They just helped each other, and the dress he gave to SK was because he wanted her to be a female companion at the party. Seeing that Lu Mingyu didn't want to say it, Zhao Xiaohe didn't force it. The two came to the bus stop to wait for the bus, and a red BMW suddenly stopped beside them, and the car horn honked several times. The car window was lowered only after Lu Mingyu and the others were noticed. Lu Jieyuan sat in the passenger seat, smiling gently. Is my cousin going home? Do you want me to give you a ride? Before Lu Mingyu could speak, Lu Jieyuan suddenly remembered something and apologized sincerely. Oh, look at my poor memory. My cousin has a rich boyfriend, so he must look down on my ordinary luxury car. Lu Mingyu glanced at her and didn't bother to say a word. Seeing Lu Mingyue's cold face and silence, Lu Jieyuan thought that she was guilty and asked, my cousin's boyfriend is so rich, why doesn't he come to pick you up after get off work? And let you wait for the bus? Lu Mingyu said lightly, he is very busy. That's right, he makes so much money and has so many people to accompany. He definitely doesn't have time to accompany his girlfriend. Lu Jieyuan deliberately turned sideways to let Lu Mingyu and the others see Zhu Zhan inside, unlike my Arjan, who comes to pick me up after get off work early. Zhu Zhan sat in the driver's seat and frowned when he saw the SK gift box in Mingyue's hand. Mingyu has fair skin and beautiful looks, with a pair of straight and long legs. She is as beautiful as the heroine in a comic. Although they broke up, he misses the old times and still has feelings for her. But Mingyue's vanity is too strong. She just broke up with him and turned around to find a new boyfriend. From Jieyuan's tone, the other party seems to be quite rich, but he may be older. Otherwise, which rich second generation can just give a gift worth millions? Thinking of this, Zhu Zhan couldn't help but feel disgusted, and said to Lu Jieyuan in a very light tone, she doesn't appreciate it at all, you have to go around here to pick her up. You are too kind, don't worry about her anymore. Hearing Zhu Zhan belittle Lu Mingyu, Lu Jieyuan was very proud in her heart, and she had to pretend to be guilty. I'm sorry, cousin, John is just straightforward and outspoken, don't take it to heart. I'm not angry. Lu Mingyu said calmly, I don't have enough brain capacity, I can only speak from my intestines, how can I, a normal person, care about such a person? At this time, Zhao Xiaohe also came to his senses and quickly helped Mingyu. Yes, one of you is a show-off and a prude, and the other drives a red BMW worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to act like a rich person. You are really a perfect match made in heaven. I was embarrassed to scold you, but you didn't look at Mingyu. A set of SK clothes can buy 2 or 3 BMWs like yours. You still come here to show off your wealth and ask for scolding. You are clearly asking for abuse. How can I not help you? When Zhao Xiaohe started to scold people, she was much more venomous than Mingyu. She pronounced the word BMW like harmful garbage. Lu Jieyuan's face turned blue after being scolded, and Zhu Zhan also turned cold. Mingyu, I didn't expect you to become so petty now, and your words are so vicious. Your friends are also greedy for money. I was wrong at the beginning. After saying that, he comforted Lu Jieyuan while driving away. Zhao Xiaohe was stunned and couldn't recover. Mingyu, your cousin is so nice. And that guy is actually your ex-boyfriend. He is so blind. Did you get blinded by him and then date him? Lu Mingyue's mood suddenly became a little depressed. Yes, how could she like such a stupid man? But as long as she wanted to find out the reason, she would become very depressed, so she simply didn't want to think about it. Seeing that Mingyu was in a bad mood, Zhao Xiaohe hurriedly said, the scumbag is a thing of the past. You are really good now. Let's not talk about the scumbag and talk about SK. She happily pulled Mingyu to talk about SK's famous history, and asked Mingyu to remember to take some photos of the banquet when she attended the banquet tonight, so that she could broaden her horizons. The bus came soon, and Lu Mingyu and Zhao Xiaohe waved goodbye and got on the bus. When she got home, Lu Jieyuan was not at home, but her uncle was. As soon as the uncle saw Mingyu, he immediately rushed over to ask about the blind date. Mingyu, you are so stupid, how can you work overtime when you are on a blind date? You didn't come back all night and the phone was not accessible. The returnee was very dissatisfied. I heard from Jie Yuan that he had a big temper after returning. Lu Mingyu said, "Uncle, I have a boyfriend." Uncle was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, "What's his name? Where is he from? What job does he do? You were still on a blind date yesterday, and you have a boyfriend today. Isn't it an excuse for not wanting to go on a blind date?" Lu Mingyu said, "I will bring it to uncle on the day of my cousin's wedding." Hearing his niece say this, the uncle was slightly relieved. After dealing with the uncle, Mingyu returned to the room and opened the gift box. Although Zhao Xiaohe repeatedly popularized to her how expensive the SK brand is, Lu Mingyue's eyes were still dazzled when she took out the dress. The dress was a dark blue knee-length dress, with several rows of diamonds inlaid on the hem in a very low-key manner. Wearing it was like standing on the sea refracted by the sun. Even if she didn't understand luxury goods, she knew how ridiculously expensive this dress was. She felt a little uneasy. After changing into the dress, Lu Mingyu sent a message to, not surnamed Shin. "General Manager, I'm just attending a banquet, why did you buy me such an expensive dress?" Chapter 13 General Manager Shin is very fickle. This time, WeChat replied quickly, "Because you deserve it." Looking at this message, Mingyue's eyes suddenly turned red. She also had a lot of beautiful clothes when she was a child, but since her cousin's family came, her cousin occupied all her beautiful clothes, and only gave her the ones she didn't like and wore out. Even classmates said, "Mingyu, your cousin's family adopted you and gave you such beautiful clothes to wear. You are so lucky." As long as Mingyu dared to say that these were worn by her cousin, people around her would immediately criticize her. As an orphan, it's good enough to have clothes to wear. Jie Yuan was kind enough to give you clothes, but you still complained and didn't know how to be grateful. You will definitely be an ungrateful person when you grow up. At this time, Lu Jie Yuan would pretend to persuade her, "Don't say that about my cousin. After all, she is a girl and it's normal to love beauty." So, Lu Mingyu would receive more contempt and criticism. Over time, Lu Mingyu felt that she was only worthy of wearing the clothes that her cousin had left over. "I didn't expect that today I would get such an affirmation from a playboy." After a long time without a reply, another message came, "Why aren't you talking? Have you put on the dress? Do you like it?" Mingyu wiped her eyes and quickly replied, "I have put it on, it's very beautiful, I like it very much." Yang Qingji's mouth corners slightly raised. How could the dress he personally selected be bad? Lu Mingyu asked curiously, "The dress fits me very well, how do you know my height, weight and waist?" Yang Qingji thought to himself, "Is there any part of your body that I haven't seen and touched?" Thinking of the other party's delicate and warm body that night, Yang Qingji's throat couldn't help but tighten a little, and he sent a message slowly, "It shows that I have a good eye." "Yes, Mr. Shin is very attentive, thank you." Seeing this message, Yang Qingji's originally good mood was immediately ruined. He condescended to personally select the dress, but she kept saying thank you Shin Weidong. Yang Qingji sent a message with a cold face, "It's not for you, just for you to wear to the party, don't think too much." Lu Mingyu. Why does it feel like the other party is suddenly angry? She praised him and thanked him, what's the point of being angry? Is it because the praise is not sincere and specific enough? Yang Qingji was still waiting for the other party to admit his mistake, but there was no response for a long time. He took a deep breath and sent a message with a cold face. "What's a dress? Shin Weidong has dozens of girlfriends, and the gifts received by other girlfriends are diamonds and gems." He was implying that Shin Weidong treated other girlfriends better and wanted to kill any good feelings Lu Mingyu had for Shin Weidong in the cradle. Lu Mingyu was stunned. She had heard that Shin Weidong had many girlfriends, but she didn't expect there were dozens of them. There are only 365 days in a year. Even if he changed one every 3 days, could he sleep well? Thinking of the man's strong and solid abdominal muscles on the night of number 666, and the wildness that wanted to swallow her into his stomach, Lu Mingyue's face turned red, and she felt a little uncomfortable at the same time. No matter what, she was still a little moved when the other party held her with strong arms and kissed her hard that night. She replied to the message very impolitely, "Yes, Mr. Shin is very lucky and generous. I wish your girlfriends can stay with you for a lifetime and help you to spend money well together." Yang Qingji looked at the message on the phone and knew that he had successfully eliminated Lu Mingyue's good impression of Shin Weidong. He couldn't help feeling a little happy. He raised his mouth and sent, "The party will start soon, wait at home, I will pick you up." Special Assistant Jin saw from the rearview mirror that Mr. Yang's mood had improved, and secretly wiped a cold sweat. Just now, Mr. Yang didn't know who he was chatting with in the message, and his face turned black while chatting. The air pressure in the whole car became low, which was scary. He asked cautiously, "Mr. Yang, should we go directly to the banquet now?" Chapter 14. My boyfriend is more handsome than you, taller than you, and richer than you. Yang Qingji said, "Go to the rose garden first and pick up someone." Special Assistant Jin secretly felt strange. Who was Mr. Yang going to pick up? I heard that the rose garden is basically a gathering place for ordinary wealthy people. Who is so proud that he would ask Mr. Yang to pick him up in person? Assistant Jin silently turned the car around. Lu Mingyu saw, not named Shin. After the message, he only replied with the word good and threw the phone aside. It's really strange. I obviously don't like Shin Weidong at all, but I saw this in WeChat, not named Shin. With a flirtatious tone, why does she feel depressed? The depressed Mingyu put on light makeup, picked up a bag and went downstairs. As soon as I walked out of the house, a blast of cold air hit my face. Although December in the south was not too cold, the dress was thin and Lu Mingyu still shrank her neck due to the cold. Fortunately, she was smart enough to grab a coat. Just as he was about to put on his coat, he saw Lu Jieyuan coming back, holding Zhu Zhan's arm intimately. Lu Mingyu didn't even bother to say hello and wanted to walk around them and leave. Lu Jieyuan noticed the dark blue dress she was wearing. It was the latest model she had seen in a magazine, a limited edition, and cost over 7 figures. The jealousy in her eyes was almost smoking. But since Arjan was here, she didn't dare to show it too obviously, and asked reservedly, "Are you going on a date with your boyfriend, cousin? The weather is so cold, even if you want to win the favor of a man, you should put on more clothes." This is a deliberate statement that she is wearing revealing clothes. Lu Mingyue's dress was an off-shoulder style, revealing a large area of shoulder skin, which was so white that it seemed to glow, and so beautiful that it made people jealous. The most hateful thing was that Zhu Zhan's gaze stayed on her for several seconds without moving away, and the warmth in his eyes could not be concealed. She was holding a coat in her hand. It was obviously a cheap piece of street stall merchandise, but it looked like some noble ornament on her arm, making her look like a queen. Lu Mingyu smiled sweetly on purpose. "No, it's my boyfriend who wants to take me to a banquet. It's the most high-end banquet in the city. It has heating, so it won't be cold. It's just a show of acting skills, who can't do it?" Lu Jieyuan's face suddenly turned ugly, and she said to Zhu Zhan in frustration, "Mingyu has a rich boyfriend, but she doesn't dare to let her family know. I'm worried that she was deceived by an old man. Yesterday I introduced her to my mentor's son for a blind date, but she turned her back on him and even humiliated him, a returnee. It seems I was meddling in other people's business." Zhu Zhan believed everything he heard. Thinking of the hurtful words that Lu Mingyue's colleague said in the evening, he immediately became disgusted. He advised angrily, "Mingyu, I know I am sorry for you and I made you sad, but you can't degrade yourself like this. I am really disappointed in you. What level of Piyushan man is this?" At this moment, Lu Mingyu was really grateful to Lu Jieyuan from the bottom of her heart. She was grateful to her for helping her recognize the true face of the scumbag. "My boyfriend is not only richer than you, taller and more handsome than you, but most importantly, he is more loyal than you and won't play two-timing. By comparison, I am degrading myself when I am with you." After Lu Mingyu finished her retort with a smile, she saw the couple in front of her change their expressions at the same time. Are her words so lethal? How could it actually shock both of them? Lu Mingyu was surprised when she found Zhu Zhan and Lu Jieyuan looking behind her with their eyes wide open. She turned around and found a black Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road, with several tall bodyguards standing beside the car. The cold battle was intimidating. Chapter 15. It turned out that I was accompanying my boyfriend to the banquet. The bodyguard said to Lu Mingyu respectfully, "Miss Lu, our boss, please get in the car." Lu Mingyu is embarrassed. Shin Weidong arrived so soon. Could he have heard what he just said? A little embarrassing. Lu Jieyuan secretly estimated that the limited edition Rolls-Royce driven by the other party could buy 20 BMWs driven by Zhu Zhan. She quietly took a few steps forward, trying to see what the man in the car looked like. But the car windows were covered with anti-theft film, so I couldn't see anything. The more mysterious the other party was, the more Lu Jieyuan felt that her guess was correct. He must be an old man who was not willing to show himself in public. She wanted to go around to the front of the car to take a look, but two tall bodyguards stepped forward and blocked her way, with a cold and murderous look on their faces that said, "Did you get any closer?" Lu Jiayuan was frightened by the bodyguard's terrifying aura and didn't dare to move forward. She could only watch as the bodyguard, who was fierce to her, respectfully welcomed Lu Mingyue into the car. Lu Jiayuan felt hatred and jealousy, and almost twisted the crocodile bag in her hand into a knot. The other party is so rich and considerate, he can't be one of those young rich second generations who are too arrogant. He must be an old, ugly guy. What's the point of Lu Mingyue being beautiful? She will still be held in the arms of this disgusting old man and played with. When the old man gets tired of playing with her, he will kick her away. Yuan, stop looking. Zhu Zhan hugged her gently. Lu Mingyue has no self-respect and is willing to degenerate. No matter how worried you are, she won't appreciate it. Lu Jiayuan quickly put away the twisted and jealous look on her face and nodded gently. Well, I'm a little tired, let's go home. You are not feeling well, you need to have a good rest. Mingyue was totally uninterested in the disgusting and affectionate drama between this scumbag couple. Because the president in the car gave her a little fright. Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang? Why is it you? Last night when she was stuck in the company after working overtime, she inexplicably occupied her boss's bed. When she saw her boss, she couldn't help but feel guilty. She wanted to take a detic and walk away as soon as she was 10 meters away. Now, she actually got into her boss's car again. Yang Qingji glanced at her and frowned when he saw her smooth shoulders. Lu Mingyue couldn't understand the emotion in his eyes, so she heard him ask quietly, "Are you the female companion tonight?" Only then did Lu Mingyue realize that Shen Weidong asked her to be the boss's female companion. Seeing how cold the CEO was, he probably didn't care about her occupying the bed at all. She nodded quickly. "Hello, Mr. Yang, don't worry, Mr. Yang, I will not embarrass you." Yang Qingji still nodded lightly and asked Assistant Jin to raise the temperature in the car. Wrapped in the heater, Lu Mingyue really wanted to sigh that the president was a very nice person. Yang Qingji looked at the ordinary home coat she was holding, then raised his wrist to check the time, and said to his special assistant, "Let's go to the styling shop first." "Yes." Assistant Jin responded calmly on the surface, but thunderbolts were flashing through his heart. Isn't this an intern from their company? The person that Mr. Yang personally went to pick up was actually her. Moreover, the clothes she was wearing were personally selected by Mr. Yang after he spent more than an hour today, and he personally watched the designer change the size. "I just worked overtime with President Yang last night, and today I caught his eye." As expected of Mr. Yang, the girls he likes are hard-working and polite, unlike other spoiled rich second generations who only like those lazy girls who can only speak in a coquettish voice and act like a spoiled brat. Assistant Jin, whose heart was filled with turbulent emotions, drove the car steadily to the styling house. Lu Mingyue was surrounded by a group of fashionable stylists. The leader kept praising her. "Ms. Lu has great skin and a perfect body proportion. I promise I can make you the most beautiful heroine tonight." Influenced by gossip Zhao Xiaoher, Lu Mingyue had some understanding of the entertainment industry and quickly recognized that the person in front of her was the styling team of top young actress Lin Yinyu. He is indeed a rich man, making such a big fuss about attending a banquet. After Lu Mingyue finished her styling, she couldn't believe that the woman in the mirror who was so beautiful that she could not be seen from any angle was actually herself. "The stylist gave me a lot of compliments again." Lu Mingyue felt like crying but had no tears. It was such a high-level banquet and she didn't know if she could hold on and make it through the whole thing. Yang Qingji walked over and was stunned by the bright Lu Mingyue, and praised, "Not bad, you really didn't embarrass me." Lu Mingyue's nervousness disappeared immediately. The male god praised her. Then she must perform well and try to make her boyfriend look good. After getting in the car, Lu Mingyue was still a little cautious. After all, the CEO's aura is so strong that no one can ignore it. Even if they get along with each other a few times, even if they occupy the CEO's bed, she is still a little scared. She tugged on the scarf that the president asked the stylist to add to her, and quietly pressed it against the car window to minimize her presence. But the president seemed to be in a good mood and took the initiative to talk to her. "What do you think of Shen Weidong?" Chapter 16. The CEO still has a cat at home. Lu Mingyue's waist suddenly became straight. Although Shen Weidong had just been demoted, it was said that he was related to Mr. Yang and was a relative. She didn't dare to speak ill of him in front of the CEO, so she falsely praised him. "He's quite nice." Unexpectedly, Yang Qingji's originally gentle expression immediately darkened. What's so good about it? Didn't I just give her some science knowledge? How rich is Shen Weidong? Why don't you have a long memory at all? Lu Mingyue was so frightened that her heart trembled violently. Did the CEO think her praise was not specific enough? She racked her brains and said, Manager Shen is very handsome, gentle and attentive, and generous with his actions. She has already politely skipped over his dark history of being a philanderer, so she shouldn't make any mistakes again, right? As a result, Mr. Yang's face became even uglier, but there was no emotion in his tone. Your eyesight is not good, you should go to the ophthalmologist when you have time. The low pressure in the carriage made Lu Mingyue's legs go weak. Lu Mingyue quietly moved to the side, almost sticking to the car window. People with bad eyesight get scolded. The president is too controlling. He must have accidentally occupied the president's bed last night, and he is holding a grudge against me, so he is taking advantage of the situation. Mingyue suddenly had an idea. Could it be that the president was in a bad mood when he woke up, and it was delayed and only started now? Just as I was daydreaming, I heard Yang Qingji speak in a bad tone. Did I ask you to sit so far away? Lu Mingyue gritted her teeth and leaned back towards him. At this moment, Assistant Jin suddenly braked and Lu Mingyue almost hit the fender in front. Yang Qingji quickly grabbed her. Throwing herself into the broad embrace, with her cheek pressed against the cold and hard suit, Lu Mingyue heard the president's strong heartbeat, which was warm and familiar. She was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but look up and bumped into the president's dark and deep eyes. He seemed to be restraining some emotions. This kind of president seems even more handsome. Mingyue was stunned. Yang Qingji quickly came to his senses and asked, What happened? Boss Yang, there seems to be a car accident ahead. I'll go down and take a look. Assistant Jin got out of the car quickly. Lu Mingyue was still nestled in Yang Qingji's arms in a daze. Why did the president's embrace give her a very familiar feeling, as if she had walked into the wrong room that night? Before Lu Mingyue could figure out what was going on, Yang Qingji's low, magnetic voice rang out above her head, Can't bear to get up. Lu Mingyue sat down quickly, and in her panic she seemed to have touched the president's private parts, and it was something she shouldn't have touched, and it was quite uncomfortable. The president's face didn't look good. Her face suddenly became as soft as a cooked shrimp. Sorry. Then, she heard the president hissing softly, and she asked nervously, Boss Yang, are you hurt somewhere? Could it be that she used too much force and hurt the president? There are a few small wounds on my back. Yang Qingji looked at her with an unclear emotion. A few days ago, I was scratched by a kitten. Even though she was scratched, why did the president's tone still sound doting? Lu Mingyue was surprised. Mr. Yang, do you have a cat at home? Yang Qingji seemed to have not expected Lu Mingyue to react like this, and said in an unhappy tone, I haven't taken her home yet. If you don't take it home, then it's just a stray cat on the roadside. You were actually scratched by a wild cat. Lu Mingyue was shocked. Wild cats may carry viruses. Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Have you been vaccinated? Yang Qingji sneered, I don't need to go to the hospital, you are the one who needs to go to the hospital. The president was angry again, and the mood was even lower than before. Lu Mingyue began to move to the side quietly again. Rich people are really hard to please, they change their attitude several times in half an hour. Assistant Jin came back quickly and reported the situation. Boss Yang, there was a rear-end collision ahead, we may have to take a DTIC. Yang Qingji nodded calmly, yeah. As a result of taking a DTIC, they were the last to arrive at the banquet. However, Yang Qingji's status was there, so no one dared to say anything even though he was late. They were just very curious about the beautiful woman following him. The banquet was held at the Huangting Hotel, the largest 5-star hotel in the city. But Mingyue was not in the mood to appreciate this high-standard luxurious venue, because the president seemed to still be angry. He walked very fast. He had long legs, and when he walked fast with his long legs, Lu Mingyue had to sprint to catch up with him. As a result, he failed to brake and hit Yang Qingji's back. She quickly covered her hurt nose and apologized. Yang Qingji seemed to have calmed down, and turned back helplessly and asked, Did it hurt? Lu Mingyue nodded repeatedly, thinking that the president would show some concern, but the president only said one word, stupid. Lu Mingyue. Okay, why he suddenly became so gentle? It turns out that he was attacking me for my IQ. How come the male god is not as cold and noble as imagined, but is so down to earth, holds grudges, and is so narrow-minded. Lu Mingyu was a little curious and wanted to ask if this could be considered an industrial injury, but suddenly she realized that she had become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone stared at her. Chapter 17. The CEO is the most handsome in the world. Mingyue had never been to such an occasion before, and she felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by so many eyes in the venue. Yang Qingji flexed his arms and signaled her, "Don't be nervous." Lu Mingyu quickly took his arm. For some reason, at this moment, the aloof boss who was always high and mighty and intimidating to her gave her an incomparable sense of security. She actually had an idea that as long as she stayed with him, she wouldn't have to be afraid no matter what happened. After entering the venue, Lu Mingyu deeply realized the high level of this banquet. There are not only many business tycoons who are often seen on TV shows and magazine covers, but also several very popular and famous stars, including small and big stars, movie kings and queens. It's almost too much to keep up with them all. Mingyue got to know many business tycoons through Yang Qingji. The person in front of me turned out to be Mr. Wang. His electrical appliances were sold very expensively and were popular all over the country. He was quite young, but there was a little glow on his head. Is this the wealthy lady, Mrs. Zheng? The gossip news said that she had photographed a necklace worth hundreds of millions of yuan a few days ago. Is that the one she is wearing around her neck? So shiny and bright. Yang Qingji only mentioned these people casually without saying much. It was not until he walked in front of a CEO that Yang Qingji's expression became a little more formal. The boss was wearing an iron gray suit. He was about 60 years old, a little short, with gray hair, obvious wrinkles on his face, and a kind look. Mingyue had studied Wanhua Electronics Group carefully, so she recognized at a glance that this was Wanhua's CEO, Liu Quangui. She was secretly surprised. She had discussed with Zhao Xiaohe today how to quickly get to know the senior executives of Wanhua Group. Unexpectedly, tonight, her boss took her to meet the CEO of Wanhua. Liu Quangui greeted Yang Qingji warmly, calling him Mr. Yang all the time, without any of the condescending attitude he showed when talking to a junior. Yang Qingji also politely exchanged a few words with him, and then turned his attention to Lu Mingyu. Liu Quangui asked with great insight, "Would you like to introduce this beautiful lady next to Mr. Yang?" Lu Mingyu suddenly became a little nervous, and then she heard Yang Qingji say, "Her name is Lu Mingyu, she is an employee of my company, and she is also my female companion tonight." Although Yang Qingji did not reveal Lu Mingyue's identity, who was not a smart person at the scene. Moreover, he never brought a female companion to the banquet in the past. Now this person, those who understand will understand. Liu Quangui's attitude became even more enthusiastic, and he spared no effort to praise Lu Mingyu, saying that she was young and promising, beautiful, and able to endure hardships. Mingyue acted very sincerely, "No, no. In fact, what she wanted to ask was, how can you tell that I am young and promising and able to endure hardships?" Liu Quangui could clearly see that Yang Qingji was interested in promoting Lu Mingyu, so he chatted with her for a long time. In the end, they exchanged contact information and he suggested that they could go out for dinner together when they had time. Lu Mingyu seemed to see $1 billion order waving at her. Finally, after Yang Qingji verbally promised to have dinner together when he was free, Mr. Liu reluctantly left. Lu Mingyu had $1 billion order in her bag. No, it was Mr. Liu's business card. After she continued to follow Mr. Yang to meet a bunch of bigwigs who often appeared in news magazines, her face was almost frozen with smile. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure in front of her: Cheng Bakan, actor Cheng. Mingyue was very excited. She really likes actor Cheng's movies and didn't he expect to see her idol in a place like this. She made a lot of money at this banquet tonight. Lu Mingyu tried hard to suppress her excitement. If the occasion wasn't wrong, she would have rushed forward to ask for an autographed photo. Does it look good? Just then, a deep voice sounded in his ears, and Lu Mingyu nodded frantically. The voice continued to ask, "That person is so old, how can he be good looking?" Mingyue replied without hesitation, "That's Mr. Cheng. I didn't expect that he is even more handsome in person than in the camera. He is so tall and has such a good temperament." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Mingyu felt as if she was surrounded by a cold air. She raised her head with a bad look on her face, and saw the president's handsome face that looked like it was about to take a turn for the worse. "Yang, President Yang." Mr. Yang asked with a sullen face, "Who is better looking, me or him?" Lu Mingyu could clearly sense that the CEO was in a bad mood. Recalling that he loved to be flattered, she turned into a flatterer without hesitation. Of course, President Yang is good looking. President Yang is the most handsome man in the world. Chapter 18: The World of the Rich. Yang Qingji snorted coldly, "Don't forget your mission. Don't look at other men casually." Lu Mingyu complained in her heart, "Not only does the president have a bad temper, but he is also so jealous that he wants to be the first even in something like this." She quickly put on a sincere face, "Boss Yang is so handsome. If I look at your face every day, how can I be attracted to other men?" Yang Qingji snorted, "You'd better not say one thing and mean another." Lu Mingyu had to flatter the president again before he finally appeased him. At this time, someone came to invite Yang Qingji, and it seemed that he was his partner. He told Mingyue, "Find a place and stay there. I'll come find you after I finish talking." Lu Mingyu assured the president, then found a corner and prepared to have a good meal. "As soon as I sat down, I heard a sarcastic voice, 'Are you the female companion that Mr. Yang brought? You are quite pretty, no wonder you are so charming to Mr. Yang.'" Lu Mingyu turned her head and saw a beautiful but angry face. She recalled and found out that it was the top young actress, Lin Yinyu. Mingyue also knows that she is beautiful. But Mingyue was still very happy to hear such high praise from a young girl who called herself the ceiling of beauty. She smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Yinyu didn't expect Lu Mingyu to react like this, and she was stunned for a moment. Her styling team was inexplicably transferred away, reportedly to do styling for a woman named Lu Mingyu, and she was furious. Yang Qingji has never been interested in women, and there has never been a female companion around him in these years. But today, not only did he bring Lu Mingyu to the banquet, he also transferred her styling team away. In order to attract Yang Qingji's attention, she had tried every possible means, such as pretending to faint and falling in front of him. Once, she even broke her high heels, but Yang Qingji didn't even glance at her. In the end, she had to call her agent to pick her up. Why should such a beautiful flower on the mountain be picked by this unknown little woman in front of me? Lin Yinyu had been holding back her resentment for the whole night, so she wanted to teach her a lesson. After finally waiting for this woman to be alone, she wanted to come over and give her a good riddance, but she didn't expect that she would be so arrogant with the support of Boss Yang. She was full of sarcasm, "Don't you know me?" Lu Mingyu kept a polite smile and said, "I know you. The idol drama you starred in is very popular. I have a colleague who likes you very much. You know me, and you still dare to treat me like this." Lin Yinyu raised her chin and said this with a smug expression, as if saying, "Apologize quickly and I can give you a chance to take a photo with me." But in Mingyue's eyes, she really looked like a white swan waiting for someone to pluck her feathers. Lu Mingyu said sincerely, "You praise me, I thank you, this is a normal human reaction, right?" Lin Yinyu was so angry that her face turned red. What she meant was that Lin Yinyu was not a normal person. How dare Lu Mingyu be so arrogant? Is she very favored? Lin Yinyu was unsure of her position for a moment, so she spat angrily and turned away. Then she picked up her phone, opened a WeChat profile picture, transferred some money to the other party, and sent a message, "Please do a thorough investigation of Lu Mingyue's background for me." The other party took the money and quickly replied with a few words, "Received." Lu Mingyu didn't take Lin Yinyu's gloomy expression seriously. She just lamented the ceiling of appearance in the entertainment industry. It seemed that it was just that simple when viewed from a close distance. "I can go back and brag to Zhao Xiaohe again." Lu Mingyu started eating happily. "This one smells good, that one is sweet, this one is crunchy." Then, she was sadly overfed. Mingyue, who was full, turned around and saw the president standing not far away, surrounded by several people who were chatting with him. From a distance, the president seemed to be glowing, attracting everyone's attention. There is a saying that the president's aura that stands out from the crowd and his handsome face are indeed more handsome than the actor Cheng. I wonder who will be qualified to stand by his side and become his significant other in the future. Lu Mingyu stared at the CEO in a daze for a while, then touched her slightly stretched belly and slipped into the back garden to eat. There is a large swimming pool here, as well as rockeries and flowing water, and various flowers bloom in winter. It's a world of rich people. Flowers, flowers, why do you bloom so beautifully in winter? Lu Mingyu muttered to the colorful and expensive flowers, and suddenly received a WeChat message. Where? It's not named Shen. Sent. Lu Mingyu immediately replied, "It's in the back garden." There seemed to be some anger there. "I asked you to be the female companion, How dare you hide and be lazy? Lu Mingyu found it strange that Shen Weidong didn't come to the banquet, right? Why does she seem to know her every move? She quickly explained, I'm full and I'm trying to digest my food. Not named Shen. After a while, the other person suddenly asked, what do you think of Mr. Yang? Lu Mingyu immediately became energetic. Why is this topic so familiar? In the car just now, didn't the CEO ask about Shen Weidong's personality? Emotionally, they were secretly testing her to see if she was loyal enough as an employee. Fortunately, she is smart, how can she let them succeed so easily? Boss Yang is so handsome. You don't know, all the women at the scene are staring at him. Lin Yanyu, who is known as the most beautiful vase in the entertainment industry, has her eyes almost glued to him. After the praise, he felt it was not enough, so he added, I also think he is super handsome. Actor Cheng is not as good as him. Chapter 19. The CEO's legs are too long and I can't catch up. The other side seemed unconvinced, no flaws at all. Lu Mingyu racked her brains to come up with a shortcoming that she wasn't afraid of being accused of. His legs are too long and he walks too fast for me to catch up with him. Is that a shortcoming? After this message was sent, there was no reply for a long time. Yang Qingji put away his phone, turned down the person who wanted to come up and talk to him, and walked towards the back garden. Assistant Jin, who was following beside him, was very surprised. At today's banquet, President Jing seemed to be looking at his phone the whole time, and he even seemed to be smiling at the phone just now. The iceberg melted without any warning, which was incredible no matter how you looked at it. Could it be that Mr. Yang is in love? That's why his mood is like the weather in June, sometimes sunny and sometimes rainy. I just don't know which powerful woman conquered his Mr. Yang. Assistant Jin was lost in thought when he suddenly heard his boss say, go and drive the car back, and let the others go first. Assistant Jin has been with the president for so long and has never heard such a strange request. He was confused for a moment. Boss Yang, the car has left. How are you going to get back? Seeing that Yang Qingji's face showed no expression, Special Assistant Jin did not dare to ask any more questions. He replied, yes, quickly walked out of the venue, drove away, and took the bodyguards away with him. In the back garden, Lu Mingyu was staring at Donghua in a daze when she suddenly heard someone calling her, Mingyue. Lu Mingyu turned around and saw the president walking towards her in the night, exuding a refreshing aura. So handsome. This time, Mingyue clearly heard the sound of her little darling melting away. Yang Qingji said, let's go home. It turned out that the banquet was over. Lu Mingyu followed Yang Qingji to the door of the hotel, but the car they were expecting was gone. Yang Qingji said frankly, the car is broken, send it to be repaired, let's go outside and take a taxi. Lu Mingyu. When she came over, she clearly saw two cars following the president's car. President, is it appropriate for you to say such outrageous things in a serious manner? But Mingyue is a timid girl. She dare not express any doubt towards her boss. She pretends to be happy and follows the president out. It was already past 11 in the evening, and the streets were deserted and very quiet. The shadows of the two were long and intertwined under the street lights, which was actually a bit romantic. Lu Mingyu was surprised to find that the president walked so slowly that she had to stop occasionally to wait for him even in her high heels. Recalling the president's words about being scratched by a cat when they were in the car just now, she asked with concern, President, are your injuries still serious? Why are you walking so slowly? Yang Qingji looked at her with disdain, you don't like me walking like this. Mingyue was very confused. She thought about it and finally remembered that the CEO was jealous of Mr. Cheng. Mr. Cheng had a classic movie, in which there was a classic shot where he walked very, very slowly, with super burning background music, and he looked so handsome. So, the president is trying to compete with Mr. Cheng in terms of handsomeness. Mingyue, who thought she had caught a glimpse of the president's unique affection, was amazed. It turns out that women are not the only ones who love to compare beauty. Men love to compare too. She quickly said, I like the president no matter what he does. As soon as she finished speaking, the president stopped and stared at her with deep eyes for a few seconds, then said, little liar. Was he actually seen through? Lu Mingyu didn't expect the president to be so smart. She couldn't think of anything better to say, so she just shut up. The air became quiet again, and Yang Qingji suddenly asked, you performed well tonight, do you have any wishes? Lu Mingyu suddenly became excited, Boss Yang, what do you mean by this? Should he give her a raise? Or should he give her some special training to help her win Mr. Liu's billion-dollar order? No matter what your wish is, as long as you raise it, I can make it come true. Yang Qingji looked at her, as if encouraging her to be bolder and not make any excessive requests. Lu Mingyue asked cautiously, then, can I be converted to a full-time employee after the internship period? Yang Qingji's face darkened. Is this all you want? When Mingyue saw that the president was angry, she remembered his tendency to turn hostile at any time and secretly regretted it. The president must have been testing her just now, and he found out that she was such an unmotivated employee who wanted to use the back door. He is indeed a legend in the business world, so cunning. It's over. She must have left a very bad impression on the president, and her chances of becoming a regular employee are probably a bit uncertain. She quickly made up for it. Please rest assured, Mr. Yang, I will definitely work harder to become a formal employee and contribute to the company. Yang Qingji looked at her suspiciously. You really don't have any other requests? Seeing that the CEO was determined to ask her for something, Lu Mingyue asked quietly, well, it's so cold today and it's so late now, can you give me double the overtime pay? Mr. Yang's face was unrecognizable. Do you think you are working overtime tonight? Isn't he it? Lu Mingyue was a little confused. The president had a blank expression on his face and his tone of voice was low, but Lu Mingyue felt that he was angry. I'm very angry, the kind that no amount of flattery can appease me. Looking at Yang Qingji's tall and straight figure, Lu Mingyue felt a little depressed. The president is a bit too stingy. He turns hostile when money is mentioned. He is indeed a blood-sucking capitalist. They still make tens of millions per minute. They don't even allow employees to fight for their reasonable benefits. Chapter 20. Do you think her death was not thorough enough? Yang Qingji turned around and saw Lu Mingyue walking slower and slower, her eyes rolling around. He had no idea what was going on in her little head. He frowned. I'll let Xiao Jin take you home. Lu Mingyue subconsciously asked, Mr. Yang, didn't you ask Assistant Jin to send your car for repair? Yang Qingji's face turned black. Do you have a spare car? Soon Lu Mingyue got into the spare car, which was driven by Assistant Jin himself. She sat in the back seat and politely said goodbye to the president. When the car drove further away, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Assistant, can I ask you a question? Assistant Jin's attitude was quite gentle. Ms. Lu, please go ahead. Lu Mingyue paused. The people around the president are so polite. They treat their subordinates so politely after work. How many cars does Mr. Yang have? Assistant Jin casually said, not counting the ones he parked at the old house, there are probably 7 or 8. Lu Mingyue couldn't help but complain in a low voice that her boss was so rich, yet he still haggled with her for overtime pay. Too stingy. After returning to Rose Community, Lu Mingyue thanked Special Assistant Jin. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Lu Jieyuan standing there, pulling Zhu Zhan and looking into the car. Lu Mingyue knew what she was up to and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Lu Jieyuan stopped her, her tone was full of concern, her eyes scanning her body. Cousin, why did you come back so late? Won't your boyfriend get out of the car to see you off? It's better not to do that. There's a habitual thief at home. Lu Mingyue looked at her with a smile on her face. My boyfriend is so outstanding. I'm afraid someone will eat what's in the bowl and still want what's in the pot. I have to hide well this time. Lu Jieyuan was choked by Lu Mingyue and looked at Zhu Zhan with red eyes, aggrieved. Cousin, I just care about you, can you not be so hostile to me? Zhu Zhan's expression also darkened, and he scolded, Mingyue, we have already explained everything very clearly between us, why do you have to go around making excuses and making trouble? Can you figure out the situation? It's your girlfriend who's pestering you now. Lu Mingyue smiled faintly, I sincerely wish you a long-lasting relationship. It's best to avoid each other next time you meet, otherwise your girlfriend will mistakenly think that you are the same as her, thinking about the pot while having the food in the bowl. Zhu Zhan pursued Lu Mingyue, and their whole school knew about it. Later, he held a big bouquet of red roses and confessed to her in public. Mingyue had only a little affection for him, but there were too many people watching at the time, and she didn't want to embarrass Zhu Zhan, so she didn't reject him in public. As a result, everyone assumed they were a couple. The first relationship in her life started with cheers, and she didn't like Zhu Zhan that much. So for Zhu Zhan's cheating behavior, she would only be sad for 1 day at most, and she would never waste another brain cell on this scumbag the next day. Lu Mingyue felt refreshed after she finished fighting the bitch, and she didn't even mind that her boss didn't give her overtime pay. After returning to her room, taking off her makeup and taking a shower, Lu Mingyu looked at the overly shiny dress and gave, not named Shin. Sent a WeChat message. Manager Shin, today's banquet has ended successfully. I will return the dress to you later. Can you give me your address? It took a while before the other side responded. No need. A few simple words made Lu Mingyue's heart skip a beat. She didn't want to owe Shin Weidong too much for a dress, so she continued to send the message tactfully. Manager Shin, the dress is too expensive, I can't accept it. After waiting for a few seconds, he replied, which girlfriend do you want me to give to my old clothes? Seeing this arrogant message, Lu Mingyu almost couldn't help but roll her eyes. I know you have many girlfriends, but there's no need to tell them all the time, right? Is this something worth showing off? Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and discussed, then I will take it and return it, and then I will pay you back the money. Mingyue has been alone since she was a child, and is not used to accepting such unprovoked favors. She also understands that it will be difficult for two people to break up after being entangled in money. No retreat. The tone over there was domineering. Before Lu Mingyu could think of how to reply, another message came over there. Want to repay me? Bring a breakfast to the company tomorrow. Lu Mingyu twitched her fingertips. Manager Shin, are you going back to the head office tomorrow? There was no explanation. If you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend, just do as I say. Also, don't forget that you still have something in my hand. Lu Mingyu was very depressed. This romantic young man was finally transferred, but ended up having to go back to the head office because of a breakfast. But if you don't agree to him, the boyfriend you finally rented will be gone. The most important thing is that she was so careless that night that she didn't even notice that she left something behind in room 666. Because of this incident, Mingyue didn't sleep well all night, and she undoubtedly had 2 dark circles under her eyes the next day. She got up early, carried 2 breakfasts and squatted in a secret corner outside the company square to wait. Wait and wait. Colleagues from the company have come to work one after another, even the president has come, but Shin Weidong has not shown up yet. Lu Mingyue was certain that the romantic young man was probably playing tricks on her on purpose. She was polite first and then responded politely to, not named Shin. Send a message, Manager Shin, I have brought breakfast to the company. Yang Qingji was waiting for the elevator door when a message on his phone rang suddenly. He opened it casually and replied with a few words in a good mood, send it to the president's office, for your boss. Lu Mingyue, who was squatting outside the company until her feet were numb, stared at this message in disbelief. What exactly does Shin Weidong want to do? At the banquet last night, the playboy and the CEO tested each other's loyalty. In the end, she accidentally offended the president, and she didn't know if the president would give her some shoes. The path to becoming a regular has become more difficult. She wanted to stay away from the CEO, but Shin Weidong still asked her to increase her presence? Is this because she thought her death was not ugly enough? All of a sudden, old and new grudges came to mind, and Lu Mingyu couldn't care less about the consequences of what happened, and tapped on the screen of her phone. Before I even finished writing the words, a light rain suddenly fell from the sky, which cooled all the anger of Mingyue. In the end, she only dared to send one word, okay. Well, she admitted that she was just a coward and just brought breakfast to the president. This was her honor as an intern. The world is such a beautiful place, it's not good to be irritable, and it's not good to be angry. Lu Mingyue had just put away her phone when a pair of black expensive leather shoes appeared in front of her eyes. The rain overhead also stopped at the same time. She looked up and was slightly startled. Yang Qingji was holding a black silk umbrella and looking down at her. Chapter 21 Is Dog Man a Compliment? Lu Mingyue looked at the handsome and extraordinary CEO and quickly greeted him, Boss Yang, good morning. It was really strange. Didn't Mr. Yang go in? Why did he come out again? He even held an umbrella for her. This feeling is so weird. The little girl tilted her head and waved her hands like this, with a smile in her eyes as if to please her boss. She really looked like a lucky cat, so cute. Yang Qingji asked, it's raining, what are you doing here? Lu Mingyue also knew that it was impolite to squat and talk to their boss like this, so she answered honestly, my feet are numb from squatting. Yang Qingji's eyes suddenly showed a hint of smile, and he stretched out his hand to her, get up. Lu Mingyue opened her eyes wide in shock. This is the big boss's hand. Can a little intern like her just hold it whenever she wants? Yang Qingji leaned over and approached her. What are you staring at? Seeing his hand about to touch her, Lu Mingyu jumped up immediately in fear. However, her feet were too numb and she lost her balance and fell forward. Yang Qingji reached out to catch her, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curl up. Are you throwing yourself into my arms again? Originally, Lu Mingyu was a little scared because she had angered the CEO by asking for overtime pay last night. Now that such an embarrassing thing happened again, she suddenly calmed down. Anyway, the president misunderstood that she had thrown herself into his arms, and things couldn't get any worse, so she wouldn't feel scared if anything else happened. She stood firm, handed the breakfast to Yang Qingji frankly, and said respectfully, Mr. Yang, this is today's breakfast. She didn't know how Shen Weidong communicated with the president, but Shen Weidong dared to ask the president to carry things, so the relationship between the two of them must be quite deep. Thanks. Yang Qingji took it and opened it after returning to the office. Food cools quickly in winter, but Lu Mingyu packed it in a small thermal bucket very carefully. When the lid is opened, a warm aroma comes out. It's more attentive. However, President Jing felt uncomfortable thinking about whom she was using her intentions for. Special Assistant Jin stood aside and saw his boss staring at the small thermos bucket, his expression changing from bright to dark, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Yang Qingji picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Mingyu. I'm not satisfied with breakfast. At this time, Lu Mingyu had returned to the sales department and was turning on the computer to record information. Zhao Xiaoher kept gossiping in her ear about the details of last night's banquet. Lu Mingyu responded intermittently, still immersed in the depression of being tricked so early in the morning. When she suddenly saw this message, her depression suddenly reached a new level. Isn't it normal that young playboy eats delicacies from land and sea every day and is not used to the breakfast of us ordinary people? It's okay if she is not used to the food, but why should she be teased as a little intern? She endured it. What would you like to eat? Yang Qingji felt even worse when he saw this gentle message, and sent, starting tomorrow, you will do it yourself. Lu Mingyu stared at the message intently, her anger almost reaching the ceiling. If she endured it any longer, she would no longer be named Lu. Then there was another message, I don't eat coriander, I don't eat onions, I don't like things that are too sweet, and I can't eat things that are too strong, especially not with chili peppers. Remember that. Mingyu completely exploded, typing quickly. You bitch, don't go too far. You are picky and let me do it myself. You are not afraid of me poisoning you. This bitch is threatening her. He knew that she was afraid that things would come out, and that she wanted something from him, so he played tricks on her. The worst case is not having a boyfriend, the worst case is packing up and leaving. After all, she has a diploma from a famous university and will be able to get a graduate certificate after this year. Is she still worried about not being able to find a job? When Yang Qingji saw Mingyu, he finally knew that he was going to snap at Shen Weidong. The black air that had filled the whole morning finally dispersed a little, and the corners of his mouth rose almost imperceptibly. He took out his breakfast and ate it gracefully. Assistant Jin, who had been standing quietly by, anxiously waiting for the boss's signature, also breathed a sigh of relief because of the boss's good mood. At the same time, I am a little curious. The boss is always serious and never shows his emotions, but today he is really abnormal. He quietly stretched his neck a little, wanting to see which boss his boss was chatting with. I didn't see who their boss was, but instead saw the other party's swear words. Special Assistant Jin was unbelievable. Jin's pupil was in the earthquake. Yang Qingji suddenly said to him, go make a cup of coffee. Yes. Assistant Jin took the order and went to the tea room. Secretary Wu, who was waiting outside, saw a Special Assistant Jin making coffee, and hurried over, eager to do the job. Assistant, let me do it. Secretary Wu is a young and handsome man who worked hard for many years before being transferred to the CEO's secretarial department. Naturally, he cherishes this job very much. Even if making coffee is not his job, he can't let Assistant Jin do it. Assistant Jin looked at Secretary Wu with a mysterious expression and said, you bastard. Secretary Wu's mouth twitched, and he whispered aggrievedly, Assistant Jin, although my position is lower than yours, you can't humiliate me like this so early in the morning. Assistant Jin patted his shoulder and consoled him, sorry, I wasn't talking about you. So, a normal man would get a little angry if scolded like this, but why did the boss seem to be in a good mood? Could it be that the boss just likes being scolded? Is this the boss's hidden hobby? Assistant Jin's worldview was impacted like never before. When he handed the coffee to Yang Qingji, he felt as if he was out of his mind. The company had an important meeting in the afternoon, but the problem was not solved after more than an hour. However, everyone in the conference room clearly felt that President Yang was in a good mood today and did not look for trouble as coldly and ruthlessly as usual. After the meeting, a senior executive quietly came to ask Assistant Kim for information. Boss Yang seems to be in a good mood today. Did you sign the project in country A? Assistant Jin looked mysterious and said, "Guess." The executive who came to inquire was immediately worried. Could there be some other good news? Assistant Jin, it's almost the end of the year, there's good news for everyone to share. Assistant Jin shook his head slightly, the secret must not be leaked. The president was scolded today, so he was very happy. Is this something you can say everywhere? The senior executives couldn't find any information, so they had to leave in dismay. On Mingyue's side, there is a message for, not named Shin. After sending that furious message, I waited for the other party to attack. As a result, I waited until after 4 o'clock before I received a reply. I want to eat noodles tonight and add a side of borscht. Lu Mingyue woke up instantly. Eat noodles. Soup. What kind of soup? Is it a gift that will send you to the West? She immediately texted, I can't. It seemed that Lu Mingyue would refuse, and they quickly replied, you can finish the work early and deliver the soup to the company before 7 o'clock. The things left in room 666 will be returned to you immediately. Lu Mingyue gritted her teeth and thought for a long time. She couldn't remember what she had dropped in room 666. Who knew if Shin Weidong was deceiving her? She directly replied with 2 words, no, and then packed up and left work. In the CEO's office, Yang Qingji looked at this WeChat message and said with a smile, he has quite a temper. When Special Assistant Jin knocked on the door and came in, he happened to see Yang Qingji looking at his phone with a smile on his face. Thinking that they might be scolding the president, the special assistant felt particularly delicate. The CEO's aloof and dignified image gradually collapsed. The special assistant's outlook on life is also gradually being shattered. Chapter 22 Send you to the West. Yang Qingji was about to reply to Lu Mingyue when his grandmother called. Xiao Cheng, today is your birthday. Come to grandma's place for a meal tonight. After Yang Qingji's mother passed away, it was his grandmother who took care of Yang Qingji. He and his grandmother had a very good relationship. Good. Yang Qingji put down his cell phone, checked that the time was close to 5 o'clock, and asked Special Assistant Jin to prepare the car. Grandma lives in the suburbs, and the journey is relatively long. It was already dark when we arrived at her house. When Yang Cheng got out of the car, he happened to see Shin Weidong there, and his eyebrows twisted up invisibly. Shin Weidong didn't notice Yang Qingji's displeasure and greeted him warmly as usual. Brother, I knew you would come to Grandma today. I haven't seen Grandma for a long time, and today happens to be your birthday again. I come and take a look together. Shin Weidong is the child of Yang's second wife, and can be regarded as Yang Qingji's cousin. His parents divorced when he was young, and his custody was awarded to his mother. But his mother was too busy to take care of him. He followed Yang Cheng like a little tail. He also grew up under the care of his grandmother, so she respected him very much. Yang Qingji said a faint hum and did not respond. Shin Weidong followed him step by step and took out a beautifully packaged box. Brother, happy birthday. Yang Qingji's birthday was the anniversary of his mother's death. It was not a birthday at all, and the family never dared to make a big deal about it. But Shin Weidong and Yang Qingji have a good relationship, and they prepare a gift early every year. Thank you. Yang Qingji took it, and Assistant Jin behind him immediately stepped forward to help put it away. Several people walked into the main hall. Grandma was talking to a young girl, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Hearing the footsteps, Grandma stood up with a smile. She took Yang Qingji's hand and looked at him kindly. Little Cheng is thin. Yang Qingji also showed a rare gentle smile and called his grandmother. Shin Weidong also hurriedly stepped forward to call for help, and Grandma responded happily. Then, Grandma pulled the beautiful woman over and said with a smile, Xiao Cheng, do you still remember her? She is Fei Fei, who was in the same class with you in elementary school. Yang Qingji frowned slightly. I thought it was just an ordinary family dinner, but it turned out to be a blind date party. The beautiful woman was startled when she saw Yang Qingji's face clearly. She came to her grandma's house after doing detailed research. We know that Yang Qingji is very capable and is an upstart in the business world. I didn't expect him to have such a good temperament and look so handsome. She hid her stunning gaze and waited reservedly for him to take the initiative to talk about the past. Shin Weidong liked all good-looking women. His eyes lit up slightly when he saw this, and he winked at Yang Qingji and said in a low voice, "Brother, your love is here." Yang Qingji's cold eyes looked away, and Shin Weidong felt his knees go weak, and he immediately didn't dare to make any noise anymore. Yang Qingji looked at his grandmother helplessly. "Grandma, what are you doing?" Grandma smiled and said, "Fei Fei has just returned from studying abroad. She is a doctoral student. She is capable and beautiful. I know today is your birthday, so I came here to celebrate you." Duan Fei Fei took out a beautiful gift box with a delicate and shy expression. "Happy birthday, can I call you Brother Yang?" "Thank you." Yang Qingji looked indifferent and nodded politely. Due to his upbringing, he did not say anything too extreme and politely stated his attitude. "Miss Duan, please call me by my name, Yang Qingji, or you can call me Mr. Yang." The attitude of keeping people at a distance is simply too obvious. Duan Fei Fei was stunned. She prides herself on being beautiful, having the halo of a prestigious doctoral student, and having a good family background. Which man wouldn't lick her hard upon seeing her? How could Yang Qingji give her a bad look? She had never been treated so humiliatingly in her life, and she felt wronged and angry. Duan Fei Fei bit her lip and looked at her grandmother with red eyes. Grandma said disapprovingly, "Xiao Cheng, Fei Fei is a guest, you have to be polite to her. If this is the woman arranged by Mr. Yang at home, Yang Qingji can completely ignore her." But Grandma was the elder he respected the most. He restrained himself slightly and said distantly to Duan Fei Fei, "I'm sorry." Duan Fei Fei was even more angry. She is so beautiful and outstanding, how could Yang Qingji be so indifferent to her? But the other person is so handsome, it's acceptable to be a little aloof. She adjusted her facial expression and then said gracefully, "It's okay. Brother Yang and I haven't seen each other for too long, so it's normal for us to feel a little unfamiliar." Yang Qingji ignored her. But Shin Weidong couldn't see the beauty being sad, so he smiled and took the initiative to help the beauty resolve the embarrassment. "Fei Fei, do you still remember me? My name is Shin Weidong, and I was in the same class as my brother in elementary school." Duan Fei Fei smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Shin." She looked polite on the face, but in fact she looked down on Shin Weidong. Although Shin Weidong is also a descendant of the Yang family, he takes his mother's surname, and the Yang family's property has basically nothing to do with him. If it weren't for the sake of gaining favor in front of her grandma, she wouldn't even want to give Shin Weidong a serious look. Shin Weidong is so beautiful, but he tends to be careless when facing beauties. He could not see Duan Fei Fei's dislike at all, and continued to get close to her. "Fei Fei, can you add me on WeChat? I will treat you to dinner when you are free." Duan Fei Fei thought about it, took out her mobile phone and exchanged words with Shin Weidong, and then handed the mobile phone to Yang Qingji. "Brother Yang, I don't have your WeChat friends yet." With his grandmother watching from the side, Yang Qingji couldn't refuse, so he and Duan Fei Fei soon joined each other. Seeing that they were getting along well, Grandma said happily, "You young people, please chat first while I go cook. It will be ready soon." Not long after, Grandma laid out a table of food and invited a few young people to come to the table. Grandma seemed to really like Duan Fei Fei. She kept urging her to eat more and kept picking up vegetables for her. Duan Fei Fei's eyes flashed with boredom quickly. The old woman's chopsticks were so dirty that she had no appetite at all. But to pretend to be a lady in front of Yang Qingji, she could only happily eat it. Yang Qingji looked at her coldly and did not expose her. After dinner, Grandma pushed Yang Qingji next to Duan Fei Fei. "Xiao Cheng, Wei Dong, you talk to Fei Fei, and I'll make you some sugar water to drink." Shin Weidong was very discerning and sat far away. He happened to be texting and chatting with his girlfriend. Duan Fei Fei sat next to Yang Qingji. She was so close that she felt his strong masculine aura and said shyly, "Brother Yang. Sorry, I have some official business to take care of." Yang Qingji nodded at her coldly, then took out his mobile phone and started browsing. The last WeChat message he sent to Lu Mingyue was that she refused to make noodles for him. "It's a bit cold today, I wonder what that little fool is doing." What is the little fool Lu Mingyue doing? She is cooking. Mingyue is a person who can convince herself easily. She thought about it and decided that compared to losing her job at Xingsha Group, cooking a meal was nothing. Lu Jiayuan was not at home, so she borrowed the kitchen from the chef Kang Bo and quickly made a bowl of noodles. The aroma filled the air. Then there's borscht. Kang Bo praised her. Mingyue's cooking skills are better than mine. Thank you. Mingyue accepted the compliment with a smile. Borscht soup is simple and easy to make, but Mingyue thought about the arrogant messages on WeChat and felt a little depressed, so she kept adding ingredients to the soup. Don't eat coriander, don't eat onions, don't eat spicy food, don't eat sweet food, right? I'll let you be picky. I'll sweeten you to death. Seeing Mingyue adding sugar and chili peppers to the soup, Kang Bo's eyelids twitched. Kang Bo silently withdrew his previous compliment. Lu Mingyue quickly prepared the soup with heavy ingredients, and then packed it in a thermos box. I took a taxi and arrived outside the company. It was not yet 7 o'clock, but the company door was closed long ago. She could only sit on the steps and face the cold wind. Send a message. When will you arrive? Chapter 23, Who Seduces You So Much? Yang Qingji happened to be holding his mobile phone at this time. When he saw this message, he immediately replied, "Where are you?" Lu Mingyue's eyes twitched, and she always felt like she was being tricked again. "I'm at the company, didn't you ask me to make noodles for you?" Yang Qingji was surprised. "Didn't you say you wouldn't do it?" Lu Mingyue knew this would happen. She suppressed her anger and replied, "It's just a bowl of noodles and a soup. It's not difficult to make." The corners of Yang Qingji's mouth raised slightly. "Just wait where you are and don't go away." Lu Mingyue was furious when she saw this message. She remembered the night after the team building, not named Shin. Also asked her to wait. As a result, I waited all night. This time she said she would not tolerate anything and angrily sent a message, "What do you mean, you bastard? I have been patient again and again, but you are still asking for more. I tell you, don't be so arrogant, use whatever tricks you have, I won't serve you anymore." Yang Qingji looked at the message and imagined the ferocious little face on the other side of the phone, and couldn't help laughing. Duan Feifei, who felt neglected, had been secretly observing Yang Qingji. Seeing him smiling at his phone, she felt angry and jealous. "I don't know which little devil is seducing her brother Yang. Brother Yang, I'll go see if grandma needs help." She stood up, deliberately sprained her ankle and rushed towards Yang Qingji. Unfortunately, Yang Qingji reacted quickly and immediately moved aside. Duan Feifei fell heavily on the solid wooden sofa, and her chin hurt. But her good eyesight allowed her to see Yang Qingji's phone. The little goblin's WeChat ID is Little Liar. But this is not the most important thing. What is important is that the other party is not saying sweet words to coax Yang Qingji, but is cursing. The little goblin was actually calling Yang Qingji a dog? Even after being scolded so harshly, Yang Qingji still smiled so lustfully. What kind of weird hobby is this? Yang Qingji ignored the blush on Duan Feifei's face, told assistant Jin to drive the car out, and then went to say goodbye to his grandmother. "Grandma, there's something urgent at the company, I have to leave first." Grandma quickly glanced at Duan Feifei. Feifei looked pretty and noble, and she was also a doctoral student, so she liked her very much. Most importantly, she had someone look at Feifei's horoscope, which showed that she was very lucky. What's rare is that the girl came to celebrate Qingji's birthday right after she returned to China, and even went to the vegetable garden in the backyard to help her pick onions. She didn't look squeamish or shy. She chose Feifei to be her granddaughter-in-law, but Qingji had to go back to the company to work overtime. Outrageous. Yang Qingji saw what his grandmother wanted to say, and immediately said to Special Assistant Jin, "Xiao Jin, please take Miss Duan home." Special Assistant Jin responded, "Yes." Yang Qingji continued, "I will return to the company right after sending Miss Duan off. The project is urgent." Assistant Jin said with great insight, "Got it." After a sentence, Grandma also knew that it was not easy for Yang Qingji to start a company by himself, so she could only say, "Then I will visit Grandma often. When the time comes, she will call Duan Feifei over and let the young man get along with her a few more times, and they will eventually develop feelings for each other." Yang Qingji responded respectfully, "I can, Grandma." Duan Feifei was reluctant and said hypocritically, "Brother Yang, I took your assistant's car, how are you going to get back? I'd better call a car myself." Yang Qingji looked at Shen Weidong, "I'll take his car." Now that the words have come to this, Duan Feifei can only accept it no matter how reluctant she is. Shen Weidong drove Yang Qingji back to the company, a little curious. "Brother, is the company very busy recently? Why do you have to rush back to work overtime at this hour? Yang Qingji leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to rest, paying no attention to him at all. Seeing Yang Qingji's indifference, Shen Weidong curled his lips, thinking of the fact that he was inexplicably transferred out of the company headquarters, and did not dare to continue asking any more questions. But in less than 3 seconds, Shen Weidong found another topic. Brother, that Duan Feifei seems to like you very much, a doctoral student, and you are so beautiful. The most important thing is that the Duan group is a global leader. A well-ranked company is a good match for Yang's company. Yang Qingji raised his eyelids and said in a cold voice, I think he is a good match for you. Shen Weidong heard the sinister tone in Yang Qingji's tone and couldn't help but shudder. He had many girlfriends, but his mother never pushed him to get married because none of his girlfriends were worthy of the spotlight. If his mother knew that he and the Duan family had an eye on each other, she might be in trouble. Shen Weidong didn't dare to say anything anymore and drove honestly. Arriving at the company soon, Shen Weidong was a little surprised to see Lu Mingyue sitting on the steps in the square from a distance. Brother, why did you recruit Lu Mingyue to work overtime? Although she has good abilities, she is still in the internship period and has not received her school diploma. Don't scare the little girl. Yang Qingji looked over coldly, you care about her. Shen Weidong has always been afraid of this cousin. As long as the corner of his cousin's mouth sank, he would not dare to talk anymore. He immediately denied it 3 times, no, no. She is a little intern, and it is her honor to be given advice by Mr. Yang personally. Yang Qingji glanced over. Shen Weidong shrank his neck in fright and quickly opened the door for him. After getting off the car, Yang Qingji walked straight towards Lu Mingyue. Lu Mingyue was wrapped in a thick coat and sat on the steps counting bricks. As a result, she looked up and saw the president walking towards her. She was surprised. Shen Weidong didn't arrive, so why did he meet the CEO instead? Yang Qingji quickly walked up to her, his usually serious expression showing a rare softness. Is it cold? Before Lu Mingyue could think of how to explain why she was squatting outside the company at night, she received the president's concern and said dazedly, it's not cold. Yang Qingji seemed to smile and looked at the thermos bucket in her arms, is this for me? Lu Mingyue quickly came to her senses. So this meal was originally made for the CEO? Bastard, Shen Weidong used her to please the CEO again, calling him a piece of shit is really not wrong at all. Yang Qingji stretched out his hand towards her, give it to me, I haven't eaten yet. Lu Mingyue was about to hand the thermos bucket out, but then quickly took it back. In order to take revenge on Shen Weidong, she added a lot of heavy ingredients to the soup. If she really dares to feed her boss, she won't be stewing soup in an iron pot, but stewing herself in an iron pot. Yang Qingji raised his eyebrows, isn't it for me? Facing the powerful CEO, Lu Mingyue didn't dare to say no, so she could only hand out the thermos bucket. Yang Qingji took her to sit down at a nearby cafe. As soon as the well-dressed CEO walked in, he immediately became the most handsome guy in the room. 2 or 3 waiters rushed over to serve the CEO. Sir, what would you like to drink? Lu Mingyue. Isn't she human? Why only ask Mr. and not Ms.? As expected, employees have no rights in front of capitalist bosses. Yang Qingji ordered 2 cups of coffee, waited for the waiter to leave, and opened the borscht first. A strong heat hit his face, and Yang Qingji was a little amused when he saw the red oil floating in the soup, as well as various coriander and celery. This little wild cat is quite vengeful. Lu Mingyue sat across from him and observed the president's expression, and quickly explained, Mr. Yang, this soup is actually designated by Manager Shen. I guess he may have a unique taste. Lu Mingyue didn't feel guilty at all for betraying her teammates, who asked him to tease her first. Yang Qingji said, calmly without revealing it. Seeing that the CEO believed her, Lu Mingyue quickly opened another thermos bucket and said, Boss Yang, would you like this? I put the noodles and soup separately so they won't clump together. And I promise it tastes good. Seeing Lu Mingyue's attentive expression, Yang Qingji's heart moved slightly, and his voice suddenly became a little hoarse, do you remember what day it is today? Lu Mingyue was stunned and racked her brains to think, is today a special day? Christmas Eve and Christmas have already passed, and New Year's Day is a few days away, and it's not the winter solstice yet. Is it the anniversary of the company's founding? Chapter 24 The male god comes down to earth. Seeing Lu Mingyue's distressed look, Yang Qingji's expression faded a little. Forget it, it's not an important day. Lu Mingyue always felt that after the president said this, his whole temperament became a little low. She was not familiar with the CEO, so she did not dare to ask more questions. She only said, "Mr. Yang, please eat quickly. It will get cold quickly if you open the lid." Yang Qingji didn't know what he was thinking about. His eyes were not as cold as before. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Lu Mingyu was quite nervous at first, looking forward to the president's comments. But when she saw the president's elegant eating style, she was inadvertently mesmerized. The male god who usually only dared to watch from afar, at this moment not only sat face to face with her, but also ate the noodles she made, and seemed quite satisfied. The most important thing is that at this moment she is not working overtime, and it seems that she and her idol are no longer just a boss and employee relationship. The high and mighty male god seemed to have come down to earth and become real. Mingyue was infatuated for less than 5 seconds and then immediately came to her senses. Even if the male god came down to earth, he would be wearing top-notch luxury equipment. The watch on his left hand was something she could only afford after working for 30 years. The boss was wearing an ordinary person's 30 years' salary on her left hand, sitting in an ordinary cafe on a cold night, eating noodles she made herself, so much so that she dared to come up with such an outrageous and magical idea. It's simply lust that makes one lose one's mind. Mingyue quickly recited the employee rules in her mind 300 times. I must be more careful and cautious when facing my boss in the future. On the other side, Duan Feifei was sitting in Assistant Jin's car, feeling very unhappy. There are 3 men of her age in the Yang family, and it is unknown who will inherit the family business. If it weren't for Yang Qingji's noble aura that fascinated her, she, the daughter of the Duan family, would not have lowered her posture like this. However, when she thought of Yang Qingji's charmingly handsome face, she couldn't bear to give up just like that. Thinking of Yang Qingji's indifference from beginning to end, and the only tenderness he showed to their little liar, Duan Feifei couldn't help but ask Assistant Jin for news. Assistant Jin, is Brother Yang always so busy at work? Has he ever had a girlfriend before? Assistant Jin gave a fake smile and replied in a businesslike manner, sorry, as subordinates, we dare not pry into the private affairs of our superiors. Duan Feifei didn't give up and asked again, so what are your boss Yang's hobbies? What does he like and what does he hate? Does he have any special hobbies? I'm sorry, when I usually interact with Mr. Yang, we always talk about business. Assistant Jin was determined not to discuss his boss's private affairs, which made Duan Feifei very angry. When she marries into the Yang family, the first thing she will do is fire this annoying assistant who doesn't know how to read people's expressions. However, whenever Duan Feifei thought of Yang Qingji's elegant and powerful appearance, she felt extremely unwilling. She just wants to conquer this man. She changed to a gentler and more friendly tone and asked tentatively, I spent half a day with Brother Yang today and found that he has a very strange hobby. Assistant Jin, does your president usually like to be scolded? Assistant Jin's hands, which had been firmly grasping the steering wheel, began to tremble. No way. Mr. Yang's hidden hobby was discovered. This is too careless. As a qualified gold medal assistant, Jin has strong professional qualities. He quickly adjusted his facial expression and said, Ms. Duan is really good at joking. Although Assistant Jin tried his best to deny it, Duan Feifei still caught the sudden change in his expression. Did she guess right? When Duan Feifei was studying abroad, she read some psychology and knew that some people have special hobbies. For example, masochism. People with this kind of special fetish either like to be physically abused or like it both physically and mentally. Duan Feifei was very disillusioned. She couldn't put the noble and perfect Yang Qingji into any character with special quirks. But Yang Qingji didn't communicate with her from beginning to end, but kept chatting on WeChat. Even when he was scolded like that, he always had a gentle smile on his face. It would be nice if Yang Qingji could smile at her. Duan Feifei returned home and thought of the curve on Yang Qingji's lips. She couldn't help but send him a message. Brother Yang, I'm back home. Thank you for asking your assistant to take me home. After waiting for a long time without any response, she took a shower and sent another message, I'm going to bed, Brother Yang should also go to bed early, good night. Yang Qingji's cell phone was right next to him, and it lit up when a WeChat message came in. Lu Mingyue took a look at it reflexively. When she saw the words, Brother Yang, she quickly and silently looked away. Influenced by the gossip king Zhao Xiaoher, Mingyue is now also quite gossipy. She quickly imagines a young girl who likes to act coquettishly in her mind. The other party kept calling him Brother Yang, but this aloof president didn't even reply. He must be a straight man. I'm full, let's go. When Yang Qingji saw Lu Mingyue's look of confusion after reading those two WeChat messages, he felt extremely upset and instantly lost his appetite. He stood up and said, "I'll have someone take you home." Lu Mingyue didn't know how she had offended the boss again, so she quickly said, "Don't bother, I can call a taxi myself." Yang Qingji did not allow any arguments, quickly hailed a car, and took Lu Mingyue to the roadside. Seeing Lu Mingyue's expression of wanting to say something but not daring to, he said calmly, "Why, are you thinking about how to ask for overtime pay?" Lu Mingyue immediately shook her head like a rattle. "No, I am very happy to be able to cook a meal for Mr. Yang today." "What a joke, President, you look like you want to kill someone. Is overtime pay a word you can mention?" Yang Qingji pinched his brows, but didn't say much in the end. When the car arrived, he let her get in. 2 or 3 more days passed without any remark. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and the whole company has a day off. Zhao Xiaohe was so happy that she kept looking in the mirror when she got off work. When Mingyue asked, she found out that her long-distance boyfriend was coming to see her. Zhao Xiaohe said, "Mingyue, why don't you go home and I'll ask my boyfriend to treat you to dinner?" Lu Mingyue smiled and refused, "Okay, it's not easy for you to meet me. I'm not a light bulb." Zhao Xiaohe nodded, "You are somewhat self-aware." Seeing Zhao Xiaohe's radiant appearance, Lu Mingyue was actually quite envious. She turned on her phone with some melancholy, looked around on WeChat, and found that she didn't have any friends to chat with. Slide to, not named Shin. There, I discovered that the person I chatted with the most these days was actually Shin Weidong. Thinking of the absurdity of that night, Lu Mingyue's heartbeat was still very fast. She couldn't help but send a message, "Manager Shin, are you free tomorrow? If you have time, you can rent it home first and show it to your uncle to save Lu Jiryuan from being weird all day long." Yang Qingji was already at his grandmother's house at this time. Grandma is too old and likes to nag people. But today, his grandma kept asking him to get along well with Du and Feifei, which made him really unbearable. Just when Lu Mingyue sent such a message, he felt even worse and deliberately replied, "What, you want to catch me? Do you want to be Shin Weidong's girlfriend number 39? Chapter 25 Making Friends Out of Nowhere. At this time, Shin Weidong, who was dating his girlfriend at the Golden 9 Silver 10, sneezed hard. "It happened that my girlfriend was not in a good mood and deliberately made trouble. Shin Weidong, which vixen is thinking of you at this time?" Shin Weidong shouted that he was wronged. Although he is not long-term, he will only have one girlfriend at a time. Even if he has a new goal, he will break up first and then pursue a new girlfriend. Someone must be secretly arranging bad things about him behind his back. Lu Mingyue was really eye-opening when she saw the words, "girlfriend number 39, sent by the other party." Shin Weidong is simply a master of time management, at the level of a master. She gritted her teeth and replied, "Eat a few more peanuts, please." Yang Qingji looked at the message sent by the other party and was a little confused. He is a shrewd businessman with a superior IQ, but he doesn't quite understand some of the strange brain circuits of young girls, so he plans to find out what this sentence means. At this time, Grandma was still praising Du and Feifei repeatedly in her ear. Seeing that Yang Qingji's eyes were always on the phone, she was very dissatisfied. "Xiao Cheng, Grandma, I'm going to say this today. I like Feifei very much. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and I'm going to invite her to my house for dinner. You must treat her well when the time comes. Don't ignore her, and don't make excuses for working overtime." Grandma has a mysterious trust in feng shui theology and the 4 pillars of destiny. Due to the good matching destiny of Du and Feifei and Yang Qingji, she also has a mysterious filter for Du and Feifei, and the more she looks at her, the more she likes her. Yang Qingji was somewhat helpless. "Grandma, I am just starting my career now. Your Yang family's money is enough for you to spend for 10 lifetimes." Grandma glared at me, "You are already 31 years old. If you don't get married, when will I be able to have a great-grandson?" Yang Qingji was most afraid of his grandmother getting angry, so he said helplessly, "Grandma, actually I have a girl I like, and I will bring her home another day." Grandma looked at him distrustfully. "What's her name? Whose daughter is she? Is she better than Feifei?" In her grandmother's filter, Du and Feifei is the best in terms of family background, appearance and academic qualifications. She doesn't think anyone can compare to Du and Feifei. She knew her grandson was devoted to his career. How could he suddenly have a girl he liked? He must not want to get married, so he lied to her. Yang Qingji said seriously, she is fine. That is, her emotional intelligence doesn't quite match her academic qualifications. Grandma wanted to continue talking, but Yang Qingji's cell phone lit up again and he picked it up immediately. But this time it was not sent by Lu Mingyue, but by that strange and annoying number Xiao Feier. Xiao Feier, brother Yang, your company is closed tomorrow, right? Are you free? This Xiao Feier has been sending some inexplicable messages to harass him recently. A hint of displeasure flashed in Yang Qingji's eyes, and he ignored it directly. Duan Feifei was very unwilling. She sent several messages to Yang Qingji, but Yang Qingji didn't reply to any of them. She has countless suitors, but she doesn't even bother to look at them. Why is she treated so coldly by Yang Qingji? Do I really have to rely on that weird way of cursing to attract Yang Qingji's attention? Duan Feifei remembered the faint smile on Yang Qingji's lips that day and decided to give it a try. She sent a tentative message, "You bastard, will you go to the movies with me tomorrow?" I didn't expect that this cool move actually received a response, although it was only a. But Duan Feifei was encouraged and immediately continued her efforts. "You bastard, can't you even type? Are you just giving me a perfunctory reply like this?" Yang Qingji looked at the message, then looked at his grandmother who kept talking about how good Duan Feifei was, and a thought quickly flashed through his mind. He replied, "Who are you?" Duan Feifei was so angry. She was so pretty and outstanding, and he had only added her on WeChat for a few days, but he had forgotten her. Moreover, she had sent so many messages before, but she ignored them. Now that he was scolded, he became interested in her? I never thought that this famous upstart in business is actually a masochist. Although Duan Feifei was a little disappointed, she also had a bit of ambition to conquer Mr. Masochism. "I am Duan Feifei. How dare you forget me, you bastard?" Yang Qingji replied, "Really? I don't believe it." Duan Feifei immediately sent a voice message, and the first thing she said was, "You bastard, did you hear my voice and remember who I am?" Yang Qingji turned on the speaker of his cell phone and let his grandmother listen. After hearing this, Grandma couldn't believe it and a crack appeared on her filter. "This girl looks gentle and kind, why does she curse at me?" Yang Qingji also showed his grandmother the abusive WeChat messages that Duan Feifei had sent him. Grandma put on her reading glasses and looked at it for a long time. Although she didn't understand why Feifei was like this, she was shocked and her filter was completely shattered. Thinking about how I had just been praising her, I felt bad. This girl has been studying abroad for a few years. Maybe she has become stupid. Yang Qingji took the opportunity to say, "Grandma, don't listen to rumors in the future. You have to get to know people slowly before you know whether they are good or not." Grandma said unhappily, "This time, I, an old woman, made a mistake." After this blow, the grandmother finally gave up the idea of forcing her grandson to go on a blind date. Yang Qingji breathed a sigh of relief, and then openly blocked Duan Feifei in front of his grandmother. After Duan Feifei sent the voice message, she didn't receive a reply for a long time and felt a little puzzled. She repeatedly thought back to how gentle Yang Qingji had been when he replied to her message that day, wondering if her scolding wasn't special enough or wasn't harsh enough. After searching the internet for a bunch of unique swear words, Duan Feifei tried to send one out, only to find that she had been blocked. Duan Feifei's expression suddenly became extremely interesting. What's going on? How come the little goblin called Little Liar gets a gentle reply from Yang Qingji when he curses, but she gets blocked when she curses? Duan Feifei considers herself to be a proud daughter of heaven. How can she tolerate being blacklisted for not knowing what she is doing? She thought of Shen Weidong, who had a mean smile, and seemed to have a good relationship with Yang Qingji, so she endured her disgust and sent him a message. "Brother Weidong, are you busy today? Are you free to have a meal together?" Shen Weidong was about to ask his new girlfriend out for a date when he received a strange message. When he was at Grandma's house, this Duan Chenjin still called him Mr. Shen. Why would he take the initiative to invite him to dinner now? However, he has always been patient with beautiful women and quickly agreed. The next day the two made an appointment to meet at the Golden 9 and Silver 10. Duan Feifei first endured her nausea and pretended to be polite to Shen Weidong, and then apologized for her coldness at her grandma's house that day. Shen Weidong was really shaken by her brother Weidong and said, "Just call me by my name." Duan Feifei responded and asked tactfully, "Weidong, you have a good relationship with brother Yang. Can you tell me what he usually likes? That day at my grandma's house, he ignored me. Shin Weidong rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. His brother is a ruthless work robot, even a little cold and harsh. Only his grandmother can make him show his tender side. My brother has a cold personality and is a bit slow to warm up. Once you get to know him for a long time, you will understand. Duan Feifei looked aggrieved, but he blocked me. Shin Weidong was used to it and comforted her. My brother is like that. He only sees work and no opposite sex. Duan Feifei asked hesitantly, your brother, does he have any quirks? Shin Weidong didn't understand why she asked. His cousin didn't have any quirks. Just as Shin Weidong was about to shake his head, Duan Feifei gritted her teeth and said, does he have a masochistic tendency and likes to be scolded? Puff. Shin Weidong almost fell off his chair and looked at Duan Feifei in disbelief. Do you know what you are talking about? Seeing that Shin Weidong didn't believe it, Duan Feifei told him what she saw that day. That day, I accidentally saw his WeChat and found that someone was scolding him and calling him a dog thing. Not only was Brother Yang not angry, but there was always a smile on his face, as if he was enjoying himself. After listening to Duan Feifei's words, Shin Weidong was simply stunned. His cousin looks gentle and personable, but in fact he is a cold and emotionless workaholic. He is a devilish boss in the eyes of employees. The company's executives are all conscientious and meticulous in front of him, but someone dares to scold him like this. He didn't know which boss it was, but he really wanted to give him a thumbs up. But he quickly came to his senses. That's not right. He was scolded by others. Why did you block him? Duan Feifei hesitated for a long time before explaining. I sent Brother Yang a WeChat message, but he ignored me. Later, I also imitated that person and scolded him. Shin Weidong's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? I don't believe it. Chapter 26. The whole company knows what kind of person the male idol is. Duan Feifei. You two are really brothers, you say exactly the same thing. But she wanted to ask for help. Even if she was unhappy with Shin Weidong's attitude, she still took out her phone and showed him the chat history. Shin Weidong recognized his brother's WeChat profile picture. In a dark night sky, there was a bright moon blocked by dark clouds. This time he really believed it. Unexpectedly, Duan Qianjin, looking so delicate, turned out to be a tough guy. How dare you scold his brother like this? He was so impressed that he fell into disbelief. It was only after I scolded him that he responded and replied to me. Duan Feifei looked reluctant and summed up seriously, the result may be that I was blocked by him because I didn't scold him uniquely enough. Shin Weidong coughed lightly and said, I can't help you with this matter. He was also very worried about his brother's well-being, so it was a bit difficult for him to plead for mercy. Duan Feifei said coquettishly, please help me find out, how can I attract Brother Yang's attention? Shin Weidong was accustomed to showing affection to others, especially since he was also curious in his heart, especially wanting to know if his brother had the invisible attribute of sexting. He immediately responded, okay, I'll find a chance to inquire about it. As soon as the company finished their holiday, Shin Weidong couldn't wait to come to the headquarters and directly blocked Special Assistant Jin in the tea room. Assistant Jin was a little surprised. Manager Shin, why are you back at the headquarters? There is a year-end meeting today. Did Mr. Yang call him back for the meeting? Shin Weidong lowered his voice and said, I sneaked back quietly to ask you something. Seeing the nervous look on Shin Weidong's face, Special Assistant Jin wanted to remind him, Mr. Shin, with your status and appearance, you can't be hidden. Many colleagues should have seen you. General Assistant Jin, let me ask you, my brother. Shin Weidong didn't see the strange look on Special Assistant Jin's face, and asked the doubts he had been holding in for a day, Mr. Yang, is he a jerk? Special Assistant Jin froze in place. Shin Weidong carefully explained to him, this is a psychological term. People with this disease have masochistic tendencies and like to be scolded or beaten. My brother seems to like people to scold him. What a piece of shit. Assistant Jin recalled that day when he saw the messages on Mr. Yang's phone with a shocking glance. Someone indeed called Mr. Yang a dog man. The hand holding the coffee cup couldn't help but tremble. Has the president been discovered? It's been hidden so well for so many years, and it's just been discovered now? Although he was shocked, his professionalism allowed Special Assistant Jin to quickly calm down and looked at Shin Weidong with disapproval. Manager Shin, although Mr. Yang transferred you away from the headquarters, which will cause you to feel dissatisfied. But, this cannot be a reason for you to arrange Mr. Yang at will. Shin Weidong reminded him, General Assistant Jin, your coffee spilled. If your hands are shaking like this, are you just angry for your boss? I worked until late at night last night, so I have to rely on coffee to survive today. Special Assistant Jin calmly made an excuse. It's normal for me to feel a little weak and have unsteady hands. But Shin Weidong felt that nothing was normal. He put his hand firmly on the special assistant's shoulder, as if we were two good brothers. Which of us is following the other? Let's carry the secret together. Assistant Jin shook his hand away expressionlessly. Thank you, I'm not familiar with it. Since the establishment of Shinsha Group, Special Assistant Jin has been working beside Yang Qingji. I watched with my own eyes how he established a foothold in the business circle, how he expanded his territory, and how he expanded the company to its current size in just 7 years. He has a strong fun filter for his boss. Even if his boss's strange hobbies distort his outlook, he will unswervingly support his boss. Although he couldn't pry Special Assistant Jin's mouth open, Shin Weidong already had the answer in his mind after some testing. From childhood to adulthood, in Shin Weidong's heart, his brother was a mythical existence. He respected him and believed in him. Unexpectedly, his brother had such a weird hobby. A perfect person suddenly has a flaw, and his, quite down to earth. Shinwile was suddenly eager to try and wanted to find an opportunity to test his brother. The two of them didn't know that Zhao Xiaoher outside was also shocked. She floated back to the sales department like a wooden figure, and then lay on the table like a wandering soul. Seeing her face full of the expression of pondering the philosophy of life, Lu Mingyue couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to the president's office to deliver some information? Why do you suddenly look like this? Did you get scolded?" Zhao Xiaoher waved her hands to indicate that everything was fine. Lu Mingyue had no choice but to continue working. After half a day, Zhao Xiaoher finally couldn't hold it anymore. "Mingyue." Zhao Xiaoher suddenly grabbed Lu Mingyue's wrist. "I'm going to tell you a secret, but you must keep it secret." Lu Mingyue. This familiar expression and familiar opening line. Generally speaking, if Zhao Xiaoher uses such golden words, it is basically impossible to keep any secrets. It will also be spread throughout the entire company at the speed of light in less than half a day. She was rather perfunctory. "If you tell me, I won't tell you everywhere." Zhao Xiaoher looked around and lowered his voice. "The idol you admire is actually a TikTok." Lu Mingyue. "Which idol?" "Zhao Xiaoher, our big boss, Mr. Yang." Lu Mingyue didn't believe it at all. "Who said that? Is it a mistake?" "Zhao Xiaoher, I heard Manager Shin say it himself, and it's absolutely correct." Lu Mingyue asked, "Where did Manager Shin say that?" "He returned to the headquarters today." Zhao Xiaoher said, "I was in the tea room on the 12th floor just now, and I heard what he said to General Assistant Jin clearly." Lu Mingyue couldn't believe that the male god she admired had such strange hobbies. She thought for a long time, then quickly ran to the balcony to give, not named Shin, sent a message. "Manager Shin, are you busy?" Yang Qingji was in a meeting and stopped when he saw the message. He picked up the coffee cup beside him and took a sip before preparing to reply. It seemed that the other party couldn't wait for a reply and quickly sent a second message. "Mr. Yang is really a jerk. Does he like to be scolded?" President Yang took a sip of coffee and spit it out. His face instantly looked like a storm passing by, and he looked particularly gloomy and scary. Today is an important company meeting. Those present are senior executives from various departments, the company's elite group. They were all incredulous when they saw the president getting angry in public. The boss is usually calm and composed. What could have happened to make him lose his composure in public? The elites held their breath and speculated quietly. Only Assistant Jin remained relatively calm and quickly handed a tissue to the president. Yang Qingji slowly wiped his hands and mouth, and suppressed his anger and replied to WeChat, "Who told you that?" It is impossible for Lu Mingyue to give Zhao Xiaoher away, but given Zhao Xiaoher's gossipy nature, the information has probably spread within a small circle by now. She replied. "The whole company knows about it. Some people say you said it, but I don't believe it. That's why I wanted to verify it with you. Even if the CEO is a cold-blooded capitalist, he is still someone she admires and can't stand other people setting him up like this." No matter how strong Yang Qingji's concentration was, his forehead felt a little buzzing when he saw the words, "whole company." He looked at Special Assistant Jin, and his voice almost burst out from between his teeth. "Go and call Shin Weidong over." Chapter 27, happy to mention the title of Silly Baitian. Special Assistant Jin took the order and hurriedly went out to make phone calls. He just scanned Mr. Yang's phone and saw a word similar to M appearing, and he already had some vague guesses in his mind. When he got through to Shin Weidong, Special Assistant Jin originally wanted to give him a few words, but Shin Weidong was quite happy when he heard that it was Yang Qingji who was looking for him. Today is the company's annual meeting. My brother called me over. Are you going to announce at the meeting that I will be transferred back to the headquarters? The subsidiaries of Xingxia Group are not as good at generating revenue as the headquarters. Although he was transferred as a director, it seemed that he was promoted. However, if the overall profits of the subsidiary are not good, his year-end bonus will be greatly reduced. It is most cost-effective to transfer him back to the headquarters at this time. Listening to the other party's heartless joy, Special Assistant Jin couldn't bear to attack him and silently swallowed the truth back into his stomach. The president asked you to come as soon as possible. Shin Weidong said, I'm still near the headquarters. I'll be there soon. After Special Assistant Jin finished the call, Yang Qingji announced that the meeting would continue, switching back to the impeccable superior mode in a second. Special Assistant Jin admired his boss's determination from the bottom of his heart. Before the meeting ended, Shin Weidong rushed over. He appeared outside the door of the conference room, still looking carefree as usual, with a bit of joy in his voice. Brother, coming. Everyone in the meeting looked at him. Shin Weidong had a smile on his face, and when he met Yang Qingji's murderous gaze, he felt that the air pressure in the entire conference room was frighteningly low. He was a little strange. He thought repeatedly about where he had offended his brother, and quickly stood up straight. Mr. Yang, what's going on? Who made you unhappy? Yang Qingji glanced at him, slowly closed the folder in his hand, and said in a low voice, there is a project in Cape Verde that needs to be followed up. You are just right. Let's leave this afternoon. Shin Weidong breathed a sigh of relief and asked carefully, brother, which city is Cape Verde? He is very happy to let him work on the project, just treat it as a trip at public expense. But why did he always feel that this trip would not be too safe? Seeing Manager Shin's puzzled face, Special Assistant Jin couldn't bear to remind him, Cape Verde is located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and is a volcanic archipelago. It has a pleasant climate and beautiful scenery. Now is a good time to avoid the cold. Shin Weidong was completely relieved after hearing this, and hurriedly patted his heart and promised, thank you, brother. Don't worry, I will definitely follow this project well. In his mind, he was planning to take his new girlfriend there to hang out with him, and at the same time he took out his mobile phone and searched. When the word Africa appeared on his phone, he thought he had made a mistake. After confirming it back and forth, he was suddenly struck by a bolt from the blue. He asked in disbelief, brother, why did you send me to Africa? Yang Qingji said calmly, you have been in the company for 3 or 4 years. It's time to go out and exercise. His tone was so indifferent that he didn't even try to hide it. Shin Weidong thought that if he returned from a trip to Africa, he might turn into a moving piece of human-shaped black coal, and his handsome face would be completely ruined. The more he thought about it, the more sad he felt. He didn't care that there were a room full of elites present and knelt down straight towards his brother. Brother, I'm not going to Africa. If I go to Africa to show off my face, will my face still be visible? I'm sure I won't find a girlfriend. Special Assistant Jin. Manager Shin was punished to dig a well in Africa. Instead of quickly thinking about how he had offended his boss, he was first worried that his handsome face would be ruined and that he would not be able to attract anyone. The focus is really strange. Shin Weidong howled for a long time, and his heart sank when he saw that his brother was as steady as a mountain, with no change in his expression. Just when he was in despair, he suddenly had an idea and thought of the chat records Duan Feifei showed him. He cried so miserably and his brother was indifferent. So if he scolded him a few times, would it be possible to bring him back to life? This was Shin Weidong's only life-saving straw, and he decided to give it a try. After making up his mind, Shin Weidong, who was still kneeling on the ground, raised his head and cursed, bitch, what's your attitude? Special Assistant Jin. A group of elites. The conference room was as quiet as a chicken for an instant, and the elites were extremely shocked. Is Manager Shin crazy? Dare you scold Mr. Yang in public? Looking at Mr. Yang's face, can they still receive their bonuses and have a happy new year this year? Yang Qingji lowered his head and stared at Shin Weidong, with a hint of danger in his eyes. Shin Weidong, a fool, did not see the coldness in his brother's eyes, and thought that his method worked, so he immediately continued his efforts. I advise you to be wise and transfer me back to the headquarters immediately. I will not go to Africa. The elites rubbed their foreheads one after another, pretending that they didn't hear or see anything. Special Assistant Jin was shocked to the point of numbness, but fortunately he still retained basic processing abilities and waved others to leave the conference room first. At the same time, he secretly analyzed the consequences in his heart. The top decision maker of a large listed company has some strange habits. If spread by interested people, it will inevitably cause the stock to fall. In serious cases, tens of billions of dollars may evaporate out of thin air. Manager Shin is not only careless, he is probably not an undercover agent sent by a rival company. Yang Qinji narrowed his eyes and said word by word, "What did you say? Say it again." Shin Weidong noticed a burst of cold air coming and felt something was wrong, but he still went out and shouted, "I said you are a piece of shit." As soon as he finished speaking, a row of bodyguards walked in neatly outside the door and ruthlessly carried Shin Weidong into the lounge next door. Special Assistant Jin's eyes were twitching, and he quickly looked through his address book in his mind, but he couldn't find anyone who could come to put out the fire. Somehow, he suddenly remembered the boss who called his boss a dog man. If he could find that boss, he should be able to give him some advice, right? But the boss was too mysterious and unpredictable. He had no clue and could not find out. He could only let Shin Weidong hope for his own happiness. There were a few elites with strong curiosity, who quietly hid outside and listened in the corner, relying on no one to notice. This second-generation rich man, just because he is a relative of the emperor, is parachuted in as the general manager. He is just a fool, but he still likes to point fingers and give blind orders. Now he actually dares to insult the big boss in public. They especially want to see how their boss will punish him. After a while, several elites heard the sound of ping pong 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 coming from the lounge, as well as the screams of a certain manager like a pig being killed. "Brother, what are you doing? Brother, why are you sending so many bodyguards around me?" Bang, it was the sound of a fist hitting the body. "Brother, I don't dare anymore. If you want to be scolded in the future, why don't I scold you quietly?" It hurts, brother, let him let go, my hand is going to be broken." While the elites were quietly lighting wax for Shin Weidong, Yang Qingji came out of the rest room with elegant steps and slowly adjusted his half-rolled cuffs. After a while, Manager Shin, who claimed to be handsome and charming, also limped out, his face bruised and swollen. With a handsome face like a pig's head, Shin Weidong stared at Special Assistant Jin with plaintive eyes. If the general assistant was willing to reveal even a little bit of information, he wouldn't be like a blind rat running around and messing with the big Buddha like his brother. Assistant Jin turned his face away silently. Manager Shin and the boss are obviously brothers, why are their IQs so different? It's like they are in the sky and on the ground. The stupid one is seeking his own death and is being pressed to the ground and rubbed. Who can blame him? In the sales department's office, Lu Mingyue came back and waited for a long time, but did not wait for, not named Shin's reply, feeling a little anxious. Seeing that half a day has passed, I am afraid that the gossip will become more and more outrageous. Zhao Xiaohe suddenly sat next to her, his face turned slightly pale. I heard that Manager Shin was called to a meeting by Mr. Yang just now, and his whole face was swollen when he came out. Shin Weidong was a relative of his boss. He was suddenly beaten. After much deliberation, it must have been because of twitching. It seems that she just shared some gossip with a little sister from the 4th sales department. Will the little sister also be arrested and beaten? Zhao Xiaohe regretted it extremely at this moment. From now on, she would never be a gossip king again, let alone gossip about the CEO. Seeing that she was almost covering her face and crying, Lu Mingyue comforted her in a low voice, "Calm down, I'll go check on the situation." Just in time, you can ask Shin Weidong what's going on. Mingyue, you are so kind, thank you. With Zhao Xiaohe's high hopes in his eyes, Lu Mingyue arrived on the 12th floor and ran to wait outside the conference room door. As a result, instead of squatting down to Shin Weidong, he bumped into the CEO who came out. Lu Mingyue hurriedly said hello, General, hello, CEO. Yang Qingji didn't respond and looked at her with a frown. Are you here to see Shin Weidong? Chapter 28 Hitting the wall again. Lu Mingyue was surprised. How could the president know her intentions? Could it be that the president knew about the accident that happened in room 666 that night? Thinking of the serious consequences of the Dongchuan incident, Lu Mingyue carefully smiled and said, Mr. Yang, I'm not here to see Manager Shin. Oh. Yang Qingji looked at her, his eyes dark and deep, showing a bit of boredom. It's 11:10 in the morning. You are an intern in the sales department. What are you doing on the 12th floor? Lu Mingyu couldn't find a good answer for a while, so she subconsciously wanted to flatter him and try to get through. But thinking about the president's hidden attributes, he didn't dare to speak rashly. She had tried so hard to flatter him before, but the president's expression was always up and down, and he never gave her any real benefits, not even agreeing to overtime pay or regular promotion. Now that I think about it, maybe her efforts were in the wrong direction. The president doesn't like flattery at all, but likes to torture. The smart Lu Mingyu thought she had glimpsed the secret again, but she couldn't curse the CEO's impeccably handsome face. Yang Qingji saw Lu Mingyue's expression of frowning for a moment and suddenly realizing it. He didn't even have to think about it to guess what was going on in her little head. Thinking of his image and reputation being ruined, he felt itchy and just wanted to bring Shen Weidong back and beat him again. He waved his hand, showing a bit of alienation. Go back to work. Lu Mingyu was pardoned and quickly slipped back to the sales department. Zhao Xiaohe didn't care about the result and just shouted to her, "Come and see Mingyue, the company has issued a notice." Lu Mingyu ran to the computer and clicked on the company group email. Notify. Shen Weidong fabricated false rumors about the CEO and should have fired him directly from his position in the company. Considering that it was his first offense, he was temporarily transferred to Cape Verde to participate in the well digging project. Lu Mingyu was confused. Cape Verde is in Africa. Shen Weidong was transferred there. Can he come back before the Chinese New Year? In order to rent this cheap boyfriend, she kicked the boss several times, but the cheap boyfriend caused such an unexpected incident. With such an impressive IQ, I don't know how he found those 39 girlfriends. When Lu Mingyu was upset, Zhao Xiaohe's voice rang in her ears again. I said I was participating in the project, but in fact I was punishing him to dig a well. Manager Shen arranged for the president to shake his dick. It was indeed a lie. I knew I couldn't believe it. Lu Mingyu was resigned to Zhao Xiaohe's shamelessness. Who was sharing the gossip with a mysterious and excited look just now? Whose big mouth accidentally spread the news? Zhao Xiaohe continued, I've asked about it all. Just now, Manager Shen made a big fuss at the year-end meeting and called the president a dog in public. That's why he was driven to Africa. Lu Mingyue's eyelids twitched when she heard that the commotion was so serious that she might not be able to come back before the new year. If he doesn't come back, where will she find a fake boyfriend to accompany her to Lu Jiuyuan's wedding? She quickly gave, not named Shen. Send message. Why were you sent to dig a well? How long will it take to dig this well? Yang Qingji was already in a bad mood when he returned to the office. He became even more upset when he saw Lu Mingyue's message. He replied with 4 words without mercy. When will the monkey come? Lu Mingyu was shocked and anxious. Is it because you made up a story about the president being a masochist? Why are you so talkative? You say everything. Even if it's true, you have to keep it to yourself. Now, do you want to stay in Africa digging wells for the rest of your life? Yang Qingji looked at the message sent by Lu Mingyu, which seemed to reveal his deep regret for not being able to make the best use of his talents, and suddenly felt his teeth itching. Especially the words, even if it is true, which almost made him crush the phone. He closed his eyes, suppressed his anger, and replied, the rumor is false, it's made up, don't believe it. Lu Mingyu was startled. Why is this tone different from before? Could it be that Shen Weidong received a lesson and became honest and sensible? She breathed a sigh of relief and sent the message. You have to be careful in the future and don't speak ill of the boss everywhere. Let me tell you, the boss is a bit stingy and will fall out faster than turning over a book. I used to praise him every day, but he didn't like to hear it at all and wouldn't give me anything. I can't overtime pay. He is a complete capitalist and likes to exploit his employees. You only dare to say bad things about him when you are tired of living. In a few days, wait until the boss's anger subsides, then apologize to him properly, and he should be back soon. Lu Mingyue's thoughts were almost written on her forehead, hoping that Shen Weidong would listen to her advice, stop scolding the boss in public, apologize well, and finish digging wells as soon as possible and return home. This way, she doesn't have to rent a new boyfriend. But the CEO on the other end of the phone couldn't see the thoughts on her forehead. He could only see her concern for Shen Weidong, which almost overflowed the phone screen. His face was gloomy. Capitalist. Exploiter? In your eyes, is Yang Qingji this kind of person? Lu Mingyu felt something was even more wrong, and Shen Weidong seemed quite angry. Could it be that because Shen Weidong is a relative of the boss, he can scold her in public, but she can't even say a few words behind her back? Before he could react, the next second, not named Shen, has responded to her doubts. I sent a screenshot of your words to the president. Lu Mingyu reacted for a while before coming back to her senses. She was so angry that she almost scratched her phone as if she had been struck by lightning. Shen Weidong is such a bitch, she kindly comforted him, but he actually sacrificed her to the CEO. It's over. This time she didn't just kick the iron plate, she was directly stuck to the iron plate, and she could only kill and beheaded. Zhao Xiaoher noticed that she suddenly looked pale, and asked with concern, Mingyue, are you okay? Lu Mingyu shook her head. This time she had offended both her boss and the villain at the same time, and she was afraid that it would be difficult for her to recover. She could only wait for the bad news to come and pack up and leave. But Mingyue quickly cheered up. Her postgraduate certificate will be issued soon. With this resume, it shouldn't be too difficult to find another job, right? I was fired by my boss during my internship, which is really a black spot. Or, she would resign voluntarily. Lu Mingyu was listless and had no interest in working. She had been quietly searching for a suitable new job on her computer. Just at this moment, Deng Jing walked in wearing 10-centimeter high heels. Deng Jing is the CEO's personal secretary, managing the entire CEO's office assistant department, second only to Special Assistant Jin, and is also a close minister to the emperor. Suddenly, she came to the sales department in person, and no one knew what important task she had been assigned. The manager of sales department 1 rushed out upon hearing the news, and greeted with full enthusiasm and a smile, Secretary Deng, you came here suddenly, is there anything you want us to do? There is something. Deng Jing took out a written notice and handed it to the manager of the first department. It's too busy at the end of the year. The president's office is short of staff. I need to transfer someone from your office to work there. Everyone held their breath. The president's office. Shengshi Group is the fastest growing listed company in recent years. If you want to be an ordinary clerk here, you have to graduate from a prestigious university. The president's office has a graduate student per capita. The secretary Deng in front of us holds both master's and postgraduate degrees. If you can get into the president's office, it would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. A manager read the notice carefully. Below the notice is President Yang's signature written in a bold and heroic style. The manager's eyes flashed with surprise, but he still walked up to Lu Mingyu with a smile on his face. Mingyue, your ability has been noticed by President Yang, and you will be transferred to the president's office as a secretary. Congratulations. Lu Mingyu was stunned on the spot. She is not stupid. She was transferred to the president's office just after offending the president. How could she expect good results? The boss is really stingy. Zhao Xiaoher pulled her and shouted excitedly, Mingyue, did you hear that? You finally got what you wanted and can work for your idol. Lu Mingyu. Chapter 29, The Salted Fish Moon. Seeing Lu Mingyue's stiff face, Zhao Xiaoher was puzzled. Mingyue, are you so happy that you are stupid? Why don't you speak? Lu Mingyu said insincerely, I am very happy. Deng Jing took a few steps forward, closing the distance between her and Lu Mingyu, and then said with a smile, hand over the work at hand today, and report in tomorrow. Although Lu Mingyu was unwilling in her heart, Deng Jing smiled kindly, so she had to smile and respond, okay, thank you Secretary Deng. Just call me by my name. We'll be colleagues from now on. After Deng Jing finished speaking, she left in a hurry. Lu Mingyu really didn't want to go to the president's office at all, but Zhao Xiaoher was still making a fuss and clamoring for her to treat her to a meal. Other colleagues also came over to congratulate her. Everyone was envious and jealous. Lu Mingyu was transferred directly to the CEO's office while she was still an intern. How could she not show any expression when such a big pie fell upon her? When Lu Mingyu first reported to our department, I could tell at first glance that she was not a serious person. That's right. She was transferred to the CEO's office less than 2 months after joining the company. Who knows what shady tricks she used? Remember the day of the team building? Someone saw her sneaking back from outside in the middle of the night. She must have sneaked into someone's bed. You're pretending to be calm even after the job transfer. You're really good at pretending. Lu Mingyu didn't expect that she would hear such outrageous rumors just when she came to the toilet. She was transferred to the president's office because she made the boss angry. What does it have to do with whose bed she slept with? Mingyue desperately said to herself. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Others are angry but I am not. If I get angry and become sick, no one can help me. Who would be happy if I die of anger? It's a good thing for these gossipy women. Lu Mingyu almost started practicing Tai Chi in the cubicle, but the noises from outside continued to come in. Being beautiful means you have good luck. Just stretch your legs and you will be able to rise to the top. In my opinion, Lu Mingyue's face must have been plastic surgery. How can a normal person be so beautiful? It's no use making you like that. Maybe your kung fu isn't as good as others. The dirty words outside were getting more and more unpleasant, and Lu Mingyu could no longer endure it. She pushed open the cubicle door, making a loud bang. When she was studying, she had to put up with Lu Jieyuan because she was young and helpless, and her household registration book was in the hands of her aunt, and she was afraid that she would be hindered when filling out her college entrance examination application. Now she has entered Xingshi with her own ability, and was transferred to the CEO's office with her own capability. Although she relies on her ability to cause trouble, it is not anyone's turn to stigmatize her. The air suddenly became quiet. The three colleagues who were talking excitedly and had just sincerely congratulated Lu Mingyu with a smile on their faces were now caught saying bad things behind her back and felt a little embarrassed. Lu Mingyu walked past the three people as if nothing had happened and washed her hands calmly. The bathroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The three colleagues felt so much pressure hearing the sound of running water that they didn't even dare to breathe. After washing her hands, Lu Mingyu slowly turned around and looked at Baizhu, who was the prettiest of the three. She had the loudest and most vicious voice just now. Mingyue raised her hand and patted her face. Do you want to know whose bed I climbed into? It was our president Yang. Anyway, her name has been written down in the president's little black book, so she is not afraid of taking advantage of him. The other two colleagues were all shocked. If anyone heard this rumor, their first reaction would be to get angry or make some excuses. What was Lu Mingyue doing, admitting right away that she slept with the CEO? No one would dare to spread rumors about the president like this, so what she said must be true. Baizhu was slapped on the face by her cold water-soaked hand, and she shivered from the cold, but she didn't dare to hide. She was furious, and her eyes were blazing with jealousy. Who do you think you are? Would President Yang be interested in someone like you? Lu Mingyue sneered. What else? Do you think I'd be able to look down on you? Let me tell you, I'm just pretty and caught the CEO's eye. Even if you're not convinced, you can't make me look like this even if I give you 100 million. Baizhu was so excited that she blurted out, even if you really climb into Mr. Yang's bed, he is just playing around. A woman like you is only fit to be a tool for warming his bed. That's better than you. You can't even be a tool. Lu Mingyue had experienced this kind of situation hundreds of times when she was in school, and she was already immune to all poisons, and nothing could hurt her. Moreover, she had already completely offended the CEO, and was not afraid of offending more people. I'm not afraid to tell you, even if I give you half of the bed, you still can't climb up. Baizhu felt as if her face was being rubbed on the ground, and she was so embarrassed that she went back to her grandmother's house. Do you think everyone is as unselfish as you? Lu Mingyue interrupted her, only losers will keep shouting. Remember, if you don't dare let others hear it, don't talk about it behind their backs. If you want others to hear it, why not be generous and let everyone in the company listen? She glanced at the other two coldly. I'm warning you. If I hear such harsh words again, I'll make sure you don't get away with it. What a joke, she was about to be kicked out of the company by the president, and she could still suffer such a loss. Before leaving the company, she would clean up as many people as possible, this was her style. After saying this, Lu Mingyue sneered, let go of Baizhu, turned around and walked out. Baizhu's face turned pale, and the other two colleagues' expressions were not much better. The truth is, Lu Mingyue's aura just now was too strong. She seemed like a completely different person compared to her usual cold and cute appearance, and people couldn't bear to look at her directly. Moreover, she was so low-key even when she climbed into the president's bed. She usually didn't show off and just hid in the dark to pick people's braids. It is better to avoid offending such people. After Lu Mingyue taught a few foul-mouthed people a lesson, she quickly became depressed again when she returned to the office. Shen Weidong is a relative of the boss, and even if he offended the boss, he was sent to Africa to dig wells. How long can she, a little intern, last in the CEO office? When Lu Mingyu first applied for the job at Xingxia Group, she vowed to train herself into a strong woman, but now she has completely withered and turned into a salty fish who has no desire to stand up. Mingyue was still very responsible. After handing over their work seriously, she stayed in the company canteen for dinner after get off work and helped Zhao Xiaohe swipe her meal card, which was regarded as a treat for her. This may be the last time she eats in the company canteen. Zhao Xiaohe really admired her for being unfazed by favors and humiliations, and praised her. Mingyue, you are so calm. When you become the person next to the boss in the future, you need to help her more. Lu Mingyu responded helplessly, what's there to be happy about? How can the CEO's office have the freedom of the sales department's working hours? Zhao Xiaohe disagreed, we are still in the internship period, and we don't have many opportunities to go out for business, so we seem to be more relaxed. Look at other colleagues who have been officially promoted. They are busy all day long. When we get off work, they are still out dealing with clients. And I heard that working overtime on weekends is commonplace. With the sales department being so crowded, it's hard for newcomers to get ahead. You should be happy if you can be transferred to the president's office. Lu Mingyu disagreed, there is no reward without hard work. The sales department can get commissions, but the president's office only has a fixed salary. Wang Yaolin from their department bought a house in full last month with the share of several large orders. Chapter 30 Climbing Too Fast. Zhao Xiaohe did not refute her, but sighed with regret. After the Chinese New Year, you will be able to get your graduate certificate. I guess this is the reason why you were transferred to the CEO's office. If I had known earlier, I would have gritted my teeth and worked hard to get into graduate school. Zhao Xiaohe had been working for several years and had good work experience in a small company. But after joining Xingxia Group, she had to go through an internship period because she only had a bachelor's degree. Lu Mingyu replied nonchalantly, I still prefer to stay in the sales department. At least I don't have to worry about being fired. With her academic qualifications, it was not impossible for her to apply directly for an internship in the president's office. She chose the sales industry because of the more flexible salary in the sales department. The two of them were talking at cross purposes for a while when suddenly laughter came from the side. It turned out to be Deng Jing. This Lu Mingyu is really a silly girl. In the CEO's office, I work directly for the boss. Although I often get scolded, the connections and energy I have accumulated are inexhaustible. Even if I am transferred back to the sales department in the end, I can still use this energy. Lu Mingyu and Zhao Xiaohe heard the laughter and hurriedly greeted her, Secretary Deng, why are you here to eat too? It's time to get off work. Secretary Deng said helplessly, I've been too busy recently and I'll have to work overtime later. The president's office and the finance department are the two busiest departments at the end of the year. Deng Jing had dinner with Lu Mingyu and Zhao Xiaohe. At the end, Deng Jing patted Lu Mingyu on the shoulder and said, Mingyu, we will be colleagues tomorrow. I am waiting for you to come and help me share the work. Come on. Facing such an approachable Secretary Deng, Lu Mingyue's tense heart was relieved and she responded sincerely, I will definitely do my best. She will try her best to survive until the end of the year, at least get some year-end bonus and then run away. Lu Mingyu went home and took a nap, and when she woke up the next day she was like an indestructible cockroach again. In Mingyue's view, sadness is extremely physically exhausting, and any deep emotion cannot stay with her overnight. She put on light makeup, wore a women's suit work clothes, and stepped on a pair of 5-centimeter high heels, and immediately became an eye-catching sight in the company. While taking the elevator, she actually ran into the 3 female colleagues who had spoken ill of her in the bathroom. Seeing her come in, 2 colleagues greeted her cautiously. Lu Mingyu seemed to have completely forgotten the unpleasant incident that happened yesterday, and replied with a smile, Good morning. Bai Zhu had a stern face and said, Morning, reluctantly. The feeling of cold water splashing on her face was too stimulating. She had a nightmare of being splashed with cold water all night last night, and she would never dare to offend Lu Mingyu again. The sales department is on the 4th floor and the president's office is on the 12th floor. After Bai Zhu and the others came out of the elevator, they watched Lu Mingyu, who usually lived on the same floor with them, press the button for the 12th floor. Only then did they truly feel the distance between them. It must be admitted that Lu Mingyu climbed very fast. Lu Mingyu came to the 12th floor and stopped in front of the door of the CEO's office, secretly cheering herself up. It's no big deal. If the president deliberately makes things difficult for her, she can just resign. Capitalists, she will not compromise. Lu Mingyu raised her hand and knocked on the door. A young man with an energetic face came to open the door and quickly smiled. Are you the colleague who was transferred here today? Welcome. Hello, my last name is Wu. Secretary Wu was once called a bastard by Assistant Jin in the tea room, but he was not angry at all and his temper was even milder than Deng Jing's. Lu Mingyu first greeted Secretary Wu politely, then greeted other colleagues one by one, and then came to Deng Jing's office. Good morning, Secretary Deng. What should I do first today? Wait a moment. Deng Jing typed something quickly on the keyboard with both hands. After a while, she freed one hand and handed her a document. It is specified in the notice that you will be responsible for taking care of Mr. Yang's daily diet from now on. Assistant Jin will take you to meet Mr. Yang later. When Lu Mingyu heard this request, she immediately felt like everything was settled. She knew this would happen. The president transferred her here just to torture her. Mingyue made up her mind that if the president made any unreasonable request, she would firmly reject it. Even if the other person is the male god she once admired, she will never compromise. She is here today to declare war on the capitalists. Afterwards, Deng Jing handed over a transfer form and asked Lu Mingyu to fill it out. The workload of the president's office is quite heavy, and their working hours are different from those of the sales department. We need to be ready to work overtime at any time. Please take a closer look at the adjustment of working hours. Lu Mingyu took it and glanced at it quickly. The working hours were indeed much tighter than those of the sales department. When she saw the salary column, she was suddenly stunned. 28,000. She couldn't believe her eyes and counted the 3 zeros after 28 several times. This salary is more than 3 times higher than her original salary. It is not necessarily this stable to get commission in the sales department. As if seeing her skyrocketing wallet, Lu Mingyu took a deep breath and instantly felt that she was okay again. Torture and revenge were simply a piece of cake, and she wasn't afraid of making the storm come more violently. No matter how the president suppresses her, she can handle it. Lu Mingyu, who was very capable, was quickly called out by Special Assistant Jin. Assistant Jin secretly looked at Lu Mingyu several times. Manager Shin was sent to Africa to dig wells, but Lu Mingyu was transferred to the president's office and was directly responsible for the boss's daily life and food. It was hard for him not to have some strange associations. Maybe they were all transferred because of the same thing. Seeing that Assistant Jin was silent for a long time, Lu Mingyu politely asked, Assistant Jin, what can I do now? She had just arrived and was unfamiliar with everything. She had to learn everything from scratch. Assistant Jin came back to his senses instantly, and in a second turned to a strong and professional workplace attitude. When Mr. Yang comes over, you have to make him a latte without sugar and ice. Lu Mingyu, okay, no problem. Assistant Jin continued, by the way, there will be a short meeting at 10:30. You must keep an eye on Mr. Yang's cup. He may need coffee during the meeting. If the coffee gets cold, you must quickly replace it with hot coffee. It's a short meeting, but it may last until noon. You need to order food for Mr. Yang in advance. He only eats food from the Huangting Hotel. You can ask Secretary Wu for the order number. Remember Mr. Yang's taste. He can't eat spicy food or food that's too sweet. Also, Mr. Yang doesn't eat onions or coriander. It is obvious that Special Assistant Jin knows the boss's eating preferences very well and can take care of every detail. Lu Mingyu was a little confused by the huge amount of information bombardment. But as long as she thought of the 28,000 yuan, she was full of energy and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After lunch, Mr. Yang needs to go out. You need to bring a charger, charging cable, umbrella, and towel. You can ask Secretary Wu for these details. By the way, the most important thing is to prepare 1 or 2 new sets of clothes. Assistant Jin listed a bunch of things that needed attention in one breath, and finally asked, have you memorized them all? I remember. Lu Mingyu has always had a good memory, but she had a doubt. Assistant Jin, it's only my first day at work, and you asked me to go out with the president. Isn't this a bit too bad? Special Assistant Jin also felt that it was not very good. But these were all requested by the president in advance, and he was not allowed to follow. What could he do? At this time, Lu Mingyu was not sure what the president wanted to do, so she took out her notebook and quickly went over Assistant Jin's requirements. Just like an elementary school student taking notes, his expression is serious and pious. Assistant Jin was quite satisfied. After quickly training the newly hired Secretary Lu, their president Yang Qingji arrived. The president was wearing a custom-made black suit. He was tall and straight, with an outstanding temperament. Lu Mingyue was dazzled as soon as he came in. Lu Mingyue quickly remembered the training content of Assistant Jin and hurried to make a cup of hot coffee for the president. When I came back, Yang Qingji had already started working. He looked focused, and the white document paper spread out between his slender fingers looked particularly pleasing to the eye. Lu Mingyue didn't dare to look at it anymore. She placed the coffee next to the president and said respectfully, "Boss Yang, your coffee." Yang Qingji didn't even raise his head. "Have you seen your salary? Are you satisfied?" Lu Mingyue nodded quickly, satisfied. She was so satisfied that she was willing to do anything for the president. Yang Qingji suddenly chuckled, "Then am I still a capitalist?" Chapter 31 Complete information about the CEO. Lu Mingyue was stunned, remembering that screenshot mentioned by Shen Weidong on WeChat, and quickly admitted her mistake honestly. "Mr. Yang, before I judged a gentleman with a villain's heart, I was wrong. Your Excellency has a lot of." Yang Qingji finally put down the documents in his hands, turned his black swivel chair to look at her, and hummed, "No need to apologize, I am a capitalist to begin with." Lu Mingyue was stunned and didn't understand why the president suddenly turned on self-destruction mode. Yang Qingji threw her a pile of information and said, "Memorize it and take the test tomorrow." Lu Mingyue quickly took it. "This material is as thick as the palm of my hand. How can I memorize it all in one day? What's more, the president will have a meeting soon and will have to go out of the company to do some business. She has to follow him the whole time. Where would she find the time to memorize it?" As if he had guessed what Lu Mingyue was thinking, Yang Qingji said calmly, "What is the nature of capitalists? They are exploiters. I don't have time at work, I'll recite it after get off work." The boss's attitude was bad, and it was obvious that he was seeking revenge. Lu Mingyue felt a flame burning in her heart. However, when she thought about the amount of her new salary, she easily swallowed all her dissatisfaction. What is this called? She's shooting herself in the foot by gossiping. If she gossips about the president again, she will take the president's surname. Lu Mingyue said sincerely, "No. Mr. Yang is not an exploiter. These are what I should do." Yang Qingji was satisfied, this boy is teachable. Mingyue, knowing that she was in the wrong, started a new and hectic work mode motivated by the generous salary. Fortunately, the president seemed to be very busy today and couldn't find time to find fault with her. In the afternoon, Lu Mingyue followed the president out of the company. When they arrived at the destination, they found out that the president had made an appointment to play golf with Wanhue's CEO Liu Quangui. When Mr. Liu saw Yang Qingji with Lu Mingyue, he couldn't help but pay more attention to this Miss Lu. After coming back from playing ball, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yang Qingji seemed to have endless official business to deal with and was busy until 8 in the evening. All other colleagues in the president's office have already left work, only the boss is still sitting at his desk with a thick pile of documents at his side. Lu Mingyue thought that since Secretary Deng and Assistant Jin had both left work, she should be able to leave at this time, right? She asked the president carefully, "Mr. Yang, that?" Yang Qingji didn't even raise his head. "How much of the information I gave you today have you memorized?" Lu Mingyue. "President, is this human language?" She had been following the president around the entire day, being ordered around all the time. How could she have the time to memorize any information? She originally thought that after getting home from get off work, she would take a hot bath to relax and then recite some more. The president asked this question now, clearly asking her to work overtime with him. Wasn't it a bit too much? However, looking at the president's cold expression and thinking about the 28,000 yuan on the salary column, Mingyue's face instantly broke into a smile. It's just a matter of memorizing information. Nothing can be difficult for a prospective graduate student like her. Lu Mingyue picked up the information and started to recite. Name, Yang Qingji. Age, 31. Date of birth, December 27, 1991. Position, President of Xinshi Group. Lu Mingyue paused in confusion. Why were all the information about the CEO included? Even his birthday. December 27th, wasn't he it just a few days ago? Lu Mingyue quickly remembered the bowl of noodles she made for the president a few days ago. It turned out to be the president's birthday. No wonder the president got so angry when she couldn't answer what day it was. But the president's information is not public. Isn't it normal for her, an intern who has just joined the company not long ago, not to know his birthday. I can only say that the president is too easy to offend. Lu Mingyue continued to carry it on her back. Disliked foods: celery, bean sprouts, coriander, leeks, garlic, bitter melon, winter bamboo shoots. Basically, you cannot eat spicy, irritating foods, including but not limited to onions, chilies, peppers, cumin. Mingyue was a little surprised when she saw this, and couldn't help but say, "Mr. Yang, you and manager Shin have quite similar eating preferences. They are all equally picky." She immediately covered her mouth as soon as she finished speaking, regretting so much that she wished she could turn back time. In anyone's opinion, she was not familiar with Shin Weidong, so how could she know his dietary preferences? She said this in front of the CEO, wasn't she just asking for trouble? But you can't blame her. "It's my first day entering the CEO's office, and I feel dizzy just getting used to it." After a long day of work, the president asked her to memorize information. She became dizzy and spoke a little carelessly. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Mingyue finished asking this question, the CEO's face suddenly turned cold. "You are very impressed by Shin Weidong. You remember him during working hours. Want to accompany him?" Lu Mingyue pursed her lips. Although she didn't want Shin Weidong to go to Africa, she didn't want to accompany Shin Weidong at all. If it weren't for renting him as a fake boyfriend, she wouldn't want to have any interaction with him. After Lu Mingyue made such a fuss, Yang Qingji was obviously in a bad mood. "Let's get off work." Lu Mingyue quickly packed her things. To show her loyalty, she deliberately put the information he asked her to carry in a beautiful bag in front of the president and took it home. The president's face really looked better. Yang Qingji walked into the elevator with her and pressed down on the first floor. Lu Mingyue was a little uneasy. "Mr. Yang, can I go out on the first floor?" It was already late, and she was afraid that if she delayed any further she would miss the bus. Yang Qingji glanced at her calmly. "Do you think I would let a girl go home alone late at night?" Lu Mingyue said secretly, with President Yang's demeanor, he would definitely not do such a thing, but you would let an employee go home by himself. The two soon arrived at the parking lot. This time, Mingyue took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. In order to avoid embarrassment, Lu Mingyue pretended to take out the information and read the contents carefully. This information is simply a complete collection of information about the CEO. It is so detailed that it includes what color clothes he likes to wear, what kind of tie he wears, and even teaches how to brew coffee to suit the CEO's taste. Lu Mingyue felt that if she sold the information to the paparazzi, the price would start at least 6 figures. Yang Qingji, who was driving, noticed her gaze and asked without looking away, "Do I need to recite the information facing my own face?" Lu Mingyue quickly looked away. The president was too stingy, asking her to memorize so much content without even letting her look at him. Mingyue became more focused and suddenly saw the item about height and appearance. She is 1.88 meters tall, with long legs, a narrow waist and wide back, and an inverted triangle figure. This is simply the standard male model body shape. Mingyue couldn't help but secretly look towards the president again. The president's tie had loosened a little at some point, and 2 buttons were undone, and his sexy Adam's apple was moving slightly. A little further down, the clavicle is vaguely visible. I heard that the president has the habit of jogging in the morning, so his muscles must be smooth, strong and toned. The president is extremely capable, handsome, and has a great figure. He doesn't leave any room for ordinary people to survive. Lu Mingyue was lost in thought when she suddenly heard Yang Qingji's deep voice, "Please concentrate on driving." Lu Mingyue quickly sat up straight. It took her several seconds to realize that she wasn't the one driving. It's over. Did the president know that she was fantasizing about him in her heart? But it's not her fault. Her boss is so charming and they are in the same small space, so it's reasonable for her to be obsessed with him occasionally. Lu Mingyue covered her face with the documents and didn't dare to look at the president again. So no one noticed that the corner of a certain president's mouth slightly raised. It takes about half an hour from the company to the Rose Garden. Before getting off the car, Lu Mingyue politely said to Yang Qingji, "Thank you, Mr. Yang, for taking me home." The president personally sent her and her secretary back home, which was quite gentlemanly. Yang Qingji took a look at her holding the information and said, "Memorize it tonight, and I will test you myself tomorrow." Lu Mingyue. The little bit of emotion that just rose in my heart suddenly disappeared. Taking advantage of the dim light, she gritted her teeth and smiled, "Don't worry, President. Even if I don't sleep tonight, I will try to recite it by heart." Yang Qingji seemed quite satisfied. It's better this way. Lu Mingyu said goodbye to the president and got out of the car, but saw Lu Jieyuan outside the door. These days, Lu Jieyuan has been waiting for her outside the villa every day, rain or shine. Her perseverance is truly commendable. Today was even more outrageous. She not only dragged Zhu Zhan along, but also her uncle and aunt. Lu Mingyu ignored the other three people and greeted her uncle Lu Chaoyang with a smile. Uncle, why are you still not asleep so late? Mingyu, you got off work so late today. Are you? Lu Chaoyang frowned, as if thinking about how to start a difficult topic. Aunt Chen Saihong has already started to say, Mingyu has joined a big company now, and has become more capable. Can't she even say hello to her family when she sees them? Lu Mingyu turned to look at her and called her aunt perfunctorily. Lu Jieyuan seemed to finally be unable to hold back and stood up to ask, Cousin, who sent you home? Was the person driving your car your boyfriend? Lu Mingyu said frankly, he's not my boyfriend, he's my boss. Lu Jieyuan didn't believe it. Cousin, even if you are lying, you should write a draft first. Who is the boss you are talking about? Why would I send a little intern like you home? Chapter 32, Prince Yang. Although Lu Jieyuan was reluctant to admit it, Lu Mingyu did work for a strong company. Her company's boss, Yang Qingji, is a business upstart. He often appears in financial reports and has been on the cover of Time magazine several times. Moreover, behind him is the Yang family, whose background is unfathomable. Whenever he appears in the public media, he will be called the Crown Prince. How could such a person in the clouds have any connection with Lu Mingyu in the dust and mud? Lu Mingyu was too lazy to argue with her. Believe it or not. After saying that, I wanted to go home. But Lu Jieyuan stopped her and started her performance tonight. Looking at Lu Chaoyang with a worried look on his face. Dad, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Cousin Mingyu actually likes Zhan, too. But Zhan was devoted to me and chose me in the end. Cousin Mingyu couldn't pursue Zhan, so she fell into depravity and followed a very wealthy businessman. There's nothing wrong with the wealthy businessman, except that he's a little older. Lu Mingyu really admired Lu Jieyuan's ability to confuse right and wrong, and was ready to open her mouth to refute. But when Lu Chaoyang heard what Lu Jieyuan said, he immediately looked heartbroken. Mingyu, you are a student from a prestigious university. I spent so much effort to support your studies and even supported you in your postgraduate studies, and this is how you repay me. How can I face your mother if you let me go? As Lu Chaoyang was talking, he started howling. Let him howl. Even though his howls were filled with tears, Mingyu had no choice but to start silently reciting the mantra of endurance again. Aunt Chen Saihong felt very embarrassed, but she didn't say anything this time. She just wanted to see how Lu Mingyu would end up. Lu Jieyuan continued to exaggerate. Cousin, if you really need money, you can tell us. My mother will never lack food and clothing for you. Why don't you just stop being with that old rich businessman? Zhu Zhan joined the crusade with a look of disgust on his face. Lu Mingyu, I have made it clear, no matter how you toss me around, I will not turn back. What you are doing will only make me more and more disappointed. You should immediately break up with that old man. Don't let it get to the end. It will embarrass everyone. Lu Mingyue's patience failed again, and she sneered, Zhu Zhan, you are also a gigolo. Just because Lu Jieyuan is still young and pretty, you take it for granted that it is true love. If my boyfriend is older and ugly, it means I don't love myself and I am materialistic. It's the 21st century, and you still attack people based on age and appearance? You are not as good as the famous double standard. Lu Mingyue's words mercilessly tore off Zhu Zhan's face. His face turned pale and blue, and he seemed to want to hit someone. Lu Chaoyang heard Lu Mingyue's words clearly, and his crying stopped abruptly, as if he didn't understand what was going on. Lu Jieyuan quickly tried to comfort him, then looked at Lu Mingyu angrily. Cousin, since you have a clear conscience and your boss sent you back, then let him get out of the car and say hello to us. Is your boss a disgrace? Lu Mingyu stared at Lu Jieyuan coldly. Can you just watch someone like my boss whenever you want? Lu Jieyuan sighed and said, Mingyu, is your boss really capable? You have been misunderstood like this, and he refused to get out of the car to clarify things for you. As soon as he finished speaking, the black Porsche parked on the side of the road suddenly lowered its window, revealing a handsome and noble profile. When his noble eyes looked over, all the scenery instantly became his backdrop and paled in comparison. Everyone was stunned. Isn't he this the prince of the Yang family, Yang Qingji, who spoke so eloquently in the financial reports not long ago? Yang Qingji didn't look at the others, but smiled at Lu Mingyue and said, "It's late, go back and rest, you still have to work tomorrow." It was clearly just a very faint smile, but his extraordinary temperament and conversation made his aura instantly full. Zhu Zhan didn't even dare to look in his direction twice. Lu Mingyue didn't expect Yang Qingji to help her out. She was extremely grateful for a moment and smiled sincerely, "Okay, Mr. Yang. Although the president is a little stingy, he is really a good person." Mingyue decided that she must work harder to repay the president in the future. Chen Saihong reacted immediately, walked over quickly, and said repeatedly, "Mr. Yang, hello." Mingyue is not sensible, how dare you trouble Mr. Yang to send her back in person? My aunt, who has always been sarcastic, acted servile at this moment, and her attitude was so pious that it seemed as if she wanted to kneel down and lick my clothes. Yang Qingji said in a calm voice, "Mingyue worked overtime too late, so it's okay for me to see her off. But I don't know when I became a wealthy businessman. Am I twice as old as the rumors say?" Chen Saihong felt a little uneasy and flattered. "Please forgive me, Mr. Yang. I am ignorant and made random guesses." Mr. Yang founded his own company. Who wouldn't praise him for being young and promising? Lu Jiayuan was dissatisfied, especially since a godlike figure like Yang Qingji sent Lu Mingyue back. She became even more jealous. She couldn't help but say, "Boss Yang, the old wealthy businessman I'm talking about is not you. Cousin Mingyue does have a boyfriend who is quite old, but she keeps it a secret all day long and doesn't dare let us know. I'm just worried that she might have a bad idea and find an old man for money." "Shut up." Chen Saihong slapped Lu Jiayuan with her backhand, her expression stern. "Go and apologize to President Yang right now." Lu Jiayuan covered her face in disbelief. Ever since she took over the house of Lu Mingyue's short-lived mother, she has become a pampered princess, and her parents are reluctant to even speak to her loudly. But today, because of Lu Mingyue, he slapped her in public like this? Zhu Zhan was standing aside and watching. There was a handsome guy like a god in the car. She felt so ashamed that she bit her lip and refused to apologize. Yang Qingji didn't take Lu Jiayuan, a clown, seriously. He said calmly, "Go back. Don't disturb Mingyue's rest. She has important work to do tomorrow." In one sentence, it shows that Lu Mingyue's position in the company is very important, and at the same time it is also a hidden warning that you are not allowed to harass her in the future. After understanding the warning in Yang Qingji's words, Chen Saihong kept apologizing and nodding. Yang Qingji turned the car around and disappeared into the night. Chen Saihong then looked at Lu Mingyue with a fake smile on her face. "Mingyue, when did you become so familiar with your boss Yang?" Lu Mingyue glanced at her uncle who had just stopped crying and responded, "I am the boss's secretary now." When Chen Saihong heard this, the smile on her face became more sincere, and she took Mingyue's hand affectionately. "Mingyue has really made a difference, and it's worth it for your aunt to cultivate you. Just now your cousin was ignorant and offended Mr. Yang. When can you invite him to your home? I will treat him well and let Jiayuan apologize." After the Lu group fell into the hands of Chen Saihong, although it had some development and made a lot of money, it was still far from being a real wealthy family. Her idea was good to invite Yang Qingji into her home. Regardless of whether she could establish this connection or not, as long as she created the impression that her family had a good relationship with Yang Qingji, she would have more room to maneuver. Lu Mingyue knew what she was thinking, but didn't confront her directly. She just put on a fake smile and said, "Aunt, you are making a lot of noise." Even Qingyuan in Guangdong heard about it. Chen Saihong's smiling face froze for a moment, and she seemed to want to get angry, but considering Lu Mingyue's current identity, she didn't dare to. Lu Jiayuan had always been condescending and stepping on Lu Mingyue, so how could she tolerate her suddenly turning over and becoming the queen? She immediately said without thinking, "What are you so proud of? You had so much trouble getting into graduate school, but now you're just a secretary, and you're still hanging around with an older man. Dad, Mom, she was lucky this time and escaped. We didn't catch her. But the truth will come out sooner or later. One day, her ugly true face will be revealed." Chapter 33, Well Digging in Progress. Lu Mingyue sneered in her heart. "We are all adults now, but Lu Jiayuan is still like a primary school kid who can only criticize on the surface. She doesn't even have the interest to fight back." At this time, Lu Chaoyang finally came to his senses. Hearing his daughter's sarcastic tone, he disagreed. Yuan, maybe your cousin is just having a normal relationship. Don't always think so badly of her. Lu Jiayuan became even more unhappy when she saw her father defending Lu Mingyue. Dad, have you forgotten that when she was in high school, she went to the bar to sell alcohol and accompanied people to drink and sing in order to make money? There were all kinds of men in the bar, and they touched me all over, which was disgusting, but my cousin thought it was very honorable at the time. Lu Mingyue's face darkened. Since the first year of high school, her aunt secretly withheld her tuition fees, hoping that she would drop out of school. She went to her uncle to argue, but her uncle believed what her aunt said and concluded that Lu Mingyue had spent all the money herself. Lu Mingyue had no choice but to work on weekends and finally saved enough money for tuition. This incident also became an opportunity for Lu Jiayuan to spread rumors that she became a prostitute. After hearing what Lu Jiayuan said, Lu Chaoyang became a little shaken again. Saihong would give Mingyue's tuition every year, but Mingyue still went to work whenever she had time. She said she wanted to earn tuition, but ended up hanging out with those little hooligans, which was really not right. He feels really guilty towards his sister because his niece is not a good student. Chen Saihong immediately cooperated and said sadly, "Everyone says that being a stepmother is difficult, but I didn't expect that being an aunt is also difficult. But I ask myself if I have ever treated you unfairly. You have everything that Jiayuan has. But you go around doing odd jobs for that little money. How do the neighbors around you look at me?" Lu Chaoyang immediately stepped forward to comfort her, and at the same time looked at Lu Mingyue disapprovingly. "Mingyue, you should quickly break up with that old rich businessman, and listen to your aunt in the future, and don't make her sad again." Zhu Zhan didn't expect that Lu Mingyue had such a dark history. His face turned dark when he heard it, and his self-confidence, which had just been hit hard, recovered a little. He hugged Lu Jiayuan and comforted her. "Jiayuan, Lu Mingyue doesn't love herself and doesn't care about her own face. Don't bother to care about her in the future." This time, Lu Jiayuan nodded obediently. "Okay, I'll listen to you." She just didn't believe that the old man could hide so well for his whole life. And she was about to get married, so she would see what Lu Mingyue would do then. She would invite some of Lu Mingyue's classmates from college and even high school. She was determined to make Lu Mingyue embarrassed in public and become notorious. Lu Mingyue looked at this room full of relatives and friends, who were full of justice and felt it was ridiculous. No one here is truly kind to her, so what if she wins? Lu Mingyue simply pretended not to see it and went straight into the house and went upstairs to her room. After taking a hot shower, I glanced at the document on the bedside table and remembered that the president mentioned that tomorrow's work was very important, which should be memoizing the document. The president is quite narcissistic. But today the president helped her out. He is a good man. Mingyue picked up the document and started looking through it. After memoizing the president's information all night, Lu Mingyue dreamed of the president. The next day when she came to the company, Lu Mingyue saw Yang Qingji and subconsciously thought of that indescribable dream and blushed. When she brought the coffee in, she didn't dare to look at the president even once. Yang Qingji was surprised. "Why is your face red? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Mingyue quickly said seriously, "It's nothing, I stayed up too late to memorize the materials yesterday, and I'm just a little tired." Yang Qingji, "Oh, recite it and let me hear it." Lu Mingyue. In fact, she hadn't memoized it very well yet, and she thought she would find time to familiarize herself with it later, but she ended up shooting herself in the foot with her lies. Lu Mingyue recited it haltingly. Yang Qingji was not satisfied. As the CEO's personal secretary, you can't even recite your boss's likes and dislikes by heart. I doubt your business ability. Lu Mingyue thought to herself, the personal information is so thick, how could the limited time we had yesterday be enough? Moreover, the information highlighted that the president had a bad heart and also listed what he needed to pay attention to in his daily diet. It was so detailed that he almost had to memorize how many sips of water he drank a day. Is this the job of a secretary? This guy is probably looking for a wife. But she only dared to keep such words in her heart, and on the surface she was still respectful. "Boss Yang, we were too rushed yesterday, please give me another half day, I will definitely remember everything." Seeing that her face was about to turn red, Yang Qingji stopped deliberately embarrassing her and just looked at her and asked, "You've been memoizing for so long, have you remembered anything?" Lu Mingyue looked up in confusion. Seeing that the president's usually calm and restrained eyes were tinged with emotion, she was even more confused and at a loss. "Yang, President Yang. Forget it. Seeing Lu Mingyue's confused expression, Yang Qingji's expression faded and became a little distant. You go out first. Lu Mingyue didn't know why the president suddenly turned his back. After returning to his seat, he quickly took out the president's information and read it over and over again. What exactly does the president want her to remember? Mingyue is struggling to memorize information, while her temporary, fake boyfriend, Shen Weidong, is digging wells in Africa. As soon as the shovel went down, the mud was so hard that it didn't move at all. Shen Weidong sat down on the ground in disbelief and simply gave up. The leader of the team shook his head. Manager Shen, if you dig like this, you may not be able to go back until next year. Assistant Jin gave a death order and no one was allowed to help Shen Weidong. The captain only dared to provide technical guidance. Shen Weidong was very frustrated. I'm not a professional well digging team, so my brother just gave me a shovel. Does he want me to dig a well? He just wants me to stay in Cape Verde for the rest of my life. My condolences. The captain did not dare to complain about the president. He just patted him on the shoulder and encouraged, if you work harder, maybe there is still hope of returning to China in 10.5 years. Shen Weidong. Thank you, I was not comforted. At this moment, he received a call from Duan Feifei. Duan Feifei didn't know that Shen Weidong had been transferred to Cape Verde, so she asked anxiously, Weidong, how is the inquiry going? Shen Weidong looked sadly at the desolate environment around him. The climate in Cape Verde was not as terrible as he imagined, but the little star he had just picked up refused to come when he heard that he was going to dig a well in Cape Verde. The playboy, who was experiencing a long-distance relationship for the first time, said in a sad tone, Feifei, I advise you to give up. My brother's thoughts are too deep and you can't control them. Duan Feifei was puzzled. What do you mean? How about we meet and talk about it? I can't see you. Shen Weidong briefly stated the matter sadly. Maybe my brother has a specific target for this strange habit. Except for that person, no one can give him pleasure by scolding him. Shen Weidong gave some kind words of advice, hung up the phone and continued digging the well. Duan Feifei is unwilling to give in. Why can't she be that specific person? She won't give up so easily. Thinking of Yang Cheng's grandmother's superstitious physique, she quickly had a plan in mind. At noon the next day, Grandma called Yang Qingji. Xiao Cheng, Feifei came to see me and explained everything about scolding you on WeChat. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Yang Qingji was still processing some documents and patiently responded with a few words, but then his grandmother said something shocking. She said she wanted to explain it to you in person, but you blocked her out again. I asked her to go to your company to find you. When she gets here, you must treat her well and not chase her away. Yang Qingji frowned. What did Duan Feifei do to make her grandma like her again? She even asked her to come to the company directly without asking for permission. Does this mean that he should directly acknowledge Duan Feifei's existence? Chapter 34. The CEO sets an example by turning off the heater. Although Yang Qingji was unhappy, he couldn't lose his temper with his grandmother, so he made an excuse helplessly. Grandma, the company has a rule that you have to make an appointment before seeing me. Feifei is not a stranger, why do you need to make an appointment? Grandma raised her voice, obviously unhappy. Do I need to make an appointment in advance when I come to see you someday? Yang Qingji didn't want to make his grandmother angry, so he patiently explained, no. It's not the best. Please take good care of Feifei for me later. After saying this, Grandma hung up the phone without waiting for Yang Qingji's response. Yang Qingji listened to the beeping sound on the other end of the phone, still thinking about how to stop Duan Feifei from coming to the company. At this time, Lu Mingyue knocked on the door and walked in, saying respectfully, Mr. Yang, there is a lady outside who calls herself Miss Duan. She claims to be one of your people and must see you. Yang Qingji didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. He felt a little impatient. He tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, I have a video conference. Take her to the lounge first. Yes. Lu Mingyue brought Duan Feifei to the lounge and explained in a gentle voice that President Yang was going to have a meeting. Duan Feifei was dressed up gorgeously today, her thin long skirt outlining her beautiful figure. She endured the cold wind and came to Xingsha Group, only to find that there was actually a beautiful little vixen here. She has seen many beautiful women, but it is rare to see someone as beautiful as Lu Mingyue, whose skin is so white and glowing even without makeup. Duan Feifei felt a strong sense of crisis in her heart. She scanned Lu Mingyue with a critical look. and then said arrogantly in a hostess-like tone, "Go, make me a cup of coffee, the same flavor as Brother Yang's." Lu Mingyu was a little surprised at how familiar Miss Duan was with the CEO, but she didn't dare to think too much about it and quickly raised a professional smile. "Please wait a moment." According to Yang Qingji's taste, Lu Mingyu quickly poured a cup of coffee for Duan Feifei. Duan Feifei took a sip, but it sprayed directly on Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu was startled. But she had encountered too many such situations when she was in school, so she didn't scream, but just quickly took a few steps back. She was wearing a white professional women's suit skirt today. The other person sprayed a mouthful of coffee at her, and her clothes were stained with large gray and black stains, making her look dirty. "You want to burn me to death?" Before Lu Mingyu could finish tidying up, Duan Feifei had already preemptively accused her. "You are so clumsy. How could the CEO's office have an employee like you? What shady means did you use to climb up here?" At this point, if Lu Mingyu still can't see Duan Feifei's hostility, then all the tricks she has used with Lu Jieyuan over the years will be in vain. But how did she offend Duan Feifei? They had never met before. Lu Mingyu was also a little angry, but she still patiently explained, "I was transferred to the president's office according to the official company procedures. If Miss Duan wants to know more, you can go to the Human Resources Department in person for consultation." Hearing that the other party dared to talk back, Duan Feifei's eyes became fierce, with a bit of contempt and disdain. "Did I ask you to speak up? Don't think that just because you are pretty and have someone powerful, you can cover up your lack of ability." Assistant Jin walked in at this time, frowned at the embarrassed Lu Mingyu, and asked, "What happened?" Duan Feifei spoke first. "Assistant Jin, is your CEO's office's selection criteria based on appearance? This woman relied on her beauty to deliberately neglect the company's guests and almost spilled coffee on me. You'd better fire her immediately, otherwise don't blame me for complaining to Brother Yang." Assistant Jin did not respond to Duan Feifei's words. He just politely apologized to her and then said to Lu Mingyu, "Come out with me." Lu Mingyu followed Assistant Jin to the office. Yang Qingji put down his phone and looked over, his brows quickly furrowed. Assistant Jin stepped forward to explain a few words. Yang Qingji's mouth was a little heavy, and he said, "Send someone to send a new set of clothes." "Yes." Special Assistant Jin responded and went to handle the matter personally. The office fell silent. Yang Qingji glanced at Lu Mingyu and said, "Don't you want to explain?" Lu Mingyu pursed her lips and said nothing. What to explain? Duan Feifei was obviously looking for trouble with her on purpose. She didn't fight back or say anything back, but she did it for the sake of the 28,000 yuan. "As my personal secretary, you were bullied by a person of unknown origin. It's really embarrassing for me." Lu Mingyu. Why did the president's disdainful tone make her feel a little ashamed? But Duan Feifei clearly called the president Brother Yang, which sounded like they had a very close relationship. How could she, a small secretary, dare to talk back to him? Yang Qingji quickly took out a document starting with red characters and handed it to Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu quickly took it. The document was issued by the higher authorities, advocating large companies to save water and electricity. Yang Qingji said, "As the boss, I should lead by example and start with the president's office. Now go and turn off the heating. You should also pass on the task and ask all departments to cooperate." "Yes." Lu Mingyu received the task and left the president's office somewhat puzzled. Just then, Special Assistant Jin came back with a new set of clothes. Lu Mingyu went to the bathroom to change quickly, and then immediately distributed documents to various departments. After receiving the notice, everyone cried out in grief, but hearing that the bosses were setting an example themselves, they could only respond to the order, turn off the heating, and put on thick coats. In the lounge, Duan Feifei felt as if the surroundings suddenly lost temperature and became colder and colder. She held the gradually cooling coffee cup, regretting not having a sip of hot coffee just now. But after Special Assistant Jin took Lu Mingyu out, no one came to serve her, leaving her alone in the cold. She was so mad. She must find an opportunity to drive them all away. When Lu Mingyu came back from sending the notice, Yang Qingji gave her an even more bizarre task: go to the lounge and watch the joke. Lu Mingyu couldn't figure out what the president meant by this action. After thinking about it, she felt that the most likely reason was that Duan Feifei was a bad love interest and the president wanted to use her as his secretary to get rid of her. It really is a great way to make the best use of everything. It seems that 28,000 is not easy to get. As soon as Lu Mingyu opened the door of the lounge, she saw Du and Feifei sitting there. In the middle of winter, when the heating was turned off, even Lu Mingyu, who was wearing so thick clothes, felt a little cold. And Miss Duan was more concerned with style than temperature. She was already shivering with cold, but she was still trying to pose. It's really funny. Seeing Lu Mingyu, Du and Feifei immediately lost her temper. Why did you suddenly turn off the heating? Lu Mingyu couldn't say that the president turned off the heating for the entire company today to save electricity, right? She tactfully found an excuse for the president. The heating is broken, and we have contacted the property management to come and repair it. Du and Feifei didn't believe it at all. She suspected that Lu Mingyu was taking advantage of his small position to bully her. A small secretary dares to covet her brother Yang without even considering her own worth. Seeing Du and Feifei gritting her teeth, Lu Mingyu couldn't help but ask, "The weather is so cold, Miss Duan, do you want to wear more clothes? Your face is turning blue, do you have a cold?" When Special Assistant Jin came over, he just heard Mingyue's greeting. He tried hard to hold back his laughter and coughed lightly to cover it up. Lu Mingyu immediately said, "Look, it infected our Special Assistant Jin so quickly." Du and Feifei was so angry that her face turned green. She dressed so beautifully in the biting cold wind to make Yang Qingji's eyes light up, not to be sarcastic to such a small secretary. Chapter 35 The moon in China is rounder and brighter. Special Assistant Jin really admires Lu Mingyu. She is so good at confronting people that it is no wonder she wins the favor of President Yang. Du and Feifei thought of her grandmother's words that she would support her no matter what, and immediately got angry. "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Lu Mingyu said calmly, "Miss Duan misunderstood. I just care about you." The CEO clearly wanted her to come and see the joke, but she still dutifully expressed her concern. The white work clothes were very expensive, and she didn't know if they could be washed clean after a mouthful of coffee was sprayed on them. She was very generous not to ask Miss Duan to pay for it directly. Why is Miss Duan the first to complain? Care about me? Who do you think you are? Du and Feifei sneered, "Your hypocritical methods can only be used against men. She is the little white onion in my family." Yang Qingji's low voice suddenly sounded, and his tall figure stood behind Lu Mingyu at some point, forming a solid protective wall. He glanced at Du and Feifei calmly, "Are you going to come to my Xingshi to pick onions?" As soon as Du and Feifei saw Yang Qingji, her expression immediately changed 180 degrees. "Brother Yang, I'm so cold." "If you're cold, go back and put on more clothes." Yang Qingji's face showed no expression, but he was still polite and considerate. "Do you need me to ask my assistant to take you there?" Special Assistant Jin immediately stepped forward and said he was ready to take orders at any time. Lu Mingyu secretly gave a thumbs up. Look at Miss Duan's pitiful appearance. If it were any other man, he would have taken off his coat to show her warmth, but the president can still reject her romantic opportunities with a straight face. As expected, in the eyes of capitalists, there is only making money and no romance. Du and Feifei didn't expect Yang Qingji to be so ruthless, and she ran out of Xingshi Group crying. She asked the driver to take her directly to the suburbs, and when she found her grandmother she started crying. Grandma heard that a master had come to Hongshan Temple, so she went to Hongshan Temple yesterday to read Yang Qingji's fortune and learned that he would have a great disaster after he turned 33. Du and Feifei's perfect horoscope would help him resolve the evil as long as she married into the family. At this time, she was crying so hard that her grandmother felt distressed. She tried to comfort her for a long time like she was coaxing her own child. Finally, she promised to help her teach Yang Qingji a lesson and asked him to come to her house in person to apologize. Only then did Du and Feifei leave with satisfaction. Grandma kept her word and immediately called Yang Qingji, telling him in a cold tone that he should come over tonight, otherwise he would not recognize her as his grandmother. This was too serious a statement. Yang Qingji did not dare to delay, and hurriedly finished the business at hand and went straight to his grandmother's house. My grandmother lives in a small bungalow, which is old but clean and cozy. There is a vegetable garden behind the bungalow, where my grandmother usually grows some vegetables. This year, onions are planted in this vegetable field and it is harvest season. When Yang Qingji arrived, Grandma was picking onions in the field. "Grandmother!" Yang Qingji shouted from afar, but his grandmother didn't respond at all. She continued to bend down and pull onions, complaining as she pulled. "I planted this onion with my own hands. I took good care of it and watched it grow little by little. How come it's not obeying me now?" I can't pull it up even if I pull it up. Yang Qingji knew that his grandmother was scolding him indirectly, and he found it a little funny. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Grandma, I'll help you." "No thanks." Grandma glared at him coldly. "You are now the big boss of a big company. How dare I order you around? I asked you to take care of Fei, but you made her cry in less than an hour. If I ask you to pull onions, you will definitely make things worse. My grandmother is just an ordinary village woman who doesn't understand any big principles. What she believes is the truth and she won't allow her descendants to refute her at all." If Yang Qingji didn't listen to her, she would only think that Yang Qingji had grown up and become too independent and could say anything cruel to him. Yang Qingji knew his grandmother's temper and always gave in to her. While helping to pull the onions, he said helplessly, "It's winter, and Duan Feifei is wearing very thin clothes to look pretty. The company just happened to follow the instructions of the higher-ups to save electricity, but she refused to give in and even scolded my employees. That's why I let her go home." When Grandma heard this, she felt a little hesitant. She has been frugal all her life and was somewhat dissatisfied with Duan Feifei's behavior. Yang Qingji continued, "My company's secretary is a graduate student with a higher degree than Duan Feifei. I tried to take good care of her, but she sprayed me with coffee." Feifei was indeed wrong about this. Grandma nodded, then subconsciously retorted, "But Feifei is a doctoral student. How can a graduate student have a higher degree than a doctoral student? Don't bully her because she is an old country woman with little education and knows nothing. The school Duan Feifei attended is very fake abroad. It is used by some vain rich young men to gild their reputation. This kind of degree is worthless in our country. But my secretary is a graduate student of Jinghai University, which is very valuable." Grandma was stunned by the shock, "But why did I hear that only those who study abroad are valuable? What kind of perverted logic is this?" Yang Qingji disagreed. "When I have time, I will take you abroad to see that the moon in foreign countries is not as round as the one in our country." Grandma was silent, and Yang Qingji continued, "I am a secretary who is a graduate student from a prestigious university. I work hard and have never made any mistakes. It was my instruction not to turn on the heating, but Duan Feifei made things difficult for her because of it. Why? Just because she has a good family background to rely on." With just a few words, Yang Qingji successfully portrayed a hardworking and capable girl with a high level of education, who worked hard but was troubled by a willful daughter. Grandma suddenly felt compassion. Yang Qingji struck while the iron was hot. "Besides, Duan Feifei even called my secretary a piece of green onion. This secretary is my person. She wasn't just calling my secretary a bad name, she was clearly trying to steal green onions from my house." Yang Qingji said as he helped his grandmother clean up the scallions she had pulled, "If someone came and stole the scallions you had worked so hard to grow, could you tolerate it?" Imagining the thief's sly look when he came to steal the onions, the grandmother immediately felt involved and said angrily, Fei, this little girl looks so gentle and generous, how could she covet other people's onions?" In short, the grandmother's anger soon subsided after being fooled by her grandson, and she temporarily gave up the idea of letting him marry Duan Fei. Although she has good fortune, it is not a good idea to marry her because of her barbaric personality. Yang Qingji coaxed his grandmother and accompanied her for dinner before driving home. Duan Feifei happily waited at home for Yang Qingji to come and apologize, but nothing happened until dark. The most hateful thing was that she caught a cold and sneezed violently. When people are sick, they tend to become irritable and their intelligence declines, so she immediately called her grandmother. Grandma no longer had the enthusiasm she had before, and just said nonchalantly that she was old and didn't want to get involved in young people's affairs. At the end, Grandma even whispered to Duan Feifei, "Come on." Although Duan Feifei has a bad personality, her grandmother is obsessed with her good fortune. After all, human life is also very important. If Duan Feifei and Xiao Cheng can really be together, she can just marry her and slowly teach her well. Duan Feifei heard her grandmother's indifferent tone and became so angry that her eyes felt dizzy. In order to attract Yang Qingji's attention, she tried so many methods and even paid a high price to hire a so-called fortune teller to set up the plan. That is the result. Yang Qingji didn't know that Duan Feifei was so devastated that she doubted her life, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. When he got home, he took out his cell phone and looked at Lu Mingyue's WeChat. The more he read, the more dissatisfied he became. He paved the way for her, but she refused to take even a small step towards him or even say thank you. This heartless little liar. Chapter 36. Offending the boss doesn't end well. The little liar Lu Mingyue has no idea what the president is thinking. As soon as she got off work, she rushed to the dry cleaners with her coffee-stained work clothes. When I inquired, I found out the fee was 120 yuan, so I immediately backed out. She had just been transferred to the president's office and didn't know how long she could last. She hadn't received her salary yet, so she didn't dare to waste money carelessly. Mingyue returned home with the clothes, and as expected, she ran into Lu Jieyuan, who was squatting outside the villa. She pretended not to see it and walked around her. Lu Jieyuan saw the brand of her clothes and her face changed. She reached out to stop her. "Cousin, why are you back so early today? Was this dress given to you by your boyfriend?" Lu Mingyue was in a hurry to wash clothes, a little impatient. "What does it have to do with you?" Lu Jieyuan looked concerned. "Cousin Mingyue, don't blame me for not reminding you. The more money those rich people spend on you, the more they will ask you to pay in the future." Lu Mingyue turned around and smiled at her. "Are you concerned about me or are you jealous of me?" "Unfortunately, no matter which one it is, you can only watch." Mingyue was busy making money while studying and had no time to research any luxury brands. She didn't know how expensive the dress she was wearing was, but from Lu Jieyuan's expression, she could tell that it was probably very expensive. She choked Lu Jieyuan and quickly went to wash clothes. Lu Jieyuan stayed there, feeling the cold wind, and was extremely angry. She really couldn't understand why Lu Mingyue had become so difficult to deal with recently, as if she had thorns all over her body. She was obviously weak and could be bullied when she was in school. She couldn't figure out the reason, so she gave up thinking about it and simply tried to find a way to cause trouble for Lu Mingyue. There were still about 20 days until her wedding with Zhu Zhan, and she should have been happily preparing for her wedding. But Lu Mingyue had been wearing those branded clothes that she couldn't even afford, which made her uncomfortable and angry, and she couldn't sleep all night. She couldn't wait until they got married to slap Lu Mingyue in the face. She would only be happy when Lu Mingyue was not having a good time. Lu Jieyuan thought about it and without hesitation called the returnee, who had had a blind date with Lu Mingyue. Haigui is still upset about being stood up by Lu Mingyue, but when he received the call from Lu Jieyuan, his attitude was still pretty good. "Who made Lu Jieyuan the daughter of Lu Group?" "Brother Ju, I'm really sorry about what happened to my cousin last time." Their name, Brother Ju, made the greasy middle-aged man in his 30s feel happy. "Junior sister, what do you want from me?" The intimate phrase, "junior sister," almost made Lu Jieyuan want to vomit, but she still pretended that they had a good relationship. "Senior brother, you also know that my cousin is about the same age as me, but she always makes her family worried. I want you to help persuade her." After Lu Jieyuan explained her purpose, she began to praise the returnee in various ways, praising his high academic qualifications and good manners, which made the returnee feel flattered. The returnee was a little lost, pretending to be noble and snorting, "If she was as knowledgeable as you, she wouldn't dare to stand me up. My cousin is just a little greedy, but she doesn't like to work hard and always wants to sit back and enjoy the fruits of her labor. That's why she went astray. In fact, she is not a bad person by nature." Lu Jieyuan said, "She found an old and ugly man this time just because he would buy her beautiful clothes. If senior brother Ju is willing to help persuade her, after a few more contacts, she will know senior brother Ju's ability and will definitely realize your excellence and turn back from the wrong path." After Lu Jieyuan finished criticizing Lu Mingyue, she started praising the overseas returnee and even said coquettishly that she only knew such an outstanding person as senior brother Ju and that she had no other choice but to ask him for help. Finally, she promised that as long as senior brother Ju helped to persuade Lu Mingyue, she would definitely repay him well and remember his kindness for the rest of her life. "Okay, since junior sister asked, I'll help her." The returnee laughed sarcastically, "But let me make it clear, I don't like her shabby stuff." Lu Jieyuan quickly thanked him. It was just right that she looked down on him. She just wanted to find a disgusting man to disgust Lu Mingyue. A greasy man like Zhu Jiao who has an overflowing sense of superiority would definitely spread Lu Mingyue's affairs everywhere, and then say that he doesn't mind it and is willing to redeem Lu Mingyue whose reputation has been ruined. By then, she would see how Lu Mingyue could stay in the company. She would see if the handsome CEO Yang still looked up to Lu Mingyue. On the other side, Lu Mingyue spent nearly an hour to finally wash the coffee stains off her clothes, and then took off her clothes and washed them again. The next day she packed the new clothes and prepared to take them to the company to return them to the president. As soon as she entered the company, she was met with a lot of curious looks. After she walked into the president's office, she realized what had happened. A large bouquet of bright red roses was placed on the front stage outside the president's office. As soon as the receptionist saw Lu Mingyue, she asked her to come over to receive the flowers and joked, "Mingyue is so charming that she received flowers of love so early in the morning." As he said this, he stuffed the flowers into her arms. Lu Mingyue stared at the bouquet of flowers in confusion. Before she could react, the president had arrived without her noticing. Everyone hurriedly greeted, "Good morning, President Yang." Lu Mingyue also shouted. Yang Qingji glanced at her indifferently without responding. His gaze paused on the flowers in her arms for 3 seconds, then he walked into the office. Although he didn't speak, everyone could feel the low pressure around him. Special Assistant Jin followed Yang Cheng and said to Lu Mingyue, "Secretary Lu, come in with me." Lu Mingyue, still holding flowers in her hands, followed him in somewhat confused. "When I entered the office, I saw the president sitting at his desk, looking like he was holding a three-judgment meeting." Lu Mingyue was a little scared and guessed that the bouquet of roses had made the boss angry. After all, it was too ostentatious. She quickly said, "I can explain." Yang Qingji didn't even bat an eyelid, as if he was too lazy to pay attention to her. For a moment, Lu Mingyue was not sure whether the president's unhappiness had anything to do with her. She thought about it and quickly handed the clean clothes back to the president, as a way of making up for her mistake. Yang Qingji didn't look at the clothes, but just stared at the rose in her arms, with a sneer on his face. Mingyue threw the rose aside as a conditioned reaction and explained, "I don't know this person." As a result, he had just said half of his words when he saw the signature on the flower card Zhu Jiao. Why does this name sound familiar? Seeing Lu Mingyue's hesitant expression, Yang Qingji's mouth turned cold. The president's office will not recycle worn clothes. The president was obviously in a bad mood today and had a bad temper. Lu Mingyue looked at Assistant Jin helplessly, wanting to seek help. But Special Assistant Jin made matters worse by saying, "You can keep the clothes, and the money will be deducted from your salary." Lu Mingyue knew that the 28,000 yuan salary was not so easy to get, so she asked cautiously, "Assistant Jin, how much is this suit?" Special Assistant Jin reported a number that was several times her salary. Mingyue almost fainted. She finally figured it out. The Miss Duan from yesterday was not the president's love interest at all. She was in cahoots with the president. One was deliberately looking for trouble and torturing her mentally. One seemed to be helping her, but ended up torturing her materially. The consequences of offending the president are so tragic. Lu Mingyue didn't dare to get angry with the president, and secretly made up her mind that if Miss Duan dared to come again, she would not be polite to Miss Duan. Duan Feifei, who had just come here and was still recovering from a severe cold, sneezed violently again. Chapter 37: The Prince's Food Tester. The atmosphere in the office was a little depressing. Yang Qingji suddenly raised his eyelids, and the emotions in his dark eyes were complicated and difficult to discern. He stared at Lu Mingyue. "Are you not convinced?" Lu Mingyue quickly shook her head. She is a good employee who knows how to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. Although the president deducted her money, it was Duan Feifei who started it. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator, and she will definitely put the account on Miss Duan. Mingyue even secretly thought of a perfect plan in her mind. When Miss Duan came again next time, she would definitely teach her a lesson. Seeing that Lu Mingyue admitted her mistake with a good attitude and threw the flowers away in time, Yang Qingji felt better and said calmly, "Since it's your first offense, your salary won't be deducted." Lu Mingyue didn't expect that there was a ray of hope after all the difficulties. She hurriedly thanked the president with an extremely charming smile in her eyes. Her peach blossom eyes have attracted countless people. Yang Qingji looked away slightly, his voice still calm and calm. "From now on, you will be responsible for my lunch." Lu Mingyue is good at cooking and thinks cooking is a small task, but she is afraid that there will not be enough time. The president continued, "Do it here." Lu Mingyue then remembered the fully equipped kitchen in the president's office, and promised repeatedly that the president would enjoy every meal and be satisfied with every dish. Assistant Jin, who witnessed the entire process. At this moment, he was 100% sure that the president had special feelings for Lu Mingyue. Special Assistant Jin didn't dare to be a light bulb anymore. He quickly asked the president to sign several urgent documents that needed to be signed in the morning and left quickly. At exactly 11 o'clock in the morning, someone brought fresh ingredients, and Lu Mingyue hurried to cook. Lu Mingyue wanted to perform well in front of the president, so she not only cooked a few home-cooked dishes, but also cooked borscht. At 12:10 noon, she received a call from Zhao Xiaoher. Mingyue, I have reserved a seat. When will you come over? Do you want me to help you get food first? It has always been a tacit understanding between Lu Mingyue and Zhao Xiaoher that whoever arrives at the company cafeteria first will get a seat first. Lu Mingyue replied, No, I'm not going to the cafeteria to eat today. Zhao Xiaoher, are you going to work out with the president again? Lu Mingyue, I now have a part-time job as a chef for the CEO. Zhao Xiaoher was very excited when she heard this. Mingyue, are you cooking for the president now? Can you do that? She never expected that good cooking skills could be a booster for promotion. For a while, Zhao Xiaoher even had the idea of improving her cooking skills. Lu Mingyue. If it wasn't for that extremely expensive set of clothes, would she have to do double the work? Although Zhao Xiaoher did not dare to shout loudly, the three colleagues sitting next to her still heard it. These three were exactly the colleagues who had spoken ill of Lu Mingyue a few days ago. Their faces were as pale as ghosts at this moment. Lu Mingyue actually cooked for the CEO? It seems like she is in great favor now. Thinking of the stupid things they said in the toilet that day, they regretted it deeply, especially Bai Zhu, whose back was covered with cold sweat. She didn't know whether Lu Mingyue could follow the president for a long time, but during the period when Lu Mingyue was in great favor, if she wanted any of them to leave, it would be just a matter of saying a few words. Lu Mingyue had no idea that because of her part-time job, the three men were trembling with fear. She brought all the food to the small dining table and asked the president to come and eat. Braised spare ribs, steamed osmanthus fish, borscht, and a dish of green vegetables. Good. Yang Qingji sat down and looked at the borscht with a faint smile on his face. This time it's quite normal. Lu Mingyue thought of the heavy ingredients she added last time and felt a little guilty. I have memorized the CEO's information by heart, and there will never be any ingredients that the CEO doesn't like. Yang Qingji was quite satisfied and asked her to sit down and eat with him. Lu Mingyue, how can this be so embarrassing? She now knew how unpredictable the president's personality was, so how could she dare to have dinner with him? Yang Qingji's words made her sit down obediently. Before I eat, someone has to taste the food first. Lu Mingyue. As expected of the prince, he has so many rules for eating. But if he was afraid that she would poison him, why did he ask her to be the chef? She sat down, took a little bit of each dish and put it into the bowl, finished it in a few bites, and said sincerely, Please rest assured, President, the food I cook is absolutely clean. Yang Qingji was satisfied. Then let's eat together. So, Lu Mingyue inexplicably went from being a cook to a food taster, and now she has to eat with the chefs. I can't even count how many jobs she holds. Perhaps because the lunch was really to the president's liking, he didn't find fault with her the whole day and it was soon time to get off work. And she didn't have to work overtime today, so Lu Mingyue was able to get off work on time at 6 o'clock. She was so happy that she almost hummed a song. Then she soon stopped being happy. Mr. Turtle, who had once gone on a blind date with her, was now holding a bouquet of flowers and leaning against a white Audi on the side of the road. Lu Mingyue finally remembered that the bouquet of red roses in the morning was sent by Mr. Turtle Zhu Jiao. Thinking of his greasy remarks, Mingyue frowned and turned away, not wanting to confront him at all. Zhu Jiao spotted her the first time. There was no way I could help it. The girl walking towards me from afar was so beautiful. She stood out against the crowd and it was hard not to notice her. Zhu Jiao strode towards her, showing a self-satisfied smile, and greeted loudly, Mingyue, are you off work? I've been waiting for a long time. Do you like the roses I gave you this morning? The tone was so intimate, as if Lu Mingyue asked him to wait here for her to get off work. Colleagues around were already looking over curiously and talking about it. Lu Mingyue felt annoyed and took a few steps back to distance herself from him. She said politely, Mr. Zhu, we are not familiar with each other. Please call me by my full name, or Miss Lu. Zhu Jiao took a few steps closer to her, smiling ambiguously, Mingyue, are you shy? Our parents are very satisfied with each other, and your cousin also supports us. She even told me that you like roses. Look, I finally ordered this bouquet of white roses. As he was about to stuff the flowers into Lu Mingyue's hands, Lu Mingyue stepped back again. Sorry, I don't like roses. I think Trash will like the flowers you gave me better. Zhu Jiao heard that Lu Mingyue threw the flowers he gave her in the morning into the trash can. That is several $100s for a bouquet of flowers. Zhu Jiao suddenly felt a little painful, his face became extremely ferocious and ugly, and he became angry and embarrassed. Lu Mingyu, who are you pretending to be? Don't think that just because you have a pretty face, all the men in the world will revolve around you. Lu Mingyu frowned, her patience exhausted. Then get out. How dare you tell me to get out? Zhu Jiao seemed to have heard something ridiculous. It was your family who begged me not to give up on you. I only agreed to come to you because your cousin is my junior. They have already agreed to our relationship. You are not going anywhere today. Follow me. Zhu Jiao agreed to come because he was flattered at first. But it was also because Lu Mingyu was so beautiful that he could not forget her. Today he would just do it to her, and no one could do anything to him. After all, they had met before, and her family had agreed, so even the gods could not interfere with this matter. Zhu Jiao grabbed Lu Mingyue's arm and pulled her into the car.